Strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you live from Las Vegas, Monday, July 7th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching and listening. Appreciate it. We got Red Bud to talk about, Gopher Dunes. I just got back from there this morning. Went up to the round 4 of the series up there in Canada. So lots to get into with that. That was a nutty day at the Dunes. Actually looked like great racing at Red Bud as well. I watched it this morning. And so lots to get into tonight on the show. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Let's talk Red Bud or Canadian Moto or whatever you want to do. Again, thank you to everyone who's helping do the PulpMX Gives Back Foundation. We're giving away a YZ450 in one campaign, and the other campaign is giving away Jerry Robbins race bikes. So go to pulpmxgivesback.com. Look and see what you want to do. Buy the raffle ticket. All the money goes to injured riders, or in Jerry's case, the raffle for his bike goes to him to help him out. So thank you, everybody, for checking that out. Appreciate it. Red Bud, Gopher Dunes, 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Michael Mosman will be calling in tonight. Mosey got on the podium. First podium in 5 years outdoors. He's really riding well. And so we're going to have Star Racing Yamaha Michael Mosman on as well to talk about his Red Bud race. We have Alex Martin, Troll Train. He's got a big race coming up this weekend in Millville. He's a friend of the show. We thought we'd get Troll Train on and talk about Millville, some changes, maybe some Vaporfly talk, and more with Alex Martin. Phil, of course, God help us. We're going to have Phil on.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe his worst race. Well, it is his worst race of the Canadian Series, so we'll get Phil Nicoletti to talk about that. I hung out with Phil all weekend long. I raced Amateur Day on Saturday. He went to the line with me. He had an umbrella over me. He gave me tips. Everything else didn't work. So, yeah, having Phil Nicoletti on as well as usual. I think we will talk to Lewis Phillips because Chase Sexton came back, and, we can't get Chase for the show. We'll get the next best thing to talk about Chase Sexton. That's Lewis Phillips. And then Dylan Wright. He is a multi-time Canadian champion, super awesome guy, great rider. And he had an unusual day at Gopher Dunes. We'll get into that with the dominated the second moto, dominated the first moto for that part. But, so Dylan Wright will be calling in as well. Looking forward to talking to him. Gopher Dunes Honda. Joining me in studio here, gentleman is a good friend of mine. He was at Red Bud for PulpMX. We'll get to his post-race pulpcasts. We'll get to everything that's going on with his life because he's making a change in his life. He's going in another direction. So we'll get into that and more at some point in the show. From Vital MX, as of still right now.
Yeah, technically. I guess till the 15th, but yeah, we'll get to it.
It is dark.
That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
The Darkside.
What's up? The memories that
Mr.
brings
Side, Darkside, Jamie Guida.
All the
Half
aliases.
Evil.
None of those are real. Those are all aliases.
Flight problems coming out. You just got here.
6 minutes.
Just got here.
6 minutes to spare.
I like it, though. You got your notes. You're ready to go.
Yeah, did all that this morning.
I sent you to Red Bud for PulpMX. How did you feel you were treated by everyone there as far as saying, hey, I'm here for Steve?
It was great until I said those words, and then they were like, well, fuck him. No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
Where's he at? Why is he not here?
Okay.
You're better than that. And I was like, well, you got $1's a dollar.
Okay, so Lars told me he didn't know I wasn't there. He just thought I got a little more fit. Yeah. He said, I just saw a guy that looked a little more fit, and I thought that was you.
Yeah.
So he didn't understand that, yeah.
He said that in the interview. He said, Steve, you've been losing some more weight, getting a little muscle, more muscle.
Right.
Yeah, just
well, I'm glad. You listen, we got a lot to talk about. Jet Lawrence was amazing. Prado better. Deeks has a rough one. Joe Schmoda's amazing. We'll get into Red Bud talk. Of course, Chase Sexton makes his return and more. And then we'll talk a little bit of Canadian Nationals also, Gopher Dunes tonight on the show. But, I do. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me. Thanks for sending me to Red Bud.
And we will get into some of your life changes, some of your transitioning.
Ooh, easy there. Easy. We're not that far. We're not that far off the rails.
Kind of are. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Race Tech, Renthal at Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Twisted Tea, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Wiseco Piston, Troll Training, MTX Braking, Factory Chassis Parts, Ethica, Luxon on board with us on the show. You want to save with a lot of those companies, go to pulpmxshow.com. You'll go on sponsored deals, click the logo, and it'll give you a code to save on a lot of these companies. So PulpMX20, the code to save at Works Connection, for example. PulpMX, save it. Atlas Neck Brace, Pulp Show 25 to save at Guts Racing, so on and so forth. So if you're in the market to buy something, you want to save some money from one of our partners, that would be fantastic. And then they'll know that you're supporting the show. And, we can keep on, paying Dark to go to Redbud, paying Dark to come out here, so... I
love it.
So
love it.
Really the only thing I sent you for was post-race pulpcast.
Okay, we're going to start with this.
It's really something that's important to my listeners. It gets a lot of listeners. I did them from Gopher Dunes, when I was there. So you did them, and then I click on them, and what is going on?
What do you mean? I don't know, man. What do you mean? Sound great.
You had one job.
All the tweets.
What happened?
All the tweets said they're great. The audio quality is better than your normal audio quality. What are you talking about? You want the story right now?
You just dropped your questions in there,
okay. So
it's bizarre.
All right. So I use the Rode wireless mics that a lot of us use.
Yeah.
And I was doing all my interviews. The audio sound wave shows up on the camera, and it's all recording. When I got done, Lars was the very last one. I kind of was like playing them back as I was walking back to the media tent. Couldn't hear any of my audio. It didn't pick me up. You can hear it way in the background. And I was like, oh, shit. Because thinking, the only reason you sent me.
The only thing I need you to do is one thing.
And I walked back in. I was kind of panicked. And Kellen was sitting next to me. And I was like, between me and you, right? This is between you and I. And I told him. And then Lewis overheard. So we were talking about it. And I said, I guess I'm going to have to re-record my parts. So I literally took a chair after everybody had left and went back outside. So I had a little outside noise.
It didn't help. It's really obvious.
Yes, I agree. But it's way better than it was before I did that. Like I was even I had to re-listen at full blast to hear what my questions were to a degree. Yeah. And I made little notes. Okay. And I was like, oh, that was like kind of a giggle. So I had to go out there and be like,
yeah, you inserted a laugh.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
It's something else.
Hey, man.
I mean, you got it done.
Got it done.
You got it done.
And then, thankfully, Lewis was like, I've had problems with those mics here and there, too, where it doesn't get me or it doesn't get the writer. And, you just don't know because it was showing up. It showed there was audio, but it wasn't very loud.
Well, I'm guessing the audio was coming from the person's mic that was wearing it. Your mic wasn't working
Probably,
at all.
Mine really wasn't. Didn't seem to be working at all. But you could see the sound wave for my mic, so it showed it was picking up.
Oh, boy.
Like the Lars one. I told you, Lars was the last one. And you can tell that one wasn't altered.
I don't know how that one worked all of a sudden, right?
Who knows?
Yep.
Who knows? But I was like, how do I tell Steve, you spent all this money to send me here, and you don't have you got answers, you just don't have questions.
Now, Michael Lindsay was there?
He was.
It was asking you to do things or no?
No.
You were there for Pulp?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Where'd you watch from?
So first moto I went up, it wasn't, I guess it's not the manager's tower, but the tower in the center of the track.
Yeah.
I went up there and was trying to watch Lars to see if I could see the button. Never saw the button.
Yeah, it's there. But
and then Lewis and I went up into the tower above the mechanics area for one moto. Okay. We were kind of bouncing around. Honestly, then I went in the media center a little bit to see more because you just can't see a lot from Redbud. You can't see most of the track. So I was bouncing around.
All right. Well, please check it out if you can.
Best pulpcast of the year.
Best pulpcast of the year, yeah. Listen, working the cameras over there, holding things out, working on things, not Chavis Marks.
Sad.
But the next best thing. Some say better. The Nick Powers. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, gentlemen?
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Everything good?
We got to get you some headphones, man. You got to monitor your audio.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on. Like I can't, with my vision, I can't see. So I put my glasses on. I can see the screen, but then I can't see the rider. I can't hear.
Oh, boy.
It's a lot. But it's typical. It's standard. It's my life.
Working the phones over there in the corner, holding things down, coming in, working hard. The Talon Taylor. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Steven? I'm trying to get Big Lou on the line, but
what happened to Lou?
Our phone line doesn't seem to be working on the call out, so I'm trying to have him call me real quick.
Oh, okay. Hey, did you listen to Dark's Pulpcast?
I did. I didn't notice the audio, but I was also working at the time, so I wasn't like fully paying attention.
Yeah. Okay.
I really think a lot of people didn't realize it.
Oh,
They just,
I noticed it. I noticed it right away. I'm like, what? He just dropped these questions in.
It's super. But I also told you because you were asking where are they. I was like, I got audio issues. Give me a little bit. So if you're just listening, maybe you think, oh wow, that mic sounds very different. Maybe.
No.
I
guess maybe because I'm used to. I don't know. I picked it up right away. But,
well,
how hot was it? I was 5 hours away.
Yeah.
And it was a scorcher.
It was pretty hot, humid, but it felt like where I'm at home.
Yeah.
So
were the riders struggling a little bit?
A few, yeah, for sure. You could see it. Yeah, I mean, like Levi was smoked after the couple motos. I went to get that jersey for you for fantasy, and had to give him a little time. He wasn't ready. So yeah, it was taxing.
Yeah, it looked like it was hard on the guys for sure.
It was.
Yeah.
I will say our guy Lewis Phillips though handled it like a pro.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming off his sickness.
Okay.
I mean, he's still not 100%.
Yeah.
But for where he was,
well, some of us are worried about him. You know.
He's good. He's coming back to.
Did he stay in the media tent all day? No, he walked around.
Yeah, he was walking around.
Walking around.
Walking around.
Speaking of that, let's get him on here from Vital MX, walking around at Redbud. Lewis Phillips, what's up, Lou?
What's up? First thing first, I missed the start of that. What did I handle professionally?
Your sickness. You're like coming back. Your return to the races.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I try my best.
Yeah. So how did you feel? You're good? Hydrated and.
Friday was rough. Friday was really bad. Like I genuinely thought I was gonna pass out. Mm-hmm. And then I had a Rocky marathon on Friday night. Went from the first film to halfway through the fourth, and after that I was Rocky flying high.
Rocky will do that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Eye of the tiger.
The only issue I had was in my post-race interviews. I started to get a little bit off kilter, and Harrop stopped me and he was like, "Why are you shaking uncontrollably?" And I was like, "I'm dealing with some stuff.
I got a lot going on, man.
Interview.
I got a lot going on."
So
do you feel like did you and Dark embrace at the end of the day? Like we don't know when we're going to see Dark again.
It was a sad experience, made lighter by his podcast fiasco. What would have been tearful was full of laughter because of the idea of him being sat in the pits talking and giggling to himself.
Yep.
He and Kellen were having a nice little laugh.
I bet.
And then they heard him, and Lewis said, "Damn, that might have been to your benefit because there was like no stuttering or catching myself because I knew exactly what I was going to say."
Right.
Yeah, like it sounds like his questions are presented like someone who's reading notes, which he was.
He was.
So to the listeners, it sounds like he's the most polished interviewer we've ever had in the sport.
Because when you talk to a rider, you hear what they say, then you formulate a question, a follow-up, and maybe you go, or you're putting your, the questions
are stumble.
The questions are
not our guy Dark.
Yeah,
no. He's got on-time giggles. He's got the
great radio, bros.
Oh,
There's a moment. I think it's the first Chase Sexton answer, which is a really long answer. And there's a moment where he's answering something and about the first moto and how unhappy he was. And I said, "Were you pissed?" But I didn't re-record that part. So you just hear him answering, and he goes, "No, not really." You have no idea why.
Hey, Lou, I give him one job. To go to Redbud for.
Honestly, what if he couldn't save them? What would have happened? Because you would have sent him to the race for no reason. So.
No reason, nothing, zero. Yeah.
So would you have? I don't know. Asked him to pay for his flight? Would you have?
I would have garnished his wages.
Him.
Yeah, I would have took his wages away for sure. Speaking of Chase Sexton, maybe the story of the weekend. Chase Sexton came back. Lou, I didn't text Chase to come on. I probably wouldn't have got a reply till Wednesday anyways. But how do we feel as president of the Chase Sexton fan club? Do we have thoughts on his return? How was it? Second moto looked really good till he crashed near the end, but first moto, bad start. Where are we at?
Well, first of all, you said he was the story of the weekend. You were on the group text on Thursday when he said I was the story of the weekend. So I just need to fact check you on that.
I didn't really read that. I didn't want to acknowledge that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he also told everyone that on press day.
Oh,
so he really got the narrative out.
Okay.
Second of all, a lot happened. Did you see the press day first turn crash?
Yes. What is going on?
So that was a difficult start for us.
Okay.
A little bit worrying. And then
he's on the track for 40 feet, and he tips over.
And then, I didn't quite get to the bottom of this, but when he got up, he kind of got a little bit whiskey. And he says he did that on purpose to make fun of the situation.
Did you buy that? Because I did not.
It's Chase, so I'll take him at his word because that's what I need to do.
Okay.
But I'm skeptical. First few laps of the first moto were diabolical.
Yeah.
Very worrying.
Yep.
On press day, he joked to me. He was like, yeah, maybe I'll go 8-9. And then while he's riding around on those first few laps, I'm like, that was a bad joke because he may not even hit 8-9.
Yep.
So I was worried about that. And then he randomly caught fire. And second moto, honestly, I think he downplayed it massively because I thought the second moto was incredible. So as far as a rider coming back their first race back, that was, you can't ask for more in a return, in my opinion.
No, yeah.
But he wasn't having it when I interviewed him. Like, would not take the compliment. And he kept going, like, my last question or so, I said to him, I really feel like you're downplaying this. And he was like, no, I'm not worried. And I was like, no, but why would you be worried? Like, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
I'm not asking if you're worried.
Yeah.
And he just kept repeating the whole interview going, I'm honestly not worried. And he's like, no.
Yeah, you're like, no,
you rode great.
you're like, I'm not saying you should be worried. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Take the compliment.
That second moto was a lot to me. Showed like this is his first race back after 6 weeks, or 5 weeks, like 6 weeks with the weekend off, like
Almost not necessarily better than Jet's ride, but certainly on par. Like, but with him not racing the last 5 races, blew my mind. Blew my mind that he was.
I wouldn't put it with Jet. Jet was amazing.
But so was Chase.
Yes, but
considering
I think
he
Jet
hasn't
was,
been getting gate drops, and then he stayed with him.
I mean, Lou, we talked. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just at the point where if Chase wasn't out there and, say, Redbud shakes out the same way, we would now be like, okay, it's over. Jet is running the table. We're done. Chase's second moto was hope that we will have battles and different winners here coming up, in my opinion. It really breathed some life into this series of this class. Yeah,
you would think, like, where he's at, he's going to get better, right? Obviously. And he seemed like I didn't listen to your interview, Lou, but in Dark's pre-recorded question one, post-recorded question one, he seemed happy. He seemed fine. Yeah, he seemed good. So I would ask him again, but he won't text me till Wednesday or Thursday. So
he made a comment about that because I told him, hey, I'm here for Pulp, and he started asking, like, why?
Oh.
Not at Vital anymore. I'd like to get you back on the show, but I never ask you because I know you clearly don't like doing podcasts.
Right.
He goes, no, I don't really like doing it, but you can, like, text me and ask.
He doesn't mean that.
I know. He's like, the problem is getting me to respond, but you can ask.
It's tough to get him to do this one.
Yeah.
I texted him I knew he was coming back for Redbud, but I didn't see the press release yet. I texted him on Monday and said, are we back? He hit me up on Thursday and said, we're back, found my goggles. So, cool, man. The press release is already out.
Yeah.
Everybody knew this, you know, but anyways, yeah. No,
That's
it was
actually a really funny reply, though. I like that.
Really is.
No, I do too. Yeah, I liked it too. No, it was impressive. I thought it was and even his first moto, like you said, started off, but then his times were good. He started picking guys off. Like it was,
I need to see it again though. Like I'm excited about that ride. It was better than I expected, but I've got to see it again at Millville or something close before I'm like, oh, we might have some battles. I'm not there yet. One fantastic ride isn't enough.
Now we went back to the old setup, I understand, on the KTM.
But I hung out with him at the airport on Sunday morning because, of course, we travel as a team, as you do. And I think he still has some work to do on setup. Happier than Parler, but there's some work to do. So point being, I don't think that Chase Sexton at Redbud was 100% happy Chase Sexton.
What would a top rider be without we got to work on setup?
It's the go-to.
Ever-evolving thing. Look at Dark and his mics.
Yeah.
If you don't fine-tune the setup, things can happen.
No. It was it was good to see him back, and it was cool. And Millville.
It definitely added a spark to the series.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, if you're Hunter and Eli and these other guys, are you surprised? You think? Are you like, oh yeah, I got to step up?
Probably, yeah, because those guys think they're the next best guy, and to have him come back again off the couch almost.
Yeah. I said on Moto 60, I thought he would do like 2-4 or 3-4, so he's a little worse than that. Like I thought he'd be in this main group, you know, the top 5. But obviously Eli had issues, and AAP didn't ride the second moto. That group was.
But I don't know that they would have been factors with Chase.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Chase
Right.
he was on a level higher than I expected for sure.
Yeah. So what would you give him on a scale of 1 to 10?
Considering coming back,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
9.
Yeah. Lou, what
minus the
Yeah.
losing the front end.
Right. Lou?
Yeah, I'm similar. Like I say, I don't.
Right.
We've seen so many riders return and struggle to find their feet, be a bit uncomfortable. It's always a building process, of course. So to come back and do what he did in the second moto, I've said it a million times. I honestly don't know if you can expect much more in your first race back.
I was really looking forward to hearing PulpMX PulpCast with Jorge Prado. Looking forward to that.
Too.
I don't know how I go to Gopher Dunes and get more audio from the Canadian series than you do at Redbud, Dark. But anyways.
Well, I was also chasing a jersey for you that you were hounding me about.
Oh, okay.
That took 3 trips over there to catch Levi to get a jersey, and then I actually had to go catch Kenny Day to get the jersey because they picked the jerseys up.
Okay.
And then I had to go back to Levi to get him to sign it. And Mitch was busting my balls and told me that Levi left an hour ago, and I was like, okay.
You don't need him to sign it, but anyways.
Oh, I thought you would want to sign. Oh.
Sure, it's cool, but
okay,
yeah,
well, it's signed.
Not a necessary.
You're welcome.
I didn't say signed.
That is true.
Okay.
Classic PulpMX hounding riders for jerseys.
Yeah, intimidating them.
Yeah, we just can't get real media in this sport.
No, not at all. Speaking of which, I got Dylan Wright's suites. Did you guys see Dylan Wright's setup, like with the old Fox stuff? Oh, it looked good.
I did not.
Oh, yeah. So, anyways, Lou, so how was Jorge in the Vital MX Pulpcast?
Well, intimidating the riders. I was the only one who got Jorge. I manhandled the situation, and he was much more positive in his language and his words, but the demeanor and the facial expressions, not so much.
So, like Cowie said, "Hey, man, please be more positive."
I asked Cowie twice, and they swore to me that they did not speak to him, and they discussed the potential of speaking to him and decided not to because it's fine.
It's fine. Okay, yes,
But
that's fine.
Maybe Jorge's manager, maybe his dad, something must have happened or come up because he really wasn't poking the bear at all.
I do feel like we have a lot of listeners. We have a big reach on our show, and I mean, we did kind of hammer that last week. Like,
yeah.
Did you read these interviews? Like, they were
blunt.
Yeah, they were
enjoying it.
Yeah. What's that, Lewis?
You were enjoying the interview last week. You squeezed it for all it was worth.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen a guy talk like he did.
Not in this series, but I like that. Like,
yeah, it's fine.
That's
yeah,
what
I don't
we
care.
should get.
You know what? He's a really nice guy.
Sure.
So he's not a dick at all. He's very accommodating. He speaks well. So all of that I think is pretty welcome.
I mean, clearly there's an issue. So if he goes out there and goes, no, the bike's fine, we're going to know he's full of shit.
So I did hear behind the scenes that, he led the second moto. And then I hear behind the scenes that he took a little more accountability. Lewis, did you feel like that?
There wasn't really any of that in the interview, but he was very complimentary of the work the team was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he made a point that the team are in California and they were overnighting an engine to Club, which obviously we know because Brock said that on the show last week.
Yep.
So he was pointing that out. He gave Chad a lot of credit. He said that Chad was helping him communicate with the team better and kind of pointed to that being an issue that they're fixing. And he gave Oscar a lot of credit as well, as he should, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
He mainly put it in Chad and Oscar's corner.
Right, well, that's what I said on the show. Like, Chad is going to tell him how good Oscar is. Chad loves Oscar. Chad is going to tell Jorge, this is your guy. Believe in him.
Right.
So saying all that, like, was Southwick better or was this better simply for the fact that he led laps? Dark? What do you think?
I think Redbud was better because we know he's so good in the sand and he credited so much to the sand.
Because he's a GP guy.
Yeah,
and everything.
And Redbud was pretty loose and sandy, honestly. But no, I think this was better. Leading some laps and a little bit more positivity out of him. So, I was very impressed with this weekend over last weekend.
Lou?
I don't want to go too high on Redbud because I don't think it was that impressive. But if you remove Southwick and compare Redbud to Thunder Valley and High Point,
No,
then
I'm not.
this was a million times better.
I'm saying Southwick. I'm saying compare it to Southwick.
No,
better.
but I'm saying I'm removing Southwick because it was sand, and I do genuinely believe him when he says that his skills made the difference.
Okay.
So because we were all on the train of Redbud was going to be a real test because it was more comparable to High Point, and at least he's corrected course and he's more on track with what he did at Fox and Hangtown now.
Yeah.
You know, which I see that as we've kind of gone back to where we started, which was at least better than the disaster we had for a couple of weeks.
Do you feel these last two results, being sandier conditions, but probably building some confidence, will lead into more confidence in the coming races? Even, I mean, Millville's going to be sandy, but as we go on, Budds Creek, etc., does he kind of feel like, okay, I actually can ride this bike pretty well, it's not that bad, and the results get better because he's mentally more confident? Either one of you?
Lou?
Me?
Sure.
No, because I think that it's so hit and miss week to week. I don't think that the tracks coming up necessarily favor him or give him any confidence or there's nothing about the tracks coming up that make me think, oh, Jorge will love that, or oh, that will play to his skill set. That was Southwick exclusive, I think. But I mean, he just kept saying they've established a base now, which they didn't have before. So I take that as that's my biggest takeaway on a positive front, is if they've got a base to build off of, that must mean some sort of positivity, right?
So I was looking forward to hearing from Antonio Caroli on the Pro Circuit Pulpcast.
Yep.
Really, that was a big story also, and I didn't get that. So, Lou, I think Vital MX got him, I believe.
Yep, I intimidated another rider with my European connection.
Yep. Dark, would you like to explain yourself? Okay.
I saw Antonio before the scrum. I said, hey, are you headed to the scrum? He said, yes.
Okay.
I said, okay, talk to you there. He didn't go to the scrum.
Okay.
Yep.
So
to link this to the previous topic, I said to Antonio in my interview, I said, hey, that first moto at the end, the number 70 was only 5 seconds ahead of you. And he said it was surprising and he wouldn't have expected it, and it's impressive that he could run Jorge's pace at his age. And his facial expressions were basically, you could tell he was so proud of himself. Which is cool.
Do we think that Ducati had electrical issues, or do we think Antonio was like, it's really hot, I rode well in one moto, and it's time to pull this in?
No, I think it was an electrical problem. I've checked with a few people today, and actually, obviously, you don't really know what's going on in the early laps. It's tough to keep track, but Antonio was really stoked on his speed and his positioning in those first 2-3 laps. He said that he made a point going into that moto to up the intensity and be more aggressive, and he said he really did it.
Where was he when he went out?
Fourth, I think.
Oh, he was?
No, but he said to me that if he'd kept going, he would have been he said he thinks he could have got 5, 6, 7 overall.
Yeah. His last recorded result was 4th. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he was up there. Okay. Yeah, I didn't look at that. I think that was pretty impressive. I mean, the results, between myself and my buddies, were all over the place. I thought he'd be 9 to 12.
Yeah.
You know? Some thought a lot worse.
I think most of myself and the guys on the show, we all thought 9 to 12, somewhere in that area.
Fucking Scotty.
Scotty ruins everything.
Yeah.
He'll love that you remember his name, though.
Yeah. So I think it looked really good. That's a good showing, that first moto.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Again, better not on a stock bike.
Yeah.
Stock.
I know for a fact that Tim Geiser was texting him all day asking about the bike and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because it looks like that's going to happen. And I actually said to Tony in my interview, I said, heavy rumours that Ducati will get a championship contender next year. Do you think the bike's ready for that, or is it a bit moving too soon? And for some reason, he said he thinks next year the bike will be ready for top 5. And I was like, that's really downplaying it, because it's kind of already there.
Is your friend Jeremy got another year, or is he?
Yeah, he's got a 2-year deal plus a 2-year option.
Okay,
so he's
all right.
Ducati for life.
Yeah, he's fine then. Yeah, for sure.
He's locked in.
All right. Well, sounds good. Anything else for Lou?
I miss you, bud.
Oh wow.
It's only been 24 hours.
Okay. Well.
You sound like me talking to Chase.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah.
I've got one more thing for you. I'm going to drop this and then I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
I interviewed Guida after the race.
Oh yeah.
Becoming the number 1 interview in the paddock.
He's a beauty. Yeah, he's a beaut.
I don't know where this is coming from, but there was a lot in his interview.
Was he not like that in GPs? Was he not? Did you not speak to him much? You didn't know?
No, he was. I interviewed him a lot. He was a fine interview, but he seems to be a lot more. I don't know. There's a lot more randomness now.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, he did a 2-minute monologue on how he had a ham sandwich in Switzerland and it was the best thing ever, and the emotions when the ham sandwich touched his lips, and it was a lot.
When did he do this? He was just like
he
reminiscing?
went back between High Point and Southwick.
Oh, he
because
did?
was homesick.
Yeah,
Oh, shit. Okay.
Made me want to go.
So
to
in the
Europe.
interview, I'm just screaming at him, "You were here for 4 weeks. You can't be that homesick."
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
He misses the bread.
This is my reaction.
Yeah.
The bread, the
yeah.
butter,
Yeah. The
yeah.
ham sandwich got you to go all the way back to
Yeah.
Switzerland? Jesus.
He said he landed in Switzerland, was really hungry, so grabbed the first thing he could get, and it touched his lips, and he realized just how bad American food is.
I mean, honestly, Prado and Ferrandis have said on this show
Yeah.
that the food is not good in America.
It's hard to find
Yeah.
food that's good for them. They,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So add Guillot to the list.
I don't know any better.
But that wasn't my point. My point was, I said to him, obviously he's done the Nations at Redbud. I said, compare AMA prep versus MXGP prep. And he straight away said, "Oh, this is way sandier. I don't know what they've done to the track, but this is so much sandier than it was for the Nations. I can't believe it." And in my head, I'm just like, this brings up all of the conspiracy theories from the Nations once again.
Yeah. We just don't know. No one will know. Where is that flight that disappeared, and what happened to the sand at Redbud?
Yes.
It's the same thing. Nobody knows.
But the fact that he's saying it's sandier now, it flies in the face of all of the theories, conspiracy theories. So
that's what I mean. We'll just never ever know what's sandier.
You clearly can't trust Tim Ritchie. I mean, he came on last week and said we're going to have a good leap. We didn't have the leap. He's bringing in sand, taking out sand.
Yeah.
Just can't trust him.
Nope. Can't trust those shady promoters. Coming up here, Alex Martin, by the way.
Definitely can't trust him.
All right, Lou. Well, listen, by the way, Lewis Phillips brought to you by Luxon, luxonmx.com. Pulp 2025 is the code to save with Luxon. PulpMX guys using those clamps. Ryder Malinowski was up in Gopher Dunes this weekend racing.
Yeah, he was.
Went like 7.6 or 5.6 or something. Luxonmx.com. Made from the greatest materials out there, and check them out, man. Really great clamps. Lots of offset options and everything else. Luxon MX bringing you Lewis Phillips. Lou, thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Yeah, man, we will see you at Millville.
See you there. Have a good show, boys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's Lewis Phillips.
I won't see him at Millville.
Yeah. Are you going to any more races? Do we know?
Nothing on the schedule.
Nothing on schedule.
No, maybe
Okay.
if you go to another Canadian National
Yeah.
or MXDN is a goal.
We'll get into your situation later in the show, Pony Pod,
Yep.
all that stuff. But
Never heard of it.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about this.
Okay.
But we got our next guest on the line.
Sweet.
Brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save with OGO. And whether it's roller bags for travel, backpacks, and, of course, the moto bags. Dark's an OGO athlete as well, OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save. Actually, just a couple of Loretta Lynn's losers here tonight in studio.
I hope we're going to get into that at some point.
I wasn't going to, but we can. Yeah,
we
absolutely. Couple of losers.
It's a joke.
The only ones that don't get tickets to Loretta's are sitting right here. Everyone else gets tickets.
They're just throwing them out there.
Yep. Bringing you from OGO Power Sports. Gentleman made the podium this weekend. Really, really cool story. He's been riding great. Star Racing Yamaha, Michael Mosman. What's up, Mosey? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for joining the show. Congrats on the podium. Your first motocross podium since 2021, I think.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, but stoked to do it there. Creek crowd was unreal, and
yeah,
keep it rolling.
It was awesome. And we talked after Southwick. You've been having a crazy underrated good season. You seem to credit a lot to it just staying healthy for this long and being able to stack those building blocks week in and week out. Is that what it is? Do you think? Is that why you've been able to be again, like, without the crash at Hangtown and without some of the bike problems? You'd be way higher than what you are. So is that the thing, just staying healthy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think being healthy for a long time now, I mean, it's been my Achilles heel and something I've worked really hard to try and remedy. And so I think that being healthy just gives me the opportunity to do all the other things right. And it takes time to set up the bike, to what works for me, and takes time to build the confidence up, takes time, to fix all the little issues and put the piece together. So I think buying myself time really, it makes it feel inevitable to reach kind of the speed and potential. It's just a matter of being smarter and not hitting the deck. So yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, not hitting the deck is also key with you at times, for sure. 702-586-PULP. We got a question from Michael Mosman. 4-4 at Redbud. Did you know you were on the box overall? Like, was your mechanic signaling to you that you were good to go? Did you know this?
I told him not to tell me.
Okay.
Because at Hangtown, he told me, like, hey, you need one more position for third. And then I crashed out not long after that because I was thinking about the end result and not what I was doing. So, yeah, I don't really like to think about the end, but when I saw Kitchen down and you know, I didn't see Vial up front, and actually we came together early, so yeah, so I knew I was in a good spot. Yeah.
Did you do the leap? I didn't go. I was up in Canada. Did you do the leap?
I did not do the leap.
Okay.
No.
How many guys did it, Dark?
Diggs did it, obviously.
Yeah.
And then qualifying, I saw Julian Beaumer and Vial do it. And those are the only three guys.
Three guys all day.
All I saw.
Really?
I mean, I didn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't there the whole day.
Right. But
I watched all of qualifying just to see that. And those were the only three doing it.
Damn, was that hard, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez.
I heard Vial attempted it. I didn't hear it was a successful attempt.
Well, yes, he cased it, but he was over it enough where he did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, I like to see it. Like I told Tim Ritchie last week on the show, I just want to see like 5 or 6, 5 or 6 guys in a 250 class do it.
Well,
you know,
Michael Mose. I call him Mose. I know nobody else does, but it's weird.
Okay.
Anyway, Mose. So everybody was telling me early in the morning that it was ripped so deep, and I think it was RJ that told me he felt like they ripped it so deep as if they thought a flood was going to come in, that it was just almost impossible on the 250. And the outside got blown out a little bit, and it was almost impossible.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I think the time to do it would have been the second moto when Deegan was hitting it, because it had hardened up a little bit. The ruts had calmed down. You could kind of set it up, but it's really tricky because usually you want to like peg yourself on the outside berm and use that, but with that roller as you're still turning, you can't fully trust it, and the outside berm wasn't really there as a main line all day. So yeah, it was definitely pretty gnarly, and we were second too.
True. Yeah.
To the 450. So when it comes to practice, like, you know, you don't get those early clean shots at it like you might otherwise.
Yeah.
And then once you're late in the day in the photos and a bunch of people and no one's doing it, the risk really isn't worth it.
Right.
Speaking of your health, by the way, we know you battle some back stuff, and that's always tricky, and it ain't easy. Is that 100% fixed up with the back? Is that something you want to monitor? You got to stretch? You got to look after? Or is that in the past for you, these back problems?
Yo, how do you know about back problems?
What do you mean? I mean, you mean like your back problems or back problems in general?
No, yeah, my back problem.
Yeah, no. Well, listen, I mean, we're all, we're
you got ears everywhere. I get it.
Sure.
Yeah, I definitely am always trying to stay stretching and stay up on things.
Yep.
You take a lot of beating with racing, and so I got an inversion table, try to get some space just for the discs to relax. So yeah.
Yep. So something you're gonna have to monitor. Yeah.
I don't have active back issues by any means.
Yep.
But it's just because I'm good at staying up on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you also have obviously the neck issues. That was really scary. You're wearing a neck brace now. Is the neck, once you have neck issues, you almost always have them. Does it bother you while you're riding, while you're training? Do you feel any, do you ever get locked up?
No, my neck's honestly good. I don't think about it. Like the other day, we were riding somewhere else, and I forgot the neck brace, and I rode without it, fine, didn't think about it. So it's it's not an issue. I was just reflecting on that a little bit today. I got a massage, and just massaged my neck, and I was like, yeah, I have pretty good range of motion and no real issues. So yeah,
nice.
Feels good.
As I recall, when I talked to you earlier this year, I think, didn't you say though the wife wanted you wearing the neck brace? You're kind of locked into that.
Honestly, she says, I trust God, and do what you want.
Okay.
So she's crazy. Yeah, she's like, I'm like, hey, this third time I broke my neck. Like,
Yeah.
you sure you're cool with me going back? She's like, oh yeah, whatever you want to do, I'll support you. I'm like, oh my gosh. But
Good wife.
But yeah, it's just an extra layer of precaution. They're there to limit neck range of motion. If I can do without breaking my neck again, I'd be plenty happy. And and so it's just a layer of protection. And so far so good.
Mosman, Michael Mosman on the show, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports, by the way. Hey, like we've mentioned this before. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. You're battling Hunter Lawrence for a Supercross title, right? And injuries strike, and you're up and down, and you're finding your way out there. And now this is a nice comeback. Did you and there was honestly, Michael, there was word that you were going to just hang it up at one point. I don't remember when that was, but there was like, hey, he might be done. So this has to be like really fulfilling for you. Like you've got to be really happy that you've got this second chance. You're back where you should be. How cool is that for you?
You know what? There was 2 different times that I was close to hanging it up. One, it was like just super discouraged and dealing with just different things and burnt out a bit. And I was, some of the risk level and things. Anyways, and I was thinking about retiring, and then it was, that this is, it was like, do I have what it takes to keep going? Like, it would have been easier for me to stop and to go do something else and kind of move on and rebuild somewhere else. But it wouldn't have been the right thing to do, because deep down, even though I was, a beat up puppy, I still had the fire and the drive to compete and to race and to see what I could accomplish. And if I would have given up on myself then, I would have set essentially a pattern to make it way easier to give up on myself the next time things get really hard. And that just wasn't acceptable. And now on the other side of that, knowing that I didn't give up, but that I actually chose what I believe to be the more difficult route of returning and crawling my way to the top again, or on my way, then I think that was the more difficult route. And honestly, right now is like when I start feeling like, man, I'm back. Like, man, I've actually climbed that mountain. Like, I'm back where I belong. I'm consistently, one of the top guys, and just starting to get my feet, really steady. Honestly, just having 2 good weekends back to back, riding up front, it's just been huge. So yeah, it feels great, because it's like, what else can stop me now, like for the next time in life, because life doesn't end when you retire. You still got all sorts of life challenges, and just the confidence knowing that I've overcome this, and gives me huge confidence that I can overcome any challenge going forward. So it's really, really cool.
It's always cool in this sport, and Justin Bogle's gone through this, where you lose rides, you get hurt, it looks like there's no turning it around. It looks like because it's such a big mountain to climb in our sport to get back to the top. And Bogle's done it a couple times. You're doing it. Whenever that happens, it's always easy to cheer for a rider, because, again, when you're hurt and you don't have a ride or whatever, no one's calling you, no one's texting you, you're not on some dumb internet radio show. And those are the moments that, no one thinks about. And it's there, and it's real. And so when you see yourself or a Bogle, or I'm sure there's other guys that come to mind, it's really hard to do. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard to do it once. Let alone come back.
That's
and
what I mean.
Again. Yeah.
And so I always cheer for guys like yourself or whoever, because it's a deep, dark place sometimes in our sport when injuries strike.
Yeah,
and,
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's cool to be on the other side of it and to have that experience, and it just gives me confidence, because I know ultimately, like, I bet on myself, and I believe that if I put the work in, that it would come through in time. And it's, I've taken the time, and now we're here. So
you You made some noise at Southwick with some Bobby Reagan stories of he should retire, then maybe you get on the podium, we can have you back. So I'm guessing, you got a podium, so Bobby's all about it. Do you have any update for listeners on 2026 or Bobby's reaction or anything?
Yeah, I mean, he's been pleased. It's certainly looking a whole lot better. They want to continue to see me to prove it, and they want to be able to count on me next year to be, a top guy who's fighting for championships, and that's what he expects out of his riders. And so, after Southwick, they said, "Hey, we want to see you consistently do this, and consistently, be a player, be at the front of the pack." And so just kind of trying to have a level head and keep performing, and Red Butter's in the right direction. So we'll see, but it's looking better and better.
Good, yeah.
I've got a couple for you. So you just talked about the consistency, and when you look at your moto scores for this season, at least one moto of every round has been pretty good. They're all at least one moto inside the top 10 at every round, but consistency in the 250 class is consistently inconsistent. So how do you find a way to get past that? How do you find that consistency before maybe you start building to podiums? Like, we got to go 7.7, 7.8, instead of 7.17 or whatever.
Right. Yeah. I think for me, it's a matter of just knowing when to push and when to take a fifth, take a fourth, whatever that is, and not kind of going into a threshold if I'm not comfortable with the bike or someone has more pace than me, or I'm getting fatigued or whatever, to not kind of just get in my ego and say, oh, I can go faster. And, it's a lot of times I think in the past where someone has a speed and it's going really fast, and it's like, oh, well, I'm so-and-so, so I can go that fast. Well, it's like that you're not riding the same bike. You don't have the same bike setup they do. That might come a lot easier for them than it is for you. They don't feel how you feel. You might feel, tired, or, you were sick, or so there's all sorts of different factors, and just trying to, kind of keep the ego in check and take what's there. I think really is, then you can build on something great.
Sure.
So.
Okay, so that leads into my next question, which is how mental this sport can be, retraining your brain. You talked about that earlier this year and actually doing some neurological training. Are you still doing that? Kind of give me a little more detail of what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still doing that. Always trying to stay up on that. Neurological training. It's kind of it's kind of like the thing I have that's just an edge over everyone. And some of the reason why you're seeing things steadily make small improvements, and stuff's not happening overnight by any means, but things are getting addressed. What that is, it's there's so many different ways that you train neurologically. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So, if earlier in the season I was struggling with feel of the clutch and the whoops. I sometimes would overuse my clutch and the whoops and wouldn't be aware that I was using it, essentially, to where my brain was being filled to capacity while I was in the whoops, and I didn't have the mental capacity to also think about what my clutch lever is doing. So we did certain tasks that would overload my brain, balance things with mental challenges. It's like I don't want to explain it because it's so helpful.
Okay,
give it away.
Also, it is a difficult thing to explain, but someday we'll let some stuff out. Also, the guy I work with, he trains many other athletes, and it's it's not fair to his clients to like release that information, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Sure.
fair enough.
Because the fact that it exists is like what makes it special, and all of it he's really developed himself as a neuroscientist, and just doing a lot of development constantly. So
Steve, this is one of the things I first met Michael, I think in 18 or Mike. Better? I first met him, and he's such an intriguing guy. The way he thinks about things, the way he processes things. He's not your typical motocross guy, and I like it. Right? I like he's honest about it. He talks about it, and I don't know. He always it's just very interesting.
Well,
to
you never quite know what you're going to get with a Michael Mosman interview, which is fine. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I like it.
I do too.
I like it. Keep it up, Mosey.
I do miss the little tidbits he would give out.
The homeless people stories and stuff like that. That was great.
That was great too. Yes.
Yep.
Like what's the term I'm looking for? He'd give you a piece of information. What did you call those?
Fun facts.
Do what? Yeah, fun fact of the day.
Oh, fun facts.
Yeah, I missed those. I missed those.
Mosman, I was going to ask you. You're in the Tallahassee at the Star Place. It's very serious. There's a lot of racers. It's a very much of a race mentality during the week and everything else, and everyone's locked in and pretty serious. You strike me as a guy that has outside interests, that has a different outlook on life and all of that stuff that we've known over the years for you. Do you like the atmosphere there? Does it sometimes get to be too serious for you? Do you enjoy the competitiveness every day, or has this been something you've always missed and now you're loving this atmosphere there at the Star Place?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even think about it in those terms as far as this is serious. And I mean, I was at Alders before, which was pretty serious. Will, we goofed around, but it was still we're all doing the work. So yeah, honestly, so I do all my off-bike training with my own guy.
Oh, okay, sure.
So
okay.
I'm really spending a lot of time training by myself, and I only really hang out with the guys at the track, like in between motos, and so I'm not as immersed as some of the other guys in kind of the whole culture and scene there.
What was that a big fight for you to make that happen, to get your own guy and not use Swanee? How was that?
Yeah, it was a bit of a fight.
Yeah.
It was a deal breaker for me, just because no disrespect to Swanee. I mean, obviously, guy knows what he's doing, and he's been working with champions for years and years. But I've always had it in my head that I like a certain way to train, and to train with people that have higher education, and just I trained with a guy who Eddie Casillas, and he was like he just was I guess proper, and he could tell you the muscles and this and his knowledge kind of thing, and I would just like pepper him with questions constantly. And he always had answers, and that was so nice to me. Yeah. And as I was at some of these other, places, I was either discouraged from asking questions, or found, answers to be inaccurate or insufficient.
So you're saying there's a lack of education in our sport? Really, Michael?
Never heard that before.
Yeah, I couldn't tell walking around the pits. I just can't tell.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably get grilled for that one.
No, I agree with you. I like this. I think your methodology is great. Yeah,
sound.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's. I don't know. Brad at Star, he told me when I was trying to negotiate to have my own guy. He told me, he said, "Well, I think you read too many books, personally."
Yeah.
Okay, like that's a thing. Too many books, son.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think.
Yeah, we don't want you reading books.
Or are you some kind of nerd?
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's great. I mean, and like you said, Swanee's got a lot of results. Good for him. It's working. But I'm more like you. Yeah, so.
And I don't know. I think a little bit cerebral, and I had overthought things for a while, and so for me, it was like, if I'm going to come back and I'm going to do it right, then I don't want to leave this stone unturned. I don't want to, if I'm only going to have one chance to make a comeback, and who knows how it's going to go. I might be out, of the sport soon. Then I at least want to do it the way that, like I've always wanted to do it, and so that I don't have regrets whenever I leave, because, and so it was actually crazy, because obviously I got that Star, I got an opportunity at Star, and that's been huge for me. But I showed up. I hadn't ridden Supercross in 11 months. I had been riding a 450 KTM on trails once every 2 weeks when my friend would let me borrow it, and it's just on vet rider suspension, just a completely different situation than and I showed up, rode Supercross, and was going fast almost immediately, and so that's music to their ears, and they wanted to hire me on, and I told one of the team managers, I said, hey, before I go have this phone call with Bobby, I just want to let you know that this is a deal breaker for me. And they said, yeah, you might not want to say that to him, because he might just hang up the phone.
Yeah.
And so here I am, 5-10 minutes before this call.
Yeah, wondering.
And that's what I'm having to deal with, is okay, do I stick to my guns and maybe not have this opportunity, and it just goes away, and I'm going to continue to have no salary and have to figure out what's going on for my life?
Yeah.
Or do I want the opportunity on the best bike, on the best team, and compromise, this value? And ultimately, it was freaking crazy, but I decided to stick to my guns and tell him it was a deal breaker, and he agreed to terms.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about money at all, but he said he would hire me on or bring me on.
Yeah.
And said welcome to the team, but we didn't talk about term or time or anything.
It's Star. Yeah. That sounds like Star and Bobby. Yeah.
It does, but I appreciate that Michael stuck to his guns and fought for what he believed in, and you don't compromise. Like you said, he's at a point in his career where he knows what he needs, and he stuck by it. I like it.
No, absolutely, man.
It was crazy.
It's a cool story, man. You're crushing it, getting on the box, and you had some bike problems and crashes at Hangtown, and other than that, your season would be even better. You've been riding better than what we've even seen you. So keep it up. Thanks for the time tonight. And man, good luck at Millville. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. See ya. That's Michael Mosman, brought to you by OGO Power Sports, everybody. Yeah, always an interesting interview with Michael.
Yeah, he's always, just he's not your typical moto guy. And
no.
I like it. I mean, I know people maybe used to laugh at his fun facts, or the guys would kind of giggle about some of the things he would say, but he's an interesting guy. He's very smart.
Yeah. Mr. Side, Jamie Guida, Darkside, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, decalmx.com. Nick.
Our guy, Nick.
Our guy, Nick.
Yeah, you used to say your guy was the other guy, was his name?
Sean.
Yeah, well, Sean apparently does billing or something.
No, Sean's the man.
Nick said he does all the he's doing your designs.
The ranking of Decal Works is Sean, Ron, Nick.
Okay.
It's the rankings over there.
If you want your graphics to look cool, then Nick's the guy.
DecalMX.com. PulpMX25 is the code to save. Red Bull, KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road. Great company. They'll proof everything for you. They'll do it all for you. Are they coming on the Pony Pod? Do we know?
Yeah, we haven't actually reached out. So
are the Lords trying to get back in?
No. Nick said they're going to take care of me.
The Lords of Bam.
My guy Shan's still crushing it too in Texas.
Okay.
So they're doing good. Berm Lords.
Okay. DecalMX.com, bringing you Mr. Side here on the show. What is that noise? God, dog.
That's my notes to do analytics for Vital tonight.
Oh, okay.
My phone is silenced. I don't know why the alarm went
All
off.
right. DecalMX.com. And
I got to work.
bringing you
I got to
Mr.
do some work.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, clearly.
Sorry.
That thing's over. That Vital thing's over. Don't worry about it. Move on from that. We're going to bring up our next guest here on the show. And, by the way, thank you for supporting PulpMX Gives Back. I want to do that read again. It's been going really well. Win Jerry's bike. Win a YZ450 from the folks at Yamaha. Check out that Yamaha OAI initiative as well. There's a link on PulpMX Gives Back for what Yamaha does. They take $10 from every unit sold and help out nonprofit organizations. So they wanted me to get the word out on that. It's a really cool thing that they're doing. So thank you to that. Also, by the way, Maxima and ProFilter Pulp 20 code to save. Great filters from ProFilter.com. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filters for UTVs and dirt bikes and everything else. And also Maxima Pulp 20 code to save with Maxima, MPPL, SC1, FFT, the 927. All of that code. Pulp20 code saves you at MaximaUSA.com. So thanks to Maxima and ProFilter for coming on board with us tonight. All right, our next guest, I saw this gentleman over the weekend a lot. We hung out. We're basically like best friends up there at Gopher Dunes. Brought to you by the folks at FCPRacing.com. Motor mounts, offset race cups, all of it available at factory chassis parts. Pulp25-chassis is the code to save with those guys. Triumph's using the races now, I understand. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but Triumph's using the races. And this gentleman on the phone uses the motor mounts and the races. I've got him on my bike as well. FCPRacing.com to learn more. It is the red plate holder for the Triple Crown Series, the Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Filthy?
Steven, how are we?
Well, we're good. Mr. Side and I are just breaking down Redbud. You know, he was there for PulpMX. So,
Yeah, well, it's good you had somebody to, you had somebody in your good gracious there, so that's good.
Yeah,
you know, people respect Darkside more than you a little bit, so
Oh, wow.
probably help the brand.
Okay, goddamn.
It was definitely a running theme of we're glad Steve's not here. This is so much better.
Yeah. Well, listen, when I'm gone, all those fuckers will miss me. Okay, so just remember that. Everyone who was talking shit on me. And Wygant and JT did the review pod, and it's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
No, I listened to it on the way here today.
Philip, so tough weekend for you for sure. I mean, honestly, like you're better than that. You know it. I'm just being real. You know that. Tough weekend for you. How do you feel today? Like, are you sore? Are you beat? Like, how you feel?
I've been racing dirt bikes for 30 years, and I've never knocked the wind out of myself to where I thought I was dying twice in one day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I honestly, like, now that I think about it, like, my first moto crash after my gnarly practice crash, I was laying out there and I was, like, trying to pick up my bike, and, like, I sounded like Darkside when he wrecked Damon's bike. But thank God there was no one out there who could hear me, but I was, like, struggling.
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't breathe. I'm like, fuck, dude, it's over. Now I'm, like, trying to pick my bike up, thought I broke both my fucking femurs because I was connected to the bike when it crunched me, and
did you land in a hole and get shot over the bars, kind of? Like, is that what happened? Like, take us through
know.
it. Okay.
I jumped that back tabletop after that long left-hand sweeper.
Yep.
You know, before you come back to, like, kind of the starting gate.
Yep.
Well, like, I jumped that tabletop down and then up into that big roller. And when I went down into the transition, all the braking bumps, like, I don't know, somehow I, like, lost my front, tucked the front, and I just face planted into the face of the thing. It was kind of like almost like a McAdoo at Daytona, not as extreme, but I did the same thing, and it just fucking face planted me and then cartwheeled me over the bars, and I'm like, dude, what?
You're too old for that shit, Phil.
Yeah, no, I am, and that was the second one of the day, and I'm just like, holy fuck, you know, and it was just survival mode at that point.
Yeah, he got a terrible start in the first moto, and then he's working his way up. He's like 15th. It's, Gopher Dunes, rough sand, hot as balls. He's 15th. And all of a sudden, next thing I know, he's 29th again. And he's got to pass all the plumbers and carpenters all over again.
The Lars Van Berkels.
Yeah. No, not even Lars Van Berkel. I mean the guys that are going to work Monday morning.
I wasn't even, I was nowhere near Lars and them at that point.
Like, it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
So the second moto, you get the whole shot, and I'm like, wow. He's not going to win, but, like, I think he can get a third here. I even told my buddies from Winnipeg that were there. I'm like, he'll get – they're like, "Oh, go Phil," or I'm like, he'll get like third.
Yeah.
And then like very unlike Phil, he just went backwards, and I'm like, oh, he's struggling.
Beat up.
That is not something that happens to Phil.
Were you rethinking that retirement party?
I'd tell you, honestly, when I was laying there in the first moto, I'm like, dude, actually, even practice, I'm like, dude, what the fuck am I doing? You know, like, I'm not meant to take those sort of risks and stuff. And I don't know, it just happened to find me yesterday. It's just one of those days. But my neck is all bruised. Like, I've never had bruising on my neck before. It looks like, I don't know, someone choked me out. Yeah, it was a rough day, but somehow, even on the rough day, it worked out. I mean, my day wasn't as bad as Jess, and it wasn't as bad as Dylan's, and I don't know. All three of us had completely horrific days. So
it was a crazy day, absolutely crazy. Yeah. So Tanner Ward wins his first ever 450 overall, his second national win. He won one in the 250s, and Rempel wins his first ever 250 win. Pettis crashes in practice.
Yeah.
Goes to the hospital. He's done.
He's done for the season.
No, done for the day.
Okay, the day.
Huge points lead. He loses that. Dylan's going to go 1-1 and come away with like a 20-point lead, except, oops, he's got bike problems. He dies in Moto 1, cartwheels himself. And then Phil gets the red plate with an 8-7 day.
all Phil had to do was
7-6, sorry.
All Phil had to do was keep it together.
Dude, yeah, like.
He could have a gap.
No, listen, on a normal weekend where Phil doesn't suck, he wins the race.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
all he had to do was just keep it together and have a little gap.
Yeah.
Way to go, Phil.
Dude, all right, listen. I'm going to tell you that when you guys suck in your next fucking race. And hey, listen, Fox, you just have to keep it together.
I'm not racing anymore.
Keep it together.
Listen, I needed to keep it together in my races.
My regional was my last race. I'm done.
Yes. You guys should know you've been racing long enough. Now, like, just telling someone to fucking keep it together doesn't fucking work. Okay? Like, sometimes the train just comes off the tracks and you don't know fucking how it did, and there's no way to get it back on until you wake up the next morning and you get a fresh set of tracks and you can start all over.
Right.
Yeah, it was very unlike Nicoletti ride up there in Gopher. But hey, good job to Tanner Ward for winning. And again, Rempel for getting his first MX2. He rode great. Rempel really wore those guys down. Like McNabb and Kilroy worked, and that kid kept it together. So
Rempel was at club quite a bit. He was riding a 350, but he was on the rails all year, and he put in a lot of time, and it was cool to see. I don't really know the kid, but it's cool to see that pay off at that rough track and stuff like that. So he's a young kid in learning, so it was good. It was a wild day to do.
And Van Berkel could have won too. He got terrible starts. Well, not terrible, but he was like 7th, 8th, both motos. Had to work his way up, second in Moto 1. And dude, he was done at the end of. He texted me and said, "Hey, how was the interview we did?" I go, "It's fine." He goes, "I don't really remember. I was just talking nonsense." He needed time to recover, Berkel. Like, he was not doing well.
Did he say? I think he said in your post-race interviews, like, I'm supposed to be the sand guy. And I wasn't the sand guy today.
No, he was. 30 minutes after the race, he's still sitting at the podium. He hadn't moved. I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I can't move."
Jeez.
It was a grind for the boys.
Yeah.
Were there conditions at Gopher different than most years at Gopher?
No, I would say it's not the roughest Gopher, it's not the hottest Gopher, but the problem is Gopher was still rough and it was still hot, so it doesn't matter. Like, wow, it was maybe 2 degrees hotter back in 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
A couple extra bumps. It's like, fuck off, dude.
I was surprised because I raced there back in the 90s, but I don't fucking remember anything, so I only watched it really on TV. And I always thought of it as a roller Lommel kind of sand. This had chop. This had chop, like coming in corners, and it was way like a harder base than I thought Gopher had. You know?
Yeah, it did have a super hard base in sections, like small, chattery, steep bumps, and then it had big.
Then it had the rollers,
roller G-out, so it was like a real blend. And I was driving back to the airport, and I text Prado because him and I are kind of boys now. I just text him, "Fuck sand," and he was just laughing, But I just, I was expecting a much better day, but first time qualifying set the tone for the rest of the fucking day.
Well, red plate though.
It out, but
I mean, look, you're tied with Jess. Good job for the Walton Cowie guys. That's cool for you to have that red plate. It is.
Yeah, it's cool for Cowie, and it's not and honestly. listen, I'm a realist. Jess deserves it. You know, he doesn't deserve to go out like that. You know, and I went over and saw him, and he did not look well. And I'm all for someone tipping over. Like if Jess tips over and he ends up 11, fuck yeah, okay. But I don't like seeing that sort of shit. So that kind of bums me out, and I'm past that point in my life is seeing that sort of stuff. So kind of a bummer. Hopefully he can come back this weekend. It's kind of makes it like a points reset, you know?
No, it's 9 points between the top 4 or something in the 450 class.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
Just a few rounds left, right? So it's
4 rounds left.
That many?
Three rounds? 3 rounds.
I was thinking 3.
4.
Four. Now, do we think Jess is going to be all right? Do you know? I didn't check in with anybody. Did you?
I don't know. I mean, I hope he is, you know. But again, it's hard because I seen him on the ground, and I went and seen him, and it didn't look good. And obviously, I believe he hit his head, and you never really know the extent of it and stuff like that. But
you know what's crazy though is you go check on him. Dylan stopped after the practice to come on. He was in the mule getting a ride. Dylan, his number 1 competitor, stops to talk to him and to check on him. Phil goes to the rig to check on him. That's what these guys do.
I dig that.
It's Canadian Series. Yeah. You know,
I've never been to one. I really want to go because it does seem like a much different environment.
Yeah.
Just seems cool.
Yeah. So Phil, something we were talking about with Prado, speaking of that, like lead laps, I heard he was pretty exhausted after Moto 2. It's still a positive weekend for him, though, to do that, right? Is it more positive than Southwick or less positive than Southwick? Like, I don't know how much you watched today, but what do you think?
No, I think it's much more positive than Southwick. So he was able to get up front and do what he needed to for about 15 minutes. And when he was doing it, it kind of looked, effortless a little bit, until, I don't know if he did get a little tired or, the bike's still not to where it needs to be, to where maybe wore him out a little bit quicker than normal. But, I thought he looked good. And J. Coop had a phenomenal ride as well, but it still comes down to the point of like, dude, Jed is just fucking. He's an alien.
Was he 19th or something? Was he 18th?
18th, I think is what they scored.
18th or something? Yeah. I was watching live timing. I'm like, I don't think he's going to win. He's got the overall, but I don't think he's winning.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, what happened? Like, I went away or something, or the phone service is shitty.
Yeah.
And I checked, and I'm like, he fucking caught J. Coop. I'm like, oh my God.
Unreal. Just mind blowing. I think even Weege said he might catch those guys, and James was like, no, he is going to catch those guys. There's no doubt about it.
And I texted Jay Coop like, hey man, awesome ride, you're a beast, and he goes, dude, what's up with Jed? I mean, he made us look like fucking lappers.
Yeah.
And like, it sucks because those top 5 guys are so unbelievably talented, but when you get Jet, when he's on like that, it does make it. It's like what Jay Coop would do to me, make you look slow. And it's just like the difference of that. But I mean, for those guys to even respect that, it's kind of crazy because Jay Coop can lay down some fucking burner laps when he wants to. And to have Jet be able to do that, it's just like fuck.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this. We talked about this on our review pod after Southwick. He had the week. They said their bikes weren't great. Got a little better at Lakewood. They said it was better at High Point. And then there's a week off, and then it was on at Southwick. And I'm like, okay, was this a sand thing where Jet was so dominant? Or was this just Jet better on the bike and more comfy and stronger, from the ACL?
I think it's
both.
I
think it's just – I mean, we talked about him running the table.
Yeah.
And it's in play, 100%.
Unless, some crazy crash or something.
I mean, he just was 18th.
Right, yeah.
He was just 18th.
I think that answers that question we've always said. Does he have more in the tank? Yeah, clearly he does.
Yeah, it's nuts. Phil, so go ahead.
I do think, like, I will give Chase credit because Chase – he did catch Chase and he did pass Chase, but Chase did latch onto that toe, and he went with Jet. And, obviously everyone saw it on TV, like, Jet, with 3 laps to go or 2 laps to go, started looking like he couldn't hear Chase anymore because he still felt that pressure. So Chase was able to still level up to that, and, Jet was in fucking boost mode too, so that was kind of cool to see from Chase, even though it didn't end well. But that speed came back quite fast for first race back.
But on the negative side, what Chase did is what we all
it's fucking I don't
see him do, and we're like, it's all positive. It's a positive day. Dark, you were there. He rode great. But what he did was, let's face it, he lost the front end out of a rut and fell over. Like,
I don't like. I get tired of talking about it almost,
Yeah.
but it's just I don't know how he's going to ever fix that.
Yeah. Phil Nicoletti brought to you by FCP Racing, by the way, Pulp 25 chassis. We're going to get Dylan Wright here shortly as well to jump on with Phil. Phil, Tomac's bike, I'm pretty surprised. So from what I kind of figured out a little bit, nothing broke on it. It was hot. Eli uses the clutch. The bike's on the edge, compression and all of that to make horsepower, and it just kind of went bang, and that happens for sure. I am surprised, Phil, that it happened that early in the moto. Like nothing from what I think, nothing broke. It just was literally got too hot.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, and I mean, there had to be some sort of failure, right?
Well, from heat eventually, yes, but not nothing broke to cause the bike to heat up or nothing. It was just a mixture of dirt, loamy, clutch, Eli being clutch monster.
I don't know. It seems
Fishy.
seems pretty early. I mean, you guys had some. That can't be the hardest Eli's ever ridden a dirt bike, and whatever happened in 15 minutes. Or 20 minutes. It doesn't. I don't know. Something doesn't add up, but who knows? Maybe it was a freak accident. But I kind of find it hard to believe.
I was going to talk about this later in the show, but Star has a problem now. This is now something going on here.
I don't know if it's just Star. I hate saying it, right? Yamaha sponsors you. They're supporters.
Yeah.
They support us. But you've got Webb. I mean, think Thrasher had issues, but even Shock had an issue this weekend.
Webb ran out of gas. Shock's issue was a contact with Barsha.
Okay, well, that's true. That is true. Yeah, it was contact. So
Webb ran out of gas.
I think Thrasher had an issue this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Mosman's had issues.
Mosman, Deegs a couple
times.
times.
I think Bar X had issues this weekend.
Oh, did they? Yeah. By the way, Parker
Ross.
Parker Ross is crushing. Good job, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Dylan Schwartz crushed it too.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But anyways, my point being, Star.
Yeah.
We're now hey, shit happens.
Yeah.
Mechanical stuff happens. I was a mechanic for a long time. It happens, but now we're at the point where Star's got to start rethinking stuff.
I texted somebody when the situation at Fox happened with Webb, and the response I got was, nothing we did caused it. He said, I can't tell you what it was, but it was nothing anybody did wrong, which to me means parts failure.
Yeah.
But I mean, and that being said, I don't know. I was talking to Coop. I said, Coop, what is this rumor you ran out of gas? And he said, yes, he ran out of gas the right-hander before the rollers, right before the finish. But it was the longest moto of the year.
Was it really? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Jason Anderson finished 10th. This is what Coop was telling me. Finished 10th, and his moto run time was 38 minutes and 10 seconds or something.
Yeah.
Don't quote me, but it was that's a long time to be out on the track.
Yeah.
Normally it's 34 minutes, 35 minutes. You add an extra 3 minutes. It's kind of you're really cutting it close.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering if he ran out of fuel when he tipped it over, or something. If fuel came out when he tipped it over. Or something?
I don't know. I don't think that much.
Okay. Yeah.
You wouldn't think it would be,
right.
Not a significant amount.
But we told him, good thing it wasn't 2-3 corners earlier, dude. You'd be rolling up the windows, my friend.
No kidding. Yeah. But there were a lot of failures this weekend in general, right? Savachi in qualifying, Cairoli, Faulkner had an issue apparently.
Yeah.
So maybe just track conditions in general. But so Phil, going forward, I'm gonna jump back into the Canadian Nationals. With that red plate, I don't know where your head's at, but anything can happen. We saw that this weekend. So you feel like there's a chance that things go right, that you could be in contention at the end of this still.
Yeah, I mean the whole game was to play the long game.
Yep.
And here we are 4 rounds in, and everything kind of comes back to normal. But that's man and machine. That's motocross. Shit happens. So, got to be in it to win it. I mean, I almost took myself out of it this weekend as well. So you never really know. But yeah, I mean, I still plan on trying to be there for the title. Obviously, raw speed wise, I'm not there. But when stuff like this happens, you got to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So. We're there, and last time I had a red plate in Canada, I went to Sandali in 2019 and lost it quite fast.
Yeah, things went south. Yeah, quickly.
Things went south real fucking quick.
Yeah.
You mentioned,
So.
and you've said this every week when you're on Steve's show, that you don't have that top speed. But do you feel like that's because of age, just literally don't have the same ability that those guys do at this point in your career? Or is it, I don't want to put myself in that position to do what you did this weekend?
It's a little bit of both. And I feel like last year in the outdoors, I gave it everything I have to be a top 10 guy outdoors. And this year to be able to do that takes a lot of time and effort and risk. And, I can't, and I'm not 27 like those guys anymore. So it's really hard to do that. You see Caroli still doing it at 39 years old, and I give him a lot of credit for it. Is it still possible? Yes, but right now that's not my mentality. My mentality is to get as much points as I can every single weekend and see where that puts me. Now, after this weekend, obviously, yes, getting a gift from Jess. We all got a gift from Jess. I hate saying a gift because he got hurt, but we got those 29 points back because he was out on the weekend, and got to make the best of it now. So we'll see, and I hope Jess shows up this weekend, and we continue the championship battle.
So I was going to ask you a little bit about your day, but you're a good sand rider. PulpMX has sand there, so it's not like I was going to say your results, your day. It was nothing to do with being back in deep sand, right? It was just simply the crashes and the all of that, right? Yeah.
I mean, last year South Week I went 9-9.
Yep.
I was on sand the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Friday it was just a fucking bad day, and I was a hurting unit. It's just
that's what I.
And
figured.
that's all I had. I can't do anything about it. Gopher was gnarly as fuck. And that's all I had in the tank. I apologize to my team. That's not who I am.
Yep.
I did the best I could the first moto to come back and get as many points as I could, and that's where it put me. You got no one to hold them, got no one to fold them.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
folded myself this weekend twice. So
all right, let's get our next guest on here, and he can talk a little bit more about it. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. He uses Renthal in his GDR Honda, factory Kawasaki, Honda, KTM, using Renthal products, bars, sprockets, chains. Mountain bike stuff's now available at Power Sports dealers nationwide. Thank you to the folks at Renthal for bringing on multi-time Canadian champion and another guy who had a hell of a day at the Dunes. Dylan Wright, what's up, D-Dub? How are you?
Oh, not too bad, fellas. How we doing?
We're good. Listen, I sent this to 100 people today in my Instagram messages. Your pit stop. I sent it to anybody and went, check this shit out. Phil, what? This is amazing. Dylan's pit stop.
I saw it. I'm like, what the heck? But I don't even understand. Why did we have a stock tank on there?
Because the tank broke in Moto 1.
We don't have a spare tank?
All right. Yes, we have a spare tank, but I broke two, and I actually just shared on my Instagram the crash of going over the bars and ringing my bell. And I told the team, I said, I don't really trust it, and I probably can cuss. I don't feel like hitting my head again today. So put the stock tank on. We're doing a pit stop.
So then the team runs a Yamaha check valve on the vent hose for the gas tank.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a normal thing they've run over the years. But the stock Honda one has a check valve in the gas cap. Okay?
Yeah.
So they ran a check valve in the gas tank cap built in by Honda, the Yamaha check valve on the vent hose, and now we are check valving fuel twice.
Yeah.
And so when Dylan pulls in for the fuel stop, there's so much pressure in the gas tank. It's insane. Dylan, you didn't even move though, dude.
I was locked the fuck in, honestly. I was just looking at that tank, and I'm like, you boys better get some fucking fuel back in this thing and get me the hell out of here.
That's incredible.
I can't believe none got on your nuts, in your goggles, nothing.
Oh, dude, it was everywhere. It went into my helmet, and at one point when they were trying to do like the quick fuel, like the like GNCC type stuff, I'm like sitting and it's hot till So I'm like sitting there and I got fumes and I'm like, boys, get me out of here. I'm going to pass out here.
Imagine you're sitting there and just the fuel over the smell gets you and you just keel over.
Yeah, not good. Not good. My poor mechanic, though, he got it the worst. He blew his glasses off. He said it went in his nose, out his mouth, and I'm like, oh, my God.
I'll send it to you, Dark.
Yeah,
they undo the cap. They pull in. Dylan's got a stock tank. He's got a bajillion second lead.
Sure.
He could have probably gone to fucking Subway and still won. They unscrew the cap, and, dude, fuel, it's like Mount St. Helens.
Just eruption.
Yes.
Yeah.
They lost more fuel than they put in.
More fuel than they saved.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I saw that. I saw the video after, and I'm like, dude, I'd be nervous as out there riding if like more came out than what they just fucking put in.
Yeah.
With the film.
Yeah.
Like, the fuck? How much gas do I actually have in this thing?
Yeah, so when we were practiced, like between motos, it was supposed to be like about 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But then when that whole kind of shit show happened, it ended up being like 22 seconds because he quick filled it, and then he like pulled it out, checked it, and then quick filled it again. And I was like, oh boy, I don't. And then with like 2 laps to go, they were like, save fuel, and I'm like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, dude. Damn.
Roll jumps.
What a day. I mean, what a crazy day.
Canadian moto just sounds amazing.
Sometimes it can be.
If only we could watch it in the U.S.
Yeah, you can watch in the U.S., but somehow Galdi fucked it up, and there was no live Ride TV app or something.
I know. I saw somebody tweet you or something like, I fucking pay for this one race so I can see it.
Rarick is hitting me up. This is worse than Iran. I pay for an app, and I can't. Like, Seth, calm down, man. Calm down, Seth.
My dad was losing his mind, man.
Yeah. Like, calm down, everyone. But at some point, it's going to come on, the Ride TV app.
Great.
I don't know, but you got to watch this fuel stop. It's next level. So, Dylan, like, second moto, obviously, we saw what happened. DNF, bike got destroyed, fuel tank, gas went out, you died.
Yeah.
Second moto, you come around, you see the 29. Like, are you worried about this? Are you thinking like I got some, I got to battle this guy? What?
Honestly,
I just moved out of Dylan's way.
Yeah, we came into that one turn, Phil. You kind of went high in the berm. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? I kind of left the door open. I was like, do I take it? Like,
I'm like, go, dude. I got nothing right now.
It's like Jason Anderson, just wave him by.
Yeah, Phil's like, I got bigger problems than this right now, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Phil, were you like, so Kilroy told me, like, he couldn't get McNabb. They swapped spots. He let him have it, and he's like, okay, second moto. And then I said, Kilroy told me, 2 laps into the second moto, I don't have it.
I just knew right away.
Phil, were you like that? Like on lap 1? Like, were you like, I don't have it?
Honestly, I was just fucking hurting. I'm like, that's it. Just fucking go. Leave me alone and let me out here just to fucking die. And if I die, just put a memorial out here for me.
Circulate and get some points.
Yeah. That's exactly where I was at, Dylan. I'm like, fucking get me out of the dunes right now.
Get the loader ready. Bury a hole.
Here lies Phil. Here lies Phil. His bike is here. Everything's here. Yeah, it's just a corpse of
the middle of the track. Why is that new bump there?
Yeah. But Dylan, I mean, obviously, like I told you after the race, it's incredible, the series right now with your bad day and Jess's bad day. I mean, honestly, you're great in that track. You had to be thinking, like, Jess Pettis is out. I'm going to leave here with 20-point lead. And then shit goes sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the sport sometimes, Steve.
Yeah.
Sometimes you think you're going to have a good day in the office, and it puts you on your head literally, and you're sitting there seeing stars going, this wasn't the cards that I thought we were going to have today. Roll with it.
I'm just watching your Instagram right now. I saw your crash. Oh yeah. Oh my, that was worse than I thought. Oh yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
So I do the little I was swimming trying to find my freaking handlebars, get them,
Oh dude. Yeah, that's a good one. I saw it again like from the front, but I was kind of up high, and that's worse than I thought. Jeez.
Dylan, I don't know, when you were sitting in your ice bath over your semi, could you see me sitting in my ice bath after the first moto or no?
It's death in an ice bath, dude.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I was like, wow, he's a fuck up and I'm a fuck up, and we're just sitting back here soaking in our sorrows. Oh, funny.
That's after I absolutely unloaded, and then I was like, all right, I better go sit in here and chill out, literally, mentally and physically.
Did you unload on? Was it new for Diggs, or were they both there?
Anybody
that was around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, that's a good company, that CRM that you use for those tanks, and you guys have used them for years. It's been no problems, but obviously we saw it in Cold Lake there. You blew the O2 sensor and it melted it, and now we think it cracked or something and lost fuel, and that's why you crashed it. It's an odd thing for sure.
Yeah.
But we understand that our buddy Lars, he sent the tank up, but Canada Customs Didn't like it. So you should get it, though, by this weekend, I think. So
I should have it tomorrow. I checked in with Lars and Dig and everybody, and apparently FedEx says it should be here tomorrow, but it also should have been here 2 weeks ago, so who the hell knows, man.
I flew with my CRM gas tank.
Yeah. Did you hear Philip may or may not have acquired a Factory Cowie gas tank, Dylan?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, does that fit on a Honda?
I'm actually surprised. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but like I flew with it, and my gear bag, I opened it up in Toronto Airport, and it just smelled like Pro 6.
I love that shit.
I'm like, I hope this gas tank makes it, or else Oscar's gonna fucking kill me.
Yeah.
But we got it.
Boy.
Can you imagine if you didn't get it? All right, Phil, before we let you go here on the show, I did want to talk to you. We talked a little bit about this at the live show on Saturday night at the Dunes, by the way. If you were listening and you were at the Dunes and you came out to the live show, thank you. Appreciate it. Dylan was a guest. Phil was a guest. I did want to bring this up. Phil and I were talking the last time he was in studio, and I was probably venting about the Motocross the Nation results for Canada because honestly, it's been a letdown. Dylan, you know that too as well. We
let the country down. I know.
No, but it's just that you guys are so much better than that, and Phil knows this. But anyways, I was telling Phil about it, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, these guys are better than that. Blah blah blah. And Phil, I honestly thought your theory was really good, and I meant to discuss it on the show that night. I forgot. Shitty radio host. But Phil, you have a great point. The Canadian tracks. Gopher's exception, of course, but generally speaking, Canadian tracks, Dylan, don't get as rough. There's not as many guys on it. There's not as many fast guys on it, et cetera, et cetera. And you guys are comfortable with your setup. And I have heard this. And then when Phil told me this, I thought back to my interviews with some of you. I don't know if I talked to you, Dylan, but I know I talked to Jess and Kevin. And you guys are like, my setup, I wasn't comfortable. I didn't feel good on it. And I feel like this is a consistent thing. And Phil's theory is, like simply the destinations tracks, whether they're in Europe or America, they just get rougher, tougher, gnarlier. And you guys, and you bring your Canadian setup, which works awesome for all the reasons we talked about. And then you get on these tracks with more bumps, bigger bumps, all of that stuff from these better riders, and you are a little uncomfortable. I love this theory, Phil. I think you're onto something. Dylan, what do you think about this? Is this something at all?
Yeah, I mean, even when we go to some of the U.S. Nationals, definitely struggle with bike setup a little bit. We try to get better, but it's kind of like you're taking a shot in the dark sometimes when you just go show up because you can't really practice on tracks, especially up here that are anywhere near what they're going to be on the weekend. So it makes it tough, but we're trying to get better to kind of change the setup leading into it. And I think this year, because it's in the U.S., I think we're actually going to, as a Team Canada type thing, we're going to actually do a couple test days, whether or not we maybe go to club or, maybe end up going to the compound or something like that, just to go get some time on some kind of rougher stuff. Because even in the winter, when I'm riding at the compound with the boys and stuff in Florida, even then I'm like, my setup's not great, but I know it's going to be fine when I go home type of thing. So we just don't have as much gnarly stuff to ride. Right. And like you said, our tracks don't get as gnarly. So we don't need it, and it's softer and a little bit faster rebound. So when you hit the bigger bumps, it ends up kind of kicking you in the ass a little bit.
Yeah, and Dylan, you're not saying that's 100% excuse. You've said it. You guys need to be better. But I feel
we need to be better too.
Yeah, but Phil, I think you're onto something here because and then I started thinking about my past interviews with Team Canada, and I hear I wasn't comfortable. Yeah, I wasn't comfortable. But Phil, so I think you're onto something there, Nicoletti.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of going through the first couple rounds in Canada. Obviously, I raced in 19 and 20, but I've been in the U.S. in 21, 22, 23, 24, and I get used to the American style setup, and then I try and take it to Canada, and it's just I have to redo everything because it's a different style of setup. Yeah, the bikes are bumps are a little bit smaller, tracks are it's just a different type of racing, and and I feel bad. Last year those guys were at Matterley, and I'm watching them, and Dylan's a big guy, and you get a tacky track with big long ruts and gnarly G outs, and it's just he's asking a lot more from his motorcycle, and Dylan's got phenomenal speed, and it's just the bike just didn't have enough hold up for him, you know, and it's just like I can see that, but it's not what they're used to, you know. So it's like, you know, it's a double-edged sword, you know. You build a bike around what you're normally racing, and like Matterly Destinations is not it, you know. It's,
if you just bolted on an American setup, Jet Lawrence's setup or whatever, you just can't go out to Matterly and be like, oh yeah, you need to ride with it. You got to get used to it.
You need I even think they were a little out to lunch last year.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm just saying like you just can't be like, okay, we're going to Matterly. Okay, put 30% stiffer valving in. You can't just show up and ride. You got to test it, ride it, all of that, you know.
And that takes weeks.
Yes,
really.
that takes a long time, but I think maybe that's a good idea then, Dylan. That if you guys are going to do that a little bit, test some stuff and get used to it.
We're gonna try and do a little bit, and then obviously plan to race the last couple U.S. Nationals, and I'll end up using those a little bit as a test for nations as well, just because tracks will be rougher, so I'll be able to get a direction and kind of go from there. So that's kind of the idea. Just try and be better, especially when it's in the U.S. It makes it a little bit nicer for us. We have a little bit more time and stuff to test.
Yeah.
So
to me, if we send our 3 best guys, we should be in the top 10. Honestly, I really feel
I agree with that.
You know,
So I tell people all the time. Yeah, I tell people all the time, Jess and Dylan are fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
So fast. And, like, I just want them to be able to come to the U.S. and showcase, because I firmly believe they're 7 through 10. They're raw speed-wise. You know, if you give them the right setup and give them some time, like, I truly believe that. And, like, it would still make me look good if they went and did that. You know, that way there it shows that, like, I'm not totally fucking just dicking around, So I want them to do good, and I like those two a lot, and they're good humans. So I think it'd be pretty awesome. But it takes a little bit. You just can't figure it out in one day. It takes some time to get a decent bike setup. I know, Steve, you bitch at us all the time about bike setup and this and that, but fuck, it takes time.
Yeah, I mean, even look at like Grant Harlan a couple years ago, right? You go over to a track that you've never been on, you don't know what to expect, and you just don't have the time to prepare. And
I needed some setup issues on Saturday. I had setup issues with Galdi's bike.
I want to hear these stories.
Fucking Galdi, stock grips, stock bars, everything, just nothing.
I thought, I thought whatever you claim the Blue Crew, but now you're saying all the stock. I don't know, Steve.
Stock. It's fine, stock, Steve. It's you.
He likes the Works Connection perch and lever, though. He really likes that.
Those are good.
He does. That's his one thing he believes in.
The easy clutch.
The
1, 2, 3 easy clutch.
We got a phone call for you guys here. Stefan, he wants to talk a little bit about Gopher Dunes. Stefan, welcome to the show. What's your question for Dylan or Phil?
Hey, Steve. Hey, Dylan and Phil. That was a great show last weekend. But so I was at the CMXU Pulp live show.
Okay.
And after Phil got his sick jacket, he jokingly said, I just hope I don't get fucking lapped tomorrow. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Dylan lapped Phil. And then Phil unlapped himself.
Phil fucking cracked my gas tank and went over the bar, so he unlapped himself.
Is that actually what happened?
It was close. It was. I think it was a few, maybe 10 seconds ahead, 5 seconds ahead. It wasn't far off.
Yeah.
No,
Phil was the first guy to go by.
So I weeded it. Died out there, got up, got going, crashed again, and I'm like, holy fuck. So I got up again, I got going, and Dylan's like, at this point, maybe 25 seconds behind, so I'm like just circulating out there, and all of a sudden Dylan comes by 2 corners before, and all of a sudden I just see him fucking ejecto mundo, cuz, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened, dude? Like, then I come around the next lap, and I'm looking at his dirt bike, and it looked like it just got fucking dropped from an airplane.
Yeah, his muffler exploded. There was packing everywhere. I was like, bro,
that's nasty.
When I watched the crash, I'm like, dude, you got a 30-second lead. Chill out, Dylan.
That's what I was going to ask earlier. I was like, just calm down.
Oh, we were chilling. We were chilling until we weren't.
So, Phil, what are you going to do with your jacket? Phil, what are you going to do with that jacket?
I gave it to I gave it to Goldie's wife, Amy.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where it ended up.
Okay.
I thought you were going to wear it to the local Charlotte brewery this week or something.
I should. Had a nice GDR logo and a Canadian flag. Had no Honda on it, so it was okay. I could have rocked it.
Yeah, there you go. Anything else, Stefan?
Yeah, so I had a follow-up, but I think I just got my answer. I was like, the one bike I thought would be able to make it through the day at Gopher Dunes was the GDR 450. But I think we got that figured out.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're dialed in for Sandali, I think.
Yeah, we're dialed. We're dialed for Sandali, whether it's a factory tank or a oversized tank of some sort. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
We'll get through it.
Yeah.
I ain't pulling in for another pit stop because that was sketchy.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Thanks, Stefan. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Philip, anything else for Dylan, or should we let you go? What?
No, I don't know. If the tank don't show up, I wish you well with the stock one, and hopefully it makes it through the next two motos.
Yeah.
I mean, red plate holder. Red plate holder, Phil Nicoletti.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk it?
Hey,
I mean,
it's finally Phil's turn to have a horseshoe up his ass. Go 6-7 on the day and end with a red plate.
Listen, about time. It only took fucking 36 years for luck to go my way, bitches.
It's a good point, Dylan.
But it came with multiple crashes, though.
Yeah. Even Phil's good luck day. He almost broke his femurs. He fucking
Over dramatic.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Live to fight another day, my friends. So.
All right. Well, Sandali this weekend, Philip. So.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Dylan. I'll see you Saturday.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll see you Saturday night.
See you, Phil.
Fuck out of my way too.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Philip. See ya.
Bye.
FCP Racing bringing you Phil Nicoletti. Renthal bringing you Dylan Wright here on the show, multi-time Canadian champion. And yeah, Dylan. Like again, I said this before. Really bad for you, but really good for the series, man. If Jess comes back, and we hope he's well and everything else. You two got 4 races, and like you gave him a mulligan early on, he gave you one here, and we are back going at it with you two guys.
Yeah, I hope he's good. I mean, I didn't see the crash. It was in a pretty sketchy spot, but I hope he's okay. His wife and mine are pretty good buddies, so we actually were chatting a little bit today, and he seems like he's in decent spirits. So hopefully he'll be back this weekend. And yeah, we both gave up 50 points at this point in the series so far.
Yeah.
So, 8 motos. We both gave up 50. So yeah, hopefully he's good, and we can see this thing out. Basically, start over again.
How's the elbow? Like, are we back 100%? Where are we at with this elbow injury you had midweek crash before the second round? How are we doing?
Yeah, we're not great, but
Okay.
we're hanging in there. I ended up tearing a ligament in my elbow, so just
Okay.
kind of just chilling. And then they told me, yeah, you need 6 weeks off, and I was like, well, I'm going riding this afternoon. So.
And is that just icing it? You got to ice it, stretch it, that kind of stuff, and deal with it?
Yeah, the worst thing right now is just getting an arm pump in it. Like, I've never struggled with arm pump my whole career. And, yeah, right now it's just there's obviously ballooned up when I tore it and stuff like that. So there's just a bunch of probably old blood or fluids left in there and just restricting the blood flow. And I was, like, calling, like, Chance and stuff last week. I'm like, dude, I never get arm pump. Help me out. Give me some tips on what to do with stuff. So I'm trying to getting it flushed out like every day, and then muscle stim and stuff just to try and get some of that fluid out. And it's getting better, but it's tough. I mean, I never deal with arm pump, but now I know what people say when they can't hold on. I know exactly what they mean.
All right.
Dylan, with bike setup and bike progression up there, what are the options you have? Do you have a lot of options if you want to test? And what kind of resources do you have?
Yeah, I mean, we have, limited, I guess.
Yeah.
But decent for, like, Canadian moto. We don't have the budget of, like, the U.S. teams, right? We don't have our own suspension guy coming to, like, every race and revalving stuff on the weekend. But we definitely do some testing. Like, a lot of the stuff I try and get done in the fall before the next season. When we run a production style of, like, fork and shock, not the like full factory stuff like they would have in the U.S. But we have a pretty good setting. I mean, SSS and like Colton and Joe, they've been doing my stuff since I ever had a mod side suspension, so they know me pretty well, and we end up working pretty good together. And Colt comes to most of the races too to kind of help out, but it's just tough, like the testing and stuff. Yeah, we just don't have a ton of time, and just it comes down to budget. We got to stick within a certain budget, but we try to do the best of what we got.
You're really integrating yourself there with the Lawrence compound. You ride with those guys in the preseason. They were injured, so Lars at Honda got you to run through some testing for them, like you're riding the factory HRC bike. That's something we have in common. I wrote it 2 years ago at Shugo. But you're really like, the family likes you. You're welcome at the compound. Chance Hymas and yourself. You may have Hymas coming up to hang out at a race with this. This is a really cool thing for you to see, like literally the greatest rider in the world, Jet Lawrence. I don't think that's a too much of a stretch to say this. And you're riding his bike also. So you're getting a really cool look behind the curtain. I mean, you're an incredible rider yourself, but pretty neat deal for you.
Yeah, it was awesome this winter, obviously, with Dazzy and with Lars and the whole crew. It was fun. It was something new for me to kind of, work behind the scenes with, obviously one of the best teams in the world, and just seeing the resources and the amount of time and effort and everything, like everybody puts in over there. It was super cool, and just kind of, seeing that side, you respect the hustle of behind the scenes a lot when you're kind of going through the motions. And man, it's long days. Like there were some days like Dazzy and I and Renee were out at the track. We started at 10. We didn't leave till 6 o'clock, and just kind of working through some stuff for the boys because I just had time. I'm down there riding, and obviously it sucks they were hurt, so we were just kind of trying to get them a little bit of a kick forward for the outdoor season on some just some bike setup stuff, but then also like ECU and stuff like that with the Get, and obviously the sponsor of the show, and then obviously with Chance we became good buddies. I stay at his house when I go to Florida actually, and then Chris and I have become good friends, and he's doing all my ECU tuning and stuff. So I'm sending data back from the races to Chris, and then Chris is changing data midday back in Idaho. So
That's awesome.
I'm just kind of integrated into that whole kind of HRC family, which is cool, and it's awesome.
Yeah, no, it works out really great. By the way, if somebody wants a deal on a Get product, either ECU or CDI for the two-stroke stuff, email us using the contact form. We'll pass it on. You can get a deal. Use the same stuff that the Lawrence brothers and Joe Schmoda. Schmoda credited some mapping on the podium for his 1-1 day.
He did.
So for you, Dylan, riding those bikes, and look, again, GDR, great team, awesome resources, not the resources of Factory Honda. Is this a good thing, or do you sometimes are like, oh, fuck, I missed that, I missed this? Like, what's that like in your mind as far as a mental part of your game where you're like, I know what this bike, what those Lawrence guys are running. Does it hurt or help,
It definitely opened my eyes a little bit to, how good their motorcycle is and how much time they've put in behind the scenes. Like I said, we have a good program up here, but like we have limited budget, right? When it comes down to all the testing and stuff, and it's supposed to, and like components, like we don't have the budget to buy a bunch of components from Japan and put different size trannies and stuff like that. So that was kind of eye opening, being like, holy, second gear is really long on this bike. But it was cool, and then obviously it made me feel a little bit better about myself when I am coming out of the gate, maybe 15th at a U.S. Pro National. I'm like, okay, I kind of maybe understand a little bit where I'm at.
Right.
But I think if I was younger, it would piss me off. But I'm kind of at the age where I'm like, I know what we have to work with up here versus kind of down there. So I'm able to wrap my head around and go in with an open mind and be like, okay, I know what I'm going to have back home versus what I'm riding right now. But it was a cool opportunity. It was nice of Lars to give me that opportunity to, ride their bike and see where I could help.
I rode Ferry's Factory Cowie, his Yamaha a lot. I rode Barsha's Factory Yamaha the last year before the Star guys took it over. And then I rode Jet's bike. Couldn't believe for myself. Now, obviously, I'm the 10% of the rider you are. But I couldn't believe how fast it was and how smooth it was. It was so smooth. Compared to the other the factory bikes that I rode in the past, hit way too hard. I wasn't good enough rider. I don't like this.
Yep.
It hits me like a donkey kick. And Jet's bike was just, dude, as fast as those, but smooth. It was really something else. Yeah.
Yeah, very easy to ride. It makes you look at like how he rides in general. Obviously, he makes it look way easier than it actually is. But I give a little bit of credit to the bike because it is a very easy bike and very throttle responsive. So when he's hopping stuff, it's just the bike kind of makes it easy for him too to ride the way he does. So it's cool.
Outside of the bike, was there anything that you took away from their program with Dazzy? The way they run things, the way they handle mental stuff, physical, just off the bike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've go cycling with them and stuff like that. I'm just hanging out a bunch. But honestly, they don't try and reinvent the wheel. It's it's pretty standard stuff that we just have a ton of fun, and the friendly banter is insane between everybody. So that's always fun. And they just keep it light. Like what I really take away from it is like win, lose or draw, they come back the same human being on Monday. Mm-hmm. They don't kind of let it affect them. And I think that's, part of trust in the program and trust in the process for them. They trust the people who are around them. And I mean, you're only, in our sport, sometimes you're only as good as the people you're working with sometimes mm-hmm. too. So I think they have a really good group, and obviously whatever they're doing is working for them.
Yeah, there's truth to that, but coming back no matter how you do and still being positive, but it's a lot easier when you're winning all the time.
Yeah, I mean, they both are very good on a dirt bike, which helps,
Yeah, they're not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Dylan Wright, brought to you by Renthal on the show. Dylan, wrap this thing up. We hope to see you at the last two, which will be Unadilla and Budds Creek, the last two AMA races. That's the plan right now. And Jess said he wants to go too. Of course, make sure he's healthy and all that. But we're thinking we're going to have our two best 450 guiders doing the last two nationals, which will be just awesome, right, Dylan? That's the plan?
Yeah, that's the plan. And like I said, I think, Jess is going to do it too. I mean, barring Team Canada stuff goes the way we want it to, it'll be really good to test. And then hopefully get a couple of 250 guys going. I know Ryder wants to go and stuff like that. So we might be a little gang of Canadians kind of heading down for the last couple. So it should be fun and hopefully get some good results. I mean, we'll go down there and sometimes get our butt kicked, but I want to go down and put my best foot forward and see what we can do.
Last time you rode Budds, you were top 10 for a bit in one moto, I think, and then did we break a chain guide or something, or did we crash? I don't remember. Something happened.
Yeah, it was just rock hit the chain guide, derailed my chain, put it through the cases, and I was like, it was just me and my mechanic at the track, and I'm like, dude, we ain't got time to do it.
We're done.
Yeah. Right like, I can help you do it, but like, dude, we got 35 minutes. Like,
no,
we'll just watch.
Yeah,
and then Ironman, I got like 8th, which was pretty good, 7th or 8th. So just put her in the top 10, hopefully. And,
you can definitely do that. Well, hey man, thank you for the jersey for the studio. Your bikes and gear, as usual. Diggs did an awesome job. Fox stepped up. So thank you for the jersey for the studio. It's awesome. It's old school Fox one. It's great. So thank you for that.
Yeah, one-off. Fox hooked us up this weekend. One-off stuff. So that was cool. I'm actually going to send you the pants. Send me your address. I'll send you the whole kit.
Oh, yeah, nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Give it to him on air. Just go ahead and give it to him.
Yeah, no, we won't do that.
No address on air?
No address on air. But thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Good luck in Sand Lee. Try not to, try to let Phil keep the red plate.
Yeah.
If you can. Don't take it back.
No, dude, no. Stuff going on. I just put a red plate on my bike, please.
Poor Phil.
Let him hold it till the final round. Then break his heart.
Just crush him.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it. Good seeing you this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, you as well. Cheers, boys.
See you. That's Dylan Wright, everybody. A great guy, really fast rider.
Yeah,
man.
I don't think I've ever actually met him. I've had him on the show once, but
I'll tell you what, if he can ride it to his potential, and Jess is doing great too, absolutely, they can open eyes at Motocross Nations,
But we say that every year,
I know. It's been frustrating for me too. All right, go to commercial break. Alex Martin coming up here. JT, we're going to try to get on if it's not too late for him. Sophie Phelps, WMX star.
Sophie's awesome.
She's going to come in and sit in studio.
Rad.
I want to get some more stuff from you from Red Bud, Mr. Side. We'll also deal into your personal situation as well.
You just mentioned JT. Did you hear his Tim Ferry comment in the race?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you like that?
Yeah.
I felt like that was stretching a little bit to get a Tim Ferry comment.
Look, if Ricky wasn't there, Timmy would be champ.
Yeah,
we know this. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. These guys, if you're looking for a job in the industry, you got to start somewhere. And MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com is a great place to do it. The job of the week this week is a Beta Sales, East Coast Sales Manager. Beta's blowing up. Came out with that 350 two-stroke as well.
Yeah.
Full-time job, East Coast Sales Manager. Salary range 70 to 80K. They're looking for an East Coast Sales Manager. 90 days of travel throughout the year, plus working in the main headquarters the rest of the year. So you're going to be based in Paso Robles, which is a really nice part of California, by the way.
Okay.
Up there on the West Coast. It's where Grant Harlan trains.
But it's East Coast Sales Manager, but you're on the West Coast.
But you're on the West Coast, but you got to travel up to the East.
All right.
So Beta's looking to expand their line. They got new bikes and everything else. Really exciting times for the guys at Beta. And so check that out if you can. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Thank you to those guys. And also, we're going to go to commercial break here. Nick Powers working the cameras. Talon Taylor working the phones. We have the Race Tech Rant coming up.
Oh, got so many.
Twisted Tea, I don't know. X-Brand Tear-Offs. Motorsport tweet at Talon. Lots going on, more on the show tonight, so we're going to get deep into this. So, yeah, stick around. Be right back after this, everybody.
F you, dude.
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, Motorsport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from Fly Racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Mika Metals, ASV, Achurbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount. Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda, HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, The FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala, I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranjis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
It's your turn to win the ride of a lifetime during the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. This summer, motorsport.com and Yamaha are teaming up to make your next ride your best ride by giving away a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F. With weekly prizes from Fly Racing, FMF, Turner Performance Products, G-Brakes, Alpine Stars, OGO, HP Tools, Hinson, Muck-Off, Decal Works, Dunlop Tires, VP Racing, Mika Metals, ASV, Achurbis, Works Connection, and the grand prize, a 2025 Yamaha YZ450F prize package. Now's your chance to win the ultimate ride during the 2025 Motorsport Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Enter weekly at motorsport.com/win.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle and @Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling, looking for products as well. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start Device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda, HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody, to PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, DecalWorks Fly Racing, Steve Matthes, in studio. We got lots more to talk about tonight with Redbud as well. And Fox Factory Vehicles brings you the 7 o'clock hour. You're home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. Partnering with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. Backed by the OEM factory warranty. Easily financed through your local dealership. These vehicles, Fox Factory Vehicles, eliminate the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. No waiting for parts, no hassles, no voided warranties. Drive your dream vehicle today, Dark. Fox Factory Vehicles.
I like it, but I don't believe I have the budget for it yet.
Well,
We're getting there.
Have you paid the tender off yet? How we doing?
No, we got a couple years on that still.
Oh, shit. Okay, all right. I thought it was closer than that.
No.
Well, your next vehicle can maybe be a Fox Factory Vehicles.
Maybe.
Also, thank you to the folks at Michelin, MichelinMan.com. You have you heard of this guy, Michelin guy?
Is he the guy that he had an injury, he was trying to keep quiet?
Yeah. He wasn't telling many people about it.
I heard something about him.
Yeah. Please check out Michelin. They got Goldwing tires now. Really good ones. And, of course, sport bike tires, mountain bike tires, and the Starcross 6s as well. Official tire of myself.
Used to be the official tire of the PulpMX wrap-up show.
Yep. They were.
Michelin bicycles.
Yeah.
Yep.
MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering. The new E-Wild series for mountain bikes are great. They take a little bit of the old E-Wild stuff, a little bit of the DH carcass, mix them together. They had a baby, and it comes out with the new E-Wild mountain bike tire. It's fantastic from the folks at Michelin. Please check them out, as well as Starcross 6s as well. Okay, so we're going to come up with Alex Martin here shortly on the show. Let's do the Race Tech rant. Let's do that. Racetech.com. Thank you to guys at Race Tech. Dark's wearing the shirt right now. Privateer proven for a long, long time. Racetech.com, and tell them you listen to Pulp and get your motor work done, get suspension work done at Race Tech. Love those guys. And yeah, man, Race Tech rant. What do you got, Dark? What's the rant?
I've got a list.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
Let's start with customer service. This was a big topic on my show a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And my guy Scotty works in the food industry.
Scotty.
I have a real problem just in general with bad customer service. I don't like it when I pull up to – I want to get your thoughts because it was a good argument on my show. When you pull up to the window and they don't even really acknowledge you're there, like when you make an order at a fast food place. My opinion, you pull up to that window should open almost immediately, and your drink should be there within seconds, not minutes, or at least say, hey, we're working on your food. Give us just a minute. Like, acknowledge I exist. And that could be almost anywhere. At the airport today. Acknowledged. Okay, I went through Wendy's on the way to Redbud. There's not much out there. On the way to Redbud, I pull up to the Wendy's. The dude says, 1012. Hand him my credit card. Swipes it. Gives it back. Here. Food. That's it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
Like, just be nice. It's not that hard. The customer service sucks, and it pisses me off. But I think I'm getting old. I think everything is really starting to piss me off.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's as bad as it's ever been, and now they all want tips. And now these places want tips that are not.
You don't
even
act like you want a tip.
Yeah, you're not even doing anything. You're literally just handing me the food. I got to tip you like you didn't do anything.
Yes. What is? I mean, I feel like we grew up in a time. Maybe I'm wrong. Where you were just polite and customer service actually meant something.
Yeah, it's long gone, man. Yeah.
Okay, I don't like that. Not enough seats in an airport terminal. If the plane holds 200 passengers, can you have 205 seats, please, in the terminal so that I'm not standing in the hallway?
Yep.
Pisses me off.
Yeah, always happens. Yeah.
I'm really getting angry as I get older. All right, this is the one that really got me a few weeks ago when we're talking about what I'm going to do for a living, and you're like, you need to move to California. You and Keith have been telling me, you need to move to California. Good to be out here for the industry. And I'm like, my kids are here. My family's here. And you're like, well, you can fly back.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't fly back every week. My granddaughter.
You don't need to fly back every week.
My granddaughter comes to Pop's house every week to play.
Well,
I want to go to Pop's house.
Beat it. Like, now we can't do that every week.
No, I want to see my kids. I take my kids to dinner.
Okay, that's
hang
fine.
out.
But that's fine. Look, that's your choice. But you can't be like, hey, I want to work in the motorcycle industry and I love this job and this is what I want to do, and then think that you can be in West Texas and just have that coming to you. So I left.
Why does he say West Texas?
I left my family, my friends and family, 23 years old, and like never went back.
Yeah.
And Pookie left her family to marry me and come out here. And, all these people do these things in the industry. Mechanics, think about all mechanics from all over the place. Alex is from Minnesota or Wisconsin or some fucking place like that.
Some place.
You love it with a passion, which I think you do.
Not as much as I love my kids, though. Sorry.
Okay, well, but I'm just saying, like, so many people do this. They leave their nests of fucking wherever you're from to go chase this dream. And
young people.
Well, what old people? It doesn't matter. I mean, you become old, whatever. Like, that's fine. I'm not belittling that choice, but to me, like, you can just jump on planes and see these people. And I left my family, my nieces. Pookie's got nieces and nephews, all of that. And I just did it.
It's different. My nieces and nephews I haven't seen in 20 years. My own kids, I want to see them every week, a couple times a week.
Okay, well,
I
then,
go visit.
Then don't
they come
start,
over to the house.
Then you don't start being like, I want to be in the industry. You don't want to be in the industry.
I guess not more than I want to spend time with my family.
Right,
that is true.
So do you pay your mortgage by just saying, hey, I saw all my kids all the time. Here's the mortgage payment?
No, I just go to a job. I guess I find a job which I did, that works in that way. I flying back, like, you can only do that a couple times a year probably. I'm not willing to only see my family a couple times a year.
Great. Then you don't want to work in the motor industry. You don't really care. You have no passion. Sad.
I guess so.
Sad. So, I mean, honestly, like I said, I've been gone for 25 years.
Yeah, but you don't have kids, and I know you have dogs, but it's just not the same as kids.
Basically the same.
It is not.
But like my brother, my mom, my dad, all up there in Canada. And, I went years without seeing them. Years. COVID stuff and all that. Didn't see mom for a while. Like, that was a little different, obviously. But, but because I chased the dream of being a mechanic, right? And then I chased the dream that I love this motorcycle industry and I want to be in it and I want to do this. And so you tell us, my friend Chris and myself, you tell us how much you love the industry and you want to get a job and you want to be in it, but your actions speak like you want to stay in West Texas and just watch the tumbleweeds blow by.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in East Texas.
Okay. Yeah.
And
you just want to watch the tumbleweeds go by.
No tumbleweeds.
Yeah.
Tornadoes.
The armadillos.
Yes.
Hey,
definitely have those in my yard. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, I get it. I'm not.
It's sort of similar to the, in my eyes, I guess, a little bit of you being not in touch with the way most people would react.
Okay, but I would tell you this. Most people in the paddock are what I'm doing.
You're probably
most people in the paddock. Think about Jorge Prado. He's over here from Spain, and the Lawrences, and
the kids though, like
mechanics.
Think about
but I'm just saying
the riders bring their kids now.
You leave your family and friends is what you do. You leave your family and friends. And
nobody wants to be away from their kids for long periods of time.
I'm sure they do. But
very few people, especially as they get older. You want to.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever, man.
So, and then the last one, your Starbucks.
Okay.
That came today. I like my double chocolate chip frap.
Yeah.
No whip, and Pookie told me they discontinued it. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's really sad. That's a popular drink. I'm not sure why they discontinued it. It's really sad.
I guess because Starbucks is not for kids, and that's a kid's drink. It's kind of like a milkshake, but that's what I like, and now I'm pissed at that too.
Wow. A lot of rants. A lot of rants.
Yeah, I brought a list.
Okay. What else we got?
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is my rant.
Okay.
Okay. So this is my rant. I've said this. I don't know if I've said this before on the show, but I've complained to Pookie about this or numerous people about this, and it happened again today. I flew from Toronto today. I don't understand the Canadian airports. I don't get it, man. It's insanity. It's insanity. And so you get your boarding pass, and you have your Nexus card or your passport, whatever you're using, as a secondary piece of ID. You check your bag like I did this morning, or even if you just walk to the gate. There's someone there that says, "Can I see your boarding pass?" And you go, "Here you go." And they go, "Okay, go." So now you're through that. Now you go to the security line. No, you don't. There's someone at the front of the security line saying, "Can I see your boarding pass and ID?"
Okay.
And you show it to him again. You just did it 50 feet ago to get into this corridor. Now you do it to here. But at the beginning of the line through security, they've now checked you twice.
Yep.
You go through the line. Before you go on the belt, they ask you to fucking see it again. They say, "Can I see your boarding pass again?"
In case you snuck by the first two.
This always happens in Canada. This is only a Canadian thing. And I'm sure people can call in or tweet me or whatever and vouch for this. This is a Canadian thing. I don't fucking understand it. Like, bro, 3 times they check your ID, and I'm still going to customs where guess what they're going to do? Also check my shit. So today, at the third time today, I said to the guy, I go, "I'm telling you, Dark, it was 6 feet away, the people that checked me."
Yeah.
I said, he goes, "Passport or boarding pass?" And I go, "I just showed him that." And he goes, "Boarding pass?" I go, "No problem. Can you tell me why?" I said, "Just why we're doing it 6 feet later."
Yeah.
Like, it's random, sir. Okay.
Fucked.
Okay, cool, man. It's random. Like, what's the randomness? They got me.
Yeah.
They got everybody. You can't go past that security line without those people
They have to say it's
asking you
random.
for your ID and boarding. So the point being, you give them to the airline.
Mm-hmm.
You give it to the person before you get to the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
You give it to the person before you get security. And then once you get through to security, you give it again. 4 fucking times. They had to check my
Safety
ID
first.
and boarding pass. And this is a Canadian airport thing. This is not an American thing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. If they're just like a make work project, if they got a bunch of people with assisted needs that need jobs.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do this. And every time I go to Canada, I fucking slap myself in the forehead like, these idiots, what are they doing? Because today there was nobody there. Long story. I got there really early. But generally, long lines. And it's just holding everything up. And I don't know what is going on. I don't know why I had to show my ID, including the airline, 4 fucking times this morning.
Just random.
Actually, that's even better. 4 people 4 times within 10 minutes. Because there was nobody there again.
Yeah.
We got there early. 10 minutes. 4 checks of who I am and what my boarding pass is.
We really have gotten old.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know why they do this in Canadian airports. It's nuts. So, yep.
Not efficient.
Race Tech Rant.
I like
Checking IDs and boarding passes 4 fucking times in 10 minutes.
And here we are in the U.S. now. Where it's like, yeah, we don't need your
Yeah.
boarding pass this time. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
we don't need your shoes don't have to be off. Why is that not universal? Sometimes shoes are on, sometimes they're off. Sometimes laptops are in, sometimes they're off.
No. The laptop, if you're in pre-check, your laptop's never coming out.
But I don't do pre-check because I don't fly.
Okay,
no.
so that depends on the security line,
Yeah,
on the X-ray machine that they use. Because some of them new ones don't need to do it. Some of the old ones do need to do it. If you see white ones that are like a semicircle,
Yeah.
those stay in. The laptops stay in.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Yep.
It's a nuisance.
Race Tech Rant, racetech.com. There we go.
I like it. We're old. Everything
I
pisses me off now.
I wish your rant would have been about Kellen or Lewis. That would have been even better, but
Yeah, no rants about those guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
They helped me out quite a bit this weekend, actually, as
Why?
always.
How'd they help you out?
They just always are there for me. Like Kellen hooked me up with some photos I needed.
Oh, wow.
Because I don't have a photographer. He's like, hey, I got a couple you can use.
Oh, okay.
Lewis just is always giving me advice, or when we have different issues, we talk. So can't really complain about those two.
All right, Race Tech Rant. Coming up with Alex Martin here on the show. Cardo Systems, PulpMX, code to save with Cardo Systems. These PackTalk Edge phones are waterproof and dirt-proof. They allow you to communicate with a range up to a mile away, and they easily fit on any helmet. I've used these before. Have you used them at all?
No, I used the Those are the headphones I use for my music, but I've never used the system.
All right, CardoSystems.com, code PulpMX to save. You can pair it with the latest action camera models as well. Check out Cardo Systems, leader in communication for rider to rider to rider to coach. Thank you to Cardo for coming on. Use that code to save. Also, Sean Brennan, the guy at Feld, our buddy there, he wanted me to pass on the Love Moto Stop Cancer fundraising campaign continues with the patriotic themed T-shirt this weekend. You see it probably saw it on social media. Red, white, and blue St. Jude shirt. It's a limited edition thing. If you donate to St. Jude, it's the only way to get it. So St. Jude, obviously, we know all the good things that they do. So please check out stjude.com to do this. I love Moto Stop Cancer, and it's $19 or more. You get a shirt. So check that out. And it's a red, white, and blue Love Moto Stop Cancer shirt. So check that out if you can. And then also, I got something for Aiden Zing to talk about, and I want to do that in a little bit here. But yeah, tough deal.
Hurts.
Oh yeah, really bad deal. But let's get to our next guest here on the show. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Honda HRC, Pulp 25. Honda guys using Wiseco pistons. I'm going to have one in my bike at the Whole Shot Challenge.
You're going to lose that.
Really? So you're Team JT?
Yeah, I think so.
That's fucking sad, man.
I tried to get him to do it this weekend while I was there, but nobody was having it.
Yeah, you don't bogart our fucking start challenge.
I was there for PulpMX.
Good point. Wiseco.com, they got all pistons that you need for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, and jet skis. Pulp 25 is the code to save. Forged pistons, they can do that. They also have the CNC stuff. They got Honda HRC, Club MX, Twisted Development using Wiseco pistons. They got over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons for anybody over there. Wiseco.com, Pulp 25, code to save. Millville this weekend, Jeremy Martin's farewell race. Looking forward to seeing that on the Star Yamaha, and much more to talk about when it comes to Millville. Maybe we'll talk some Vaporflies too. From Troll Training and Millville, it's Alex Martin. What's up, Troll? How are you, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How we doing tonight?
I'm good, man. Thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Darkside, Steve,
hey.
How we doing?
Yeah, we're good,
Good,
man.
hey,
Just
Mart.
a couple of Troll Training athletes here, buddy. You know?
I got kicked out.
You guys are so fit.
Yeah, I got kicked out, but we still follow the program as best we can.
There's a lot, Troll. There's a lot of talk about these Vaporflies.
Dude, you're kind of making it a thing in moto. I love it.
I didn't understand where all these running experts come from. They just pop out of the woods and they're no, don't use Vaporflies, Matthes. They don't have enough mileage. They're only for serious runners.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Like, bro, I'm just running like 4 miles. Calm down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, they do make running more fun. I mean, because you go faster, there's more cushioning, you know?
Yeah. Now, do you have the carbon plate of some sort, some brand? Do you run those?
Yeah. Oh, I've tried Vaporflies. I've tried the Asics, Adidas. I've kind of tried a bunch of them.
You know, this is your fault why I'm running, you know, because
I think it's great.
When you were here with Jer and Phil, you know, you were just telling me about your running hobby. We know you've done marathons. This is, you know, you're into this, Alex. And then, you know, the whole thing about like 30 minutes of running is an hour of cycling, like, you know, effort-wise and cardio-wise and everything. I started thinking about, like, I don't always have time to go for a cycle. So
cycling's so much more fun.
Oh, dude, running's terrible. Yeah. Running's terrible. When does it get better?
I'm just making you the best version of yourself, Steve.
So my other buddy who's a runner this weekend, my buddy Trevor, was at Gopher Dunes with me, and he's a big runner. He's telling me, Troll, because, again, everybody's a fucking expert, right? Everybody's a expert. He's telling me, he's like, dude, whatever you do, run, walk, whatever, keep your heart rate at 130 or below, and that'll build your base. Do that for a long time until you're ready to go. And I'm like, okay, man, but I literally can't run for more than 5 minutes without the heat, without the heart rate getting above 130. Like, you know, Troll, my average cycle heart rate's 127 to 132. That's mountain bike or road bike. That's generally what my average heart rate is. My heart rate for running for 40 minutes, 4 miles, is 158 or something. Like, it is so much higher running, Troll.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's part of why, like, running is nice because you get way more bang for your buck. Like, 20-minute run is, like, almost like an hour cycle, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts, right?
If you're time crunched, like, for sure running is the way to go. And I get that a lot of people can't do that. But, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I know when I was there in the studio, you were talking about how you were thinking about going for a 20, 30-minute run or whatever. And, dude, if the Vaporflies get you out the door, by all means, keep doing it.
Yeah. You know, the one guy who hasn't yelled at me about running and what to do and what not to wear is Alex. He's just like, yeah, cool, man, whatever works.
He's kind of supportive.
Yeah. Alex, you're the one guy that's like, you're not giving me a training program for running. You're not yelling at my shoes. You're not saying I'm gonna get hurt. You're like, cool, man, just keep running.
Yep, just keep doing it, Steve. You're doing great. I love it.
Yeah. It's so hard though.
I don't
God damn.
run.
I do like this Garmin I got. So Troll hooked me up with a Garmin.
Yeah.
Darkside, you can't be a pussy, okay?
Yeah.
That's a good rule. That's a good rule of thumb, eh, Mark?
I like the Garmin has your average pace per mile on the face of it. So you can just glance down at the face and be like, how am I doing?
Okay.
Okay, I'm at a good, like I'm at my normal pace. Okay, keep it up.
Yeah.
Like, do you do that, Alex? Do you look at your pace like every mile or so? Or?
Yeah, I got mine set up to where it like sends me like every mile. It tells me what my mile time was.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm looking at pace. Like when I'm doing a marathon, I basically am looking at my average and current pace, and I'm just trying to stick around whatever my goal pace is. Like, so I get that info like every mile.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think I need to switch from my Polar that you gave me a few years ago to a Garmin. I keep hearing Garmin's a little better quality.
Yeah, Garmin's great. I wish the guy would text me back once in a while, Alex. But he's a great guy.
Hey, he'll be at Millville.
Okay.
We got Garmin coming to Millville. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it's fantastic. No, Matt. Honestly, I've been getting into it. I'm really surprised I can run 4 miles. I
don't think I could do that.
4 miles, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, I can do that? Like, it's
Hey, what'd you say what was your pace for what was your heart rate you said, Steve?
Like
earlier?
156 or something, average heart rate. It's nuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just looking at I went for a run today, and I think I was 7:15 pace at 147 heart rate.
Okay, yeah. It was
No
7:15. Yeah,
no big deal.
Yeah, but it is really hard for me. Like I don't have a runner's body per
Yeah.
se, but neither do you, Alex. But
oh God, no.
Yeah, but I am not built for running, but it's a good challenge.
No. So I did a marathon a couple weeks ago, and my wife was like around mile 24. She was cheering me on, and she was saying like, because I mean the people ahead of me obviously everybody I'm running around like looks like a runner.
Yeah.
And she's like, when I came running by, she's like, you are not a runner, sweetheart.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And neither am I. I'm built. Yeah. I'm wide. Like I do not have a runner's body. But Vaporflies are sweet. Vaporflies, dude.
I've never even seen a pair.
They're
also out of my price range.
They're on the table downstairs. I put them on the coffee table. I don't even put them on the ground. I leave them on the coffee table.
Hey, what do you say? They're like $300?
$260, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, $250 usually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking for shoes that are in like $40-$45 range.
Dude, these things are so cushy, Dark.
Yeah, I bet.
They run by themselves.
Oh, well, then maybe I can run in them then.
Trolltraining.com, by the way. How's that going, Alex? Everything's good with that? Marchbanks has been giving you and Tickle a lot of love. He's been crushing it. He didn't have a great red bud. He passed 800 guys again. But he's been giving Troll Training and Tickle a lot of love. So it's good for you.
I know. Yeah, I felt bad. He started off really strong, and then he just – I wish he'd be getting a little bit better starts. I know they worked on some stuff before Southwick. Yeah, but then I think he went down the first turn both motos.
Both motos, yep. So, yeah. He's got so many passing points. Marchbanks does.
Yeah, but he's riding good this year.
Yeah, no, he is for sure. And how's Troll Training itself doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. Just keep plugging along. Yep, it's been a good summer, and we're helping a lot of guys from GNCCs to flat track, moto, supercross. Even up in Canada, kind of a lot of international guys. So it's been good just to work with people and keep helping them chase their goals.
Yeah,
and trying to just spread the love for fitness.
Trolltraining.com to learn more about it, by the way.
What would you say your ratio is of like vet guys like Steve and I versus riders that are super serious, trying to be pros or are pros?
To be honest, I feel like, it's kind of crazy to think it'll be 5 years for us this fall. And I would say more often than not, we have a lot of vet guys that reach out asking if the program is right for them. And like, they're the majority, I would say at this point in time, is like people working 9 to 5. They have families. They're trying to juggle, families and work, and they want to be fit to ride the dirt bike. And it seems like that's kind of been a lot of what we work with is just those people that are understanding, at some point in life that the health and fitness is a priority, and they want to be in shape to ride the dirt bike, and we love to help those people. And even just those guys they're communicating a lot more, and that way we can fine tune the program for them. So I would say, I hate to say it, Dark, but you're kind of the majority.
No, that's good, because the difference it made for me was insane. I was already doing a little bit of stuff on my own when you started helping me, but the change was pretty drastic, pretty quickly for somebody like me. You know, I felt like I was 20 or 30 pounds overweight, and I was drinking Cokes and sweet tea, and you set me straight, and I started dropping pounds and feeling so much better on the motorcycle, and even just like sleeping better. And
I mean, between the weight and the pony and the and the greasy bandana, I mean, dude, like you look like a different guy.
Yeah. And the other thing too, we don't really talk about is like we all have injuries. You know, especially for us, many of us have been riding for decades, right? And you know, we have a lot of broken bones or injuries, surgeries, and just being in shape helps the aches and pains. You know?
Oh yeah.
You feel better, like in general, general day-to-day life, not just on the dirt bike.
No, for sure.
Yeah, so I have degenerative disc disease. It's hereditary. I've had all these things where the surgeons have told me, like, we really need to fuse your neck, because I've had numbness in my hand because of these things. And once I got on trail training, and there was a lot of stuff that was helping me with my core and my lower back, and almost instantly, within a month, I started feeling a lot less of that hurt in my neck and my lower back. I could stand up straight longer. So building that strength made a lot of difference in just
back to the test. So Dark, I could be wrong.
Yep.
I haven't seen much on Strava from you lately.
Well, you're right. No.
Okay.
So
all right.
Oh, Dark.
Oh boy.
I haven't been pedaling much because we've been getting monsoons like every 3 days, and everything's been underwater. That's really just an excuse. But yeah, I haven't.
Indoor training, Dark. Indoor training.
Oh God, I hate doing it indoor, man. I hate it so much.
Well, I'm watching your Strava, and I'm not seeing
and I
much.
honestly haven't updated my watch. I have to manually sync this watch to my Strava like every few days. It just doesn't do it.
You need a Garmin.
Well, I'll get on that. You're right. I think I do. But
listen, the
reality is I have not been up as much as I have been with my working out in the last month. You know, it is sad.
Sad.
And I don't know what's going to happen when I start this new job Wednesday. That's a regular schedule.
Yeah.
Where I won't be able to go work out whenever I want.
Yeah. 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 Dark's Vital and Dark are separating. Alex, I don't know if you heard this news or not. But
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
We broke up.
They broke up. Yeah. It wasn't them. It was you. By the way, 702-586 Pulp. You got a question for Alex Martin for troll training or anything else? Give us a call. Brought to you by Wisco Pistons. Jeremy is racing his last race this weekend, Alex. Any truth to the rumor that really he doesn't want to race? He just didn't want to cut any weeds anymore for this weekend. Is that what it is? He just wanted to get out of work?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say that, but dude, I think he's kind of got some kind of like sadistic, like love-hate relationship with the weed whacker. And he's, I mean, honestly, he was back here because obviously he took a couple rounds off, you know, and he was up here riding and training, and he kind of I was getting a kick out of it because his program was like show up in the morning, he'd weed whack for like 2 to 3 hours, and he was up there one day kind of like on the finish line hillside.
Yep.
And I'm like, dude, throw on a heart rate monitor. Like, I just want to see what that looks like for you, you know? And so he literally recorded, was like, it took him 3 hours to weed whack this hill. I think he burned like 1,200 calories, and his average heart rate was like 110, just weed whacking for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And he had a couple weeks later, like he had his shirt off. He'd been weed whacking, like literally. He was just weed whacking and riding the dirt bike.
That's
weed whacking and riding the dirt bike. And he was like shredded, dude. I'm like, dude, your core is like the strongest I've ever seen it.
Weed whacking.
Maybe that's what Garrett should do.
Yeah.
That's the Garrett Marksmakes program.
No, it's exciting. It's cool to see. Like, so he's ready to go. How do you think he's going to do? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I know he's been down in Florida riding with the boys, and last week he was riding with Deegan and the Star Boys, and he's got his teeth kicked in, you know. And I'm like, hey, listen, you know, you got to understand, like they haven't stopped. You know, they're racing every weekend, coming back, they're training, and it seemed like he was in a better spot, you know, by the end of the week, and then he's going to ride with them again tomorrow, and then I think he flies back to Minnesota.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he's in a good spot. I mean, I always feel like going back to Millville for him and I, like when we were in it, you know, it was just. There's something about like the hometown crowd and the track, and obviously we grew up there. It just seems like it's easier to have a good result there than like let's say at Washougal or whatever.
Yeah.
Just because it's our home track, right? Of
course, yeah.
And I think it's going to be pretty special for him. I know for me it was kind of like it was tough because it was a bit emotional, just because it was like you know my last time there, and so definitely like my second moto was pretty emotional for me, and I could see it being that way for him too. Just because it's a lot, you know, it's like our whole lives we've been training and racing, and you know, like to have it be like some finality involved is pretty tough. But yeah, he's ready for sure, and I hope he has a good last race.
No, for sure, absolutely. Millville this weekend coming up. Any changes to the track? Anything you do? Anything you want to talk about that way?
Yeah, so we have the Schaefer boys, Joey, Landon, and Shane have been in town since last weekend, and pretty much got the whole track ship shape. Honestly, nothing big for changes other than the long-standing Bob's tabletop is probably going to be getting changed, that area.
Oh, what are you going to do?
So we're looking at probably pushing the dirt up to the next jump and just making it a bigger tabletop. So more of a straightaway when you come out of the corner, and then a big tabletop into the whoops.
Yeah.
The one that you wouldn't jump.
Yeah. So that'll be a big change, and that's something that's like if you're a spectator on the ground there and you're by the fence, like really the tabletop blocks the viewing completely.
Yeah.
And so we were thinking that just pushing that over would help viewing a little bit as well. And then if you're at a local race, like the amount of times I hear medic on Bob is like insane. So I think from a safety perspective, it could be better too.
Okay. Yeah, and give yourself a little more run at it. Right? Yeah. Okay. And then
other than that, it's everything should be about the same.
Mount Martin, still the same little triple thing coming up. Little step up.
Yeah, a little double, then triple.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to do rollers after going up, and then we were kind of brainstorming today, actually, Shane and I, just like how do you, because Mount Martin it's awesome, but it's such a high-speed section.
Yeah.
And so, like, whether we put some rollers in at the top or maybe a wall halfway down, something to just slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because was it 3 years ago when Max Hansen almost died on that thing, wide open?
Yeah, I think that was 22.
Yeah, that's a scary section. I like slowing it down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
And what are we doing for the sand whoops? They're sandier than normal than it used to be, right? You told me a little while ago. Like the sound came in a little bit. It flooded, right?
Yeah, so we had that big flood last August. Like the month after the National, and I mean, literally, like, dude, we had 10 inches of rain in like 6 hours. It was crazy. And so, yeah, flooded everything out. And honestly, when we get a flood like that, a lot of the riverbed sand gets deposited on parts of the track, mainly the whoops. And so, like, just fresh riverbed sand. It's kind of went away a little bit, like, because we've had probably 6 or 7 races this year, but it's definitely going to be sandier than last year for sure.
How was the regional there? How did it work out? Good?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, a big turnout, a lot of racing, couple crashes here and there. We ripped the track. Like, we got a lot of moisture that week, and we ripped the track pretty deep, and the track was like, it was pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
For sure. And then just the way they do the regional format, you know, with it doesn't leave a lot of time for, like, track maintenance.
Yeah.
Nope.
And so you're kind of just pacing, like, all day, like jump faces, trying to pack them in, and definitely it's a lot of work just trying to keep the track safe, you know. But, yeah, it was good. It was a good turnout.
Just giving away tickets.
Yeah, everybody gets tickets but Dark and I.
Yeah.
Yep. Sad. Pulp25 to save at Wiseco.com, Factory Honda, HRC, PulpMX, Alex Martin's old team, Twisted Development guys using Wiseco pistons.
I wasn't ready for. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I do have a question about Jeremy.
Go ahead.
So we were talking about Jeremy and this being his last race, and the way that things went with the first two. Do you feel like he's okay with that? That the results haven't been very good, or is it still a struggle for him?
I mean, yeah, deep down he's a racer, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, he wants to win, but I think it's you know, when you're a professional in your 30s, it's kind of something you have to come to grips with, that you're not 20 anymore, right? And for him, yes, he wants to win, but he's also realistic that with the injuries he's had over the last couple of years, like, just, you know, if he just went 10-10 on the day, I'm sure he'd be stoked, you know, especially with the way he started at fall off, right?
Yeah, so would we, because, I mean, we all want to see him do well, and those first two results were disappointing to fans and everybody. And I certainly thought, you know, I guess I tend to wear my feelings on my sleeves a little bit when I decide where somebody's going to finish. I'm like, yeah, Jeremy's going to be top 5 probably. Sure. Hell, he might even be able to get a moto win. And then I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah. No, we were all off a little bit. Yeah. We just showed how hard our sport is, you know what I mean? Because he was ripping at the farm.
Yeah.
That was indisputable, everyone you talk to. So, just goes to show you, I think, how hard our sport is. You know?
It really is. And it doesn't take long.
I think for Jeremy, like, obviously we all know he's physically fit and he does have the speed, but it's the mental component too that is just as important, if not the most important thing on race day. And when you get hurt, like, it definitely kind of shatters a little bit the mental game.
Yeah.
You know, and And the only way to really fix that is just to have, like, day in and day out, get to the races, go home safe, and keep building, you know, brick by brick. And he keeps getting knocked down every race, you know, so he's never really able to kind of keep building.
Yeah.
But I think Millville's a little bit of a different story just with a home field advantage.
Dude. I mean, anything in the top 10 I think would be great for him, the team, for the fans, you know, all of that, right? I was there, I'm dating myself, but I was there when Donnie Schmidt came in and raced one off race. He was number 100 on a Honda at Troy. He was well retired. I think he was 2 years into retirement, and he got top 5.
Yeah.
And I think he passed into second. I don't think he led, but he was right up there. The fans were just going bazonkers. 94, 93? I don't remember what it was.
94, 95.
Yeah. It was.
That was like a pretty
really
legendary race.
Yes, it was really cool to have him there. And again, Honda Troy gave him a bike and stuff. So it was.
I just don't think the field's like that anymore, where a guy can do that now.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
We're not gonna have John Dowd come to Southwick. You know, that type of thing, where just some random guy comes off in a one-off race. It's just the field's too specialized almost now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely tough.
Well, and I feel like every year it just gets a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not staying healthy and keeping up with it, it's just like you'll find yourself behind.
Yep. Millville this weekend, everybody. Tickets still available. You got VIP stuff available too for people. Troll, is that all sold out?
Not many. Not many. We got Comfort Zone, Top Dog, Super View. I think 2 of those are sold out. Super View, there's still some left for Super View, but ticket sales are up, boys.
Nice.
Looking good. We're kind of expecting a big one.
Best track of the year. Best track of the year. Tim doesn't like to hear me say that, but
it's certainly this is my first time ever going to Redbud for a national. I
Okay.
did both at MXDNs, and I didn't get to ride Redbud, but watching, I like Millville better.
Yeah.
Obviously, riding Millville is one of my favorite tracks I've ever rode. Unfortunately, I think I'd put Millville above Redbud right now.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I think Ironman's
to
getting
be honest, though,
What's that?
I'll take Tim Ritchie's water truck any day of the year.
Yeah. I do think Ironman's getting in that group now, too.
Yeah,
For me, top 3.
Ironman's, definitely one of them, for sure. I've never ridden Ironman, but I'd like to. Troll Train, I forgot I was going to ask you. Our guy Phil, he's got the red plate. He went 7-6, Troll, and got the red plate. I don't know if that's ever happened in the sport before, but it has.
I texted him after, was it yesterday or whatever, and I was like, dude, we got the red plate, boys. We got the lead. And he just said, it was terrible. That's all he said.
It's impossible for him to be positive.
It's not possible for him to be positive. Yeah.
Troll, you guys doing anything like Friday night, Saturday night are you doing the amateur races like you usually do, the Friday and Sundays?
Yeah, so we actually opened the gates. We're opening up earlier this year on Wednesday, 9 a.m. More or less just so. Yeah, in years past, it was always open the gates at 5, and you start the general camping and reserve camping. And more or less last year, we found out that it's better to open the gates earlier because then it's less of an opportunity for people to get drunk in the field and then pull in drunk and trying to park.
Sure.
And so, that was kind of a thing. So for sure, opening the gates Wednesday in the morning, parking everybody, and then Thursday practice, 10 to 5. Amateur racing starts 7 a.m. Friday morning, and we'll go till 5, and then we have to actually hand the track over at 5 to the TV crew just to run their fiber optic cables all the way around and kind of, set up the arches and all that. And then, big racing Saturday, and then we actually do Sunday amateur racing too, which is kind of cool because you get to race the whole. It's the only time actually all year where amateurs can do Mount Martin.
Oh yeah, that's true, right?
So that's pretty cool.
All the way to the top, or just halfway?
I think so. In years past, I think they go the farthest up the hill that they'll ever go, but it's not quite that last pitch.
Yeah.
Like the last 100 feet, we'll turn them right before that.
Yeah, I feel like when I've done it twice, I think it was about halfway. It felt like maybe 3/4.
Yeah.
Yep. That's plenty.
That
was plenty.
When you go walk over there, you're like, holy shit! Like on TV, it doesn't do it justice. You know? It's actually one of the coolest things you guys have added to the track over the years for sure. That thing. I also remember Pichon, like before it was Mount Martin. I don't know what it exactly did. It didn't go all the way to the top. I don't know, or just came over the other side. Pichon just died coming down. Mikhail Pichon just cartwheeled 98 on a Suzuki. Just it was brutal.
Do you remember, Steve? Like back in the day, like they had the RC triple, right? And like you'd triple up, and then you'd go around like a grove of birch trees, and then drop down.
Vaguely.
No, was that going back up after the catapult?
Yeah, that was kind of the farthest it went for many years. But I just remember there was a grove of birch trees, and then you would drop back down there.
Yeah, I don't remember birch trees, but I do remember that. I've ridden there since '88.
Yeah.
First time I ever raced Millville was 1988. So that was even before. No, that's first year of John, right? First year your dad had it, '88.
That was the year before I was born.
Yeah. Well, Troll, I was there riding damn Millville. So, hey, thanks for calling in tonight, Alex. Appreciate it, buddy. Trolltraining.com, Millville this weekend. Also, everybody check it out. Thanks for the time tonight, buddy.
Yeah, if you're going, don't forget to get a AT&T burner phone if you
Yeah.
if you have any other network.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we got AT&T and Verizon now in the Valley.
No way.
Then
Oh,
I also got to give a shout out. I'm pretty stoked that Crowley's coming on the Ducati.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the time. Thank you, man.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you later.
See you, Alex.
All right, that's Alex Martin, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Looking, RJ putting on the podium this weekend in a moto with Fly Racing and more. Of course, Cooper Webb winning the championship. Some guy named Brayton wears it, I think. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use the code PulpMX. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. What's going on?
Not much, man. Mr. Sides here. He starts his new job Wednesday. So
Dark was a Pulp representative this weekend, or what?
Yep. He was there representing us, and then his mic fucked up for the post-race interviews. So it was a whole thing.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, in true Pulp style.
But they were good in the end.
Yeah. They got fixed with the fake laughs and everything.
So, JT, my audio didn't pick up. My mic didn't work. So I literally re-listened to him, wrote down my questions, went outside and sat and re-recorded me asking my questions and spliced them in.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Way to be resilient.
It was better than not having any Pulpcast, so I got it done.
JT, I want to talk to you a little bit about Redbud. What did you make of the Ducati? How it looked? Antonio Caroli, of course, top 10 first moto. Electrical issue or something in the second moto. But what did you think of the bike? Like, did you Kiefer rode it over in Italy and, wrote about it on Pulp and did a podcast and all that. But what did you think?
I mean, I've been incredibly impressed with what they've done. I think when you're, I'll compare it to something like what Fantic has done, right? They had a lot of technical help from Yamaha, so they got to skip a lot of steps. They just fast forwarded a lot of the things you have to try, and you go down these roads that don't work, and it just takes so much time to figure out what doesn't work before you can actually figure out what does work. Whether it's Triumph or it's Ducati, they kind of went their own way. Like, they were like, no, we're going to build something from the ground up. We're not going to copy what other people have done. And to be this good this early and competitive, like even whether it's Seward, whether it's Caroli, he was 7th or 8th at Matterley, puts him in a moto in the top 10, which was much better than some of our friends that are closer to the situation we are thought it would be. I think you just have to give them a lot of credit. And also the guy's 39 years old, almost 40. On top of that, I thought it was a really, really strong showing from those guys.
Yeah, I think it's impressive. And the Triumph last year in its debut, Joey qualified top 5 a bunch, got on a podium. Triumph guys also. Jalik got on the podium this week. They want to race with Jordan. So, yeah.
Think about how many years behind of development they are.
Yeah.
And they're this good this fast. It's just, man, like the other OEMs are fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but they've been at this 4-stroke thing for 20 years now, or longer. Yamaha is going pushing 30.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really to be applauded. And the Ducati with that Desmo valve train system, I guess on 250s it's really going to be something because you rev those more to get more horsepower.
The RPMs they should be able to get to. Look at they own MotoGP, right? It's completely different, but they had, just going back to the history of MotoGP, they had a significant power edge over everybody, but they couldn't get the bike to work with the engine configuration. Once they figured that out, they're unstoppable. Like no one can touch them. Like people are getting closer. Yamaha's come around a lot in 2025, but they dominate. Like there are weekends they'll have every bike inside the top 5.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to get there with Moto, but that's the potential. When you do something radically different, you have a possibility of kind of redefining what expectations are. Like there is that possibility.
You just said you don't think they'll get there in Moto. You just mean right away or ever?
Well, I don't know. I just think to be able to do that is rare.
Yeah.
So to think they're going to be able to do that in Moto also I think is not a fair expectation to place upon them. But it has to be on somewhere on the radar. This Desmo approach to it has to be somewhere out there.
Yeah, I think it's a real testament with them and, like you said, Triumph, Steve, with just how quickly they've come so far and seeing guys like Jalik get a podium, Jordan getting a win.
Yeah, I mean, look, even KTM. KTM, when KTM came in, like, I'm talking the early 80s with John Finkelday and these guys. Mike Fisher, after that, they were not on the level.
Right.
No,
not
it was
close.
a laughing stock.
Yeah, they were not that
Honestly,
good.
KTM in the late 80s was a laughing stock.
Well, I don't know if laughing stock's a little much, but okay. But yes,
Yeah. They didn't come.
Yeah.
They didn't come in to legitimately compete
No.
like Triumph and Ducati and even Beta a little bit, right? I mean, Beta. No offense to Benny and the guys, but they don't have the same quality riders as a guy that's going to win yet.
Yeah,
but still, they're competitive.
Yeah, I think the jury's a bit out on Beta.
Nobody in their right mind, if you wanted to be competitive, would go buy a KTM in the late 80s.
Right.
No
chance.
Sure. No.
Never, ever, ever, ever. So maybe laughing stock has a negative connotation. I don't really mean it that way. It was just like a joke. They weren't even close.
And so if you're talking the late 80s, KTM's already, by that point, KTM had been in a brand for about 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So 15 years, late 80s, laughing stock. Mike Fisher in the early 90s was getting some top 10s. Yeah, still wasn't great, you know.
Right.
And then you look at Triumph and Ducati, and just what JT was saying. And yeah, it's pretty impressive for sure.
They came in with a different mindset.
I want to talk 250s real quick here. So, first of all, Tom Vial can't blow that first moto lead, in my opinion. When you have that kind of lead and you're Tom Vial, you should close that deal.
Yep.
So that's a little disappointing.
I agree.
If Deegs doesn't hurt his leg and Levi doesn't have his issues, does Joe have? In no way am I saying Joe Shimoda lucked into a 1-1. You don't luck into 1-1s. The guy rode incredible. But there was a couple guys. I thought Levi was looking at lap times and watching it. Levi, watching the highlights, to me, Levi looked incredible. And then just ran into, Levi stuff. And then Deegs, the practice crash. Do we have a battle royale, or does Joe still beat those guys, JT? If they get the starts and those other two guys stay out of trouble.
No, Hayden would have won.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Hayden would have won. He was. I mean, he and Ryder D were going back and forth for fastest laps before he hurt himself. Like, it was the same old. I just think it completely derailed everything that you saw come after that. And that's not a slight against Joe.
Yeah.
Joe rode incredibly well, but Hayden's still the best guy in the class, and I think Hayden would have still won.
Was there something about Hayden getting hurt this week, or no? Did I hear wrong?
No, I think he was hurt, a lot more hurt than they
coming in from the week, from something during the week.
I didn't hear anything about that.
He's talking about Saturday.
I meant coming into Red Bud. I had heard banged up a little bit, and then did Red Bud practice crash, but no. Okay,
I don't know. He looked really good before he crashed.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
his lap times, he was ripping.
Yeah. And Ryder D, everyone.
Yeah. This is what I've been waiting for from Ryder.
Ryder D. We'll get there. We'll wait some more time.
We've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
And I interviewed him after the race on your PulpCast, right? Yeah. And I didn't like what he said. He's like, man, I thought the first one was a fluke. And then even the second one, I almost thought it was like a fluke. And I didn't like that mindset where he's thinking almost like he doesn't believe in himself. Yeah. I didn't like that too much because I'm a big Ryder fan and I believe in his abilities. And then he said he told me, like, I would have been happy with just that fastest qualifier. I could have went home then. Those comments, I was like, no, man, come on. You gotta believe more and want more than that.
Yeah.
But, dude, he's been getting beaten down for a long time.
Sure.
He's not even getting top 10s
right
now coming in.
His average finish was 15th.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to go P1 is a little bit of a step, right?
Well, that's a big step. But
the hell.
Yeah, it's a big step. But we got to back it up. He said he thinks he can roll it in, but of course, what else is he going to say?
Yeah.
But, I want him to be a little more. He needs to have more confidence though if he's going to continue that, right? You can't not believe in yourself.
You got to start
but
somewhere.
You have to do something to gain the confidence.
That's
like
true.
If you're going to be wildly confident without doing anything, that's delusional.
I guess that's true.
Speaking of wildly confident, Dark says you're going to beat me in the whole shot contest. It's really sad. Also, so
no offense, but I should beat you. I mean,
put Dark.
It's like saying that Hunter should beat me. You know what I mean? Like, of course he should.
Oh no, I got a little tip from Dylan Wright on the weekend.
Oh boy,
a little tip.
That's fine.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay,
like you're a novice rider and I raced professionally for 15 years. Like, it just on paper, I should beat you, yeah.
Every time I line up, I have somebody give me tips, but whether I can actually implement those tips is the key.
Okay.
JT, I want to know, like, have you legitimately thought about if Steve does beat you, how you're going to feel, react?
Yeah, of course. No, it's terrifying.
He's going to ride off in the woods of Washougal and never come back.
We'll never see him again.
What I need here is that it has to be down where the hole shot line is, which is around the first corner and down that next hill.
Yeah.
Because even if he gets me like somehow off the gate or whatever, I'm very confident that I can beat him to where I need to beat him to. So that's kind of what I'm holding on to.
Flyracing.com, code PulpMX to save with those guys. Please use that code and save exactly with PulpMX code at flyracing.com. Also, so the wheels have come off the Eli Tomac wagon. Third in the first moto, got up to third, right? Bike issue. Second moto, bad start and like whatever, but it's been rough.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Yep.
I don't know. Like, he doesn't look like the same guy that he did a few weeks ago.
No.
The intensity's not there. I don't see him moving forward in the same way. So I don't know. Like, I'm holding on to some sort of hope for Washougal because he's been so good there. But I'm not sure what I'm watching at the moment.
I mean, I've been a little more down on him than others coming in just because of his age and the time he missed. And like, I mean, look, Star's got an issue with their bikes. There's no doubt right now they're burning the midnight oil to figure out what, why these bikes are.
So are their engines.
Yeah, exactly. But I just think, like, look, man, Father Time is undefeated, and it's been a while. But if anybody can do it, I mean, Eli's pretty gnarly, so.
Yeah, I don't think he's done having fantastic rides here and there, but I think the consistency of, like, can he battle with Jet and give Jet something? I think I feel like the answer was answered with the Wick.
4 motos in a row, Hunter has been better.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Without a
doubt. Yeah. Hunter's definitely taken another step up.
Yeah.
But Eli is, I think his time is coming to an end.
Yeah. We'll see. I heard his deal is for 2 years at KTM. So
that's what I heard from Lewis.
Yeah. Do you think KTM's like a little? I heard it's a really, really good offer. Like, it's not like we'll find a spot for you. I heard it was like top tier type deal.
Yeah.
You think they're a little nervous about what they're watching or no?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
Who's more nervous, KTM watching Eli or Chase watching Jorge?
Yeah.
Well, you got to know Chase rode the bike.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
Yeah, but Jorge rode the bike too.
Yeah.
Well, if you're Chase, like, I think Jorge pretty much hole shot at both motos this weekend or close. He should have hole shot at the first one. He kind of blew it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if I'm watching it from afar, I'm like, well, they're figuring some things out over there because he's started way ahead of Chase.
Yeah, I think Oscar's back at club again this week. Like, more work, more testing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, when you're looking at battling what the greatest rider in the world right now, Jet, that second for Eli and a KTM or top 2, 3, 4 is really what you're going to be shooting for probably anyway.
Look, man, next year he's getting on a steel frame bike with a hydraulic clutch. He's a year older. He's got a rampant. I think he's just.
I'm more just concerned with. He's like regressing right now. That's what I like. I don't like. Like, it's not like he's doing terribly, but like the guy we saw at the first round looks like he could win, and the guy I'm watching right now doesn't look like he can win at the moment. So I'm more like confused than anything else.
Oh, it's confusing. You're right. Yeah, because the intensity, the intensity seems like it's gone in the last few weeks. So even if you're hurt or whatever.
Hey, listen, and speaking of stepping up, you mentioned Hunter stepping up.
Yeah.
RJ's been getting better. You look at Southwick, they were not on paper so much, but his riding. You look at this weekend, I wonder if RJ is going to get himself into this mix of these top 5 guys.
By the end?
Just coming up this weekend. You know, he's gaining confidence. And, we had him on the show last week. Said he can, I know, JT, didn't you say in the review show, which was terrible, by the way, didn't you say he was going to talk about his wrist? Or was Weege saying that?
RJ?
Yeah.
Weege did mention something about it. He didn't say anything to me about it.
Because last week on the show, I felt like he was saying, I'm good. I broke through some scar tissue and, like,
He was he told me I actually did an interview with him, but I didn't have time to get it edited because of the issues we had. And he told Lewis the same thing. I think that he was really struggling like in the rollers to do that double coming out. That his wrist, he was feeling it. So he's still.
I thought based on our talk last week, it seemed like he was over the wrist stuff a little bit. And it's as good as it's going to get or whatever.
Well, it may be as good as it's going to get.
But as good as it's going to get, but that might not be good.
Yeah, maybe so. I was just I think I asked him like, how much is this holding you back? And I seemed to thought his answer was like, I'm good. Like, it is what it is type deal.
Yeah.
But flyracing.com, everybody, code PulpMX. All right, JT, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the time tonight. I know we're going to keep it short. We got some phone calls, and Sophie Phelps is coming up. So,
all right, cool.
Thanks for the take. Thank you, man.
See you guys.
See you, JT.
All right, see you. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. We're going to bring Sophie Phelps in here. We got some phone calls right here. I think we got a Race Tech Rant, actually, which should work out good.
Is it about me?
I hope it is.
Yeah.
Ethan's on one. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, Steve, long-time caller, first-time listener.
Thank you.
So I got a Race Tech Rant for you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
How come whenever the broadcast is showing on NBC, they have to use a different graphic? When they go to the commercials on Peacock, it's like a giant graphic. Is there a reason why they can't just use the normal graphic that's on the left side?
Yeah, I've noticed that too. I have no idea. I don't know. Is it like, do they try to dumb it down for people even more? I don't know.
Because it covers like half the screen too.
Yeah.
Because I know a few years ago it used to just be they would still commentate, but now they're just dead silent and they just show that giant graphic at the top.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was a reasoning behind it or if there's.
I need to ask Wygan about the silence too. Why that all of a sudden started coming back? We did that a couple of years ago. And
Maybe
now,
just so they get a break, maybe?
No, I think it's just let them hear the sounds, like an Indy 500 or like MotoGP or what, like NASCAR. Like let the fans hear the sound.
Right.
I think so. I don't know, Ethan. Good question. I'm gonna ask Wygant that though. Yeah.
Yeah, not sure if there's a union going on or what's going on.
Yeah, and then we'll blame it on Wygant.
We'll just blame weeds on that.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thank you. All right, Jordan's on 3. He has a business idea for Dark. This should be good. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, guys. So I've been fortunate enough to meet Dark at some of the GNCCs past, I think it was last year. So since he's still looking for a job, let's make PulpMX more money. Let's get Dark a job with PulpMX Off-Road. There's great storylines within GNCC that nobody's covering.
Yeah.
Example, first 9 rounds of racing, only 2 rounds have been won on a regular dirt tire. Every other round has been won on a either Pirelli Scorpion scoop tire or the MX-14. And nobody's talking about it.
See? Yeah, I like the idea, Jordan. I'm down for that, but I actually did take a job. I start my new job Wednesday. But I will tell you that the Moto X Pod show is continuing, and we are going to be doing a lot more off-road coverage. I
have told Dark to do the Pony Pod. I have told you to focus more on off-road
so is
stuff.
Lewis Phillips.
Yep. There's an opening there.
Yep. To be fair, there is a podcast called On the Pipe. Those guys go almost every weekend, and they cover off-road pretty heavy, and they're pretty good at it.
Okay.
Just so. But we're going to jump in that. We're going to jump in that market too, though, Jordan, and try to get a lot more exposure to the off-road community because I do agree. I think it's underexposed, and those guys deserve a lot more.
And there's some good personalities in there.
Oh,
too.
there is.
I mean, you look at Stu. You look at these different guys.
The issue is, obviously, I'm not going to be there, right? So I'm not going to. How am I going to know that they're on different tires unless I ask? I guess.
Yeah.
But you're right there. There's storylines.
You could literally call Sipes.
Yeah.
Who's an awesome guy, and be like, Ryan, give me some.
Sure.
Give me some dirt.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah,
So
and we're going to do that, Jordan. We're going to be Race Tech and Yamaha are staying on board with my show, and they want more off-road coverage. They're stoked on that. So you're going to see more guys, more off-road riders on the Moto X Pod if you listen.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
I think a lot of these guys need appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. All right. Frank's got a Race Tech rant on me. Won't be the first time. What's up, Frank?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good,
first-time caller, long-time listener. You're a purist. You seem to like all the real pure things, and the start grades you're not for. What about the start block deal?
No, I said it. I ranting about it on my show a few weeks ago. I'm fine with start blocks, but they're fucking getting out of hand. They're like the space shuttle at this point.
Why allow them in the first place?
Well,
you're a little bit bigger guy. I'm a former biker. I'm bigger guy. we have so many disadvantages being a big guy. Let's penalize the little guy in some places.
Well, so like
Ricky,
Ricky and JT were around in the days where start blocks were not allowed, and they had to go pile up dirt and rocks and that kind of stuff to put their feet on the bike, right? I don't feel like you should be disadvantaged if you're short. I feel like you shouldn't be disadvantaged. But there's got to be a height limit to them, and then nothing off the back, because now they're hooking into grates on the back to not move, and now they're wider. So if we just make some sort of maximum height, and that's it, and nothing else off of them, I'm fine with that. These things are out of hand right now. They got lips on the back of them and rods coming out the back, and I think there's a blender in there. There might be some sort of corkscrew attachment in there for a bottle of wine.
Little launch control, little push.
They're out of hand. No.
How come you even? I'm just surprised that you're even for it at all, because there's so many disadvantages against being 6'1", 180, 190, and these little guys got the advantage on the dirt bike. Here's a chance for the big guy to have some kind of advantage.
I mean, I get it. Look, if they said no start blocks, I'd be fine with it. But I'm also fine with letting shorter people have some sort of start blocks.
Yeah, there's definitely guys that can't reach the ground.
But they're out of hand right now. They are out of hand as far as what the fucking going on with these things.
Yeah.
And it's because the teams, nobody polices them, and the teams just get away with more and more and more and more, So, yeah, they're ridiculous.
Right.
So.
Agreed.
All right. Thanks for the call, buddy.
I wish they'd go. Yeah, you got it.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it.
Peace. Bye.
Thanks, Frank, and appreciate that coming on. Speaking of off-road, that Dark is going to also pursue on the Pony Pod coming up. We also I've told him that maybe he should do some more women's racing and more WMX on the show as well.
You make fun of me when I have the women on.
No, I make fun of you for the GNCC women.
Why?
Because nobody follows them, and I don't know what's going on.
I follow the GNCC women.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sophie.
So
sorry.
Look for more WMX features on the Pony Pod, I think. And also, we're very pleased and proud to present a WMX legend, some say. And with the WMX series coming back with a little more publicity this year, more races. Sophie Phelps is here. Hi, Sophie.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for having me here.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Hey, I really appreciate the invite. I'm happy to sit here and chat, talk about WMX
and Redbud. And everything else.
Gladly.
We've ridden together quite a bit at Mesquite over the years. You're up there. You live up there. Mr. Side as well. So we've gotten to know each other a little bit. You've done some stuff with Weege and MX Sports. So, you're kind of broadening your horizons a little bit.
I have, yeah. I hope to be able to do more things in the future in media.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly what that is, but I enjoy talking to people, and I enjoy dirt bikes, and the opportunity to combine those makes a lot of sense to me. And unfortunately, women's motocross is not yet in a spot where I could just say this is my career. So, got to figure out something.
So you did the first few rounds this year, but you're taking a step back because you're working back on your schooling a little bit, from what I understand, right? So we had WMX for, we all know the Filek and Jessica Patterson years and stuff. Mothballed it for a little while, brought it back. Unfortunately, you're a little too late because you're going to go on with your education. Otherwise, it sounds like MX Sports wants to put more work into it. But let's go first with you. What are you going to do? What's the plan here? You're going to still race a little bit, and all that.
Yeah, I can't help myself from being on a dirt bike here and there. So I definitely will be racing. I'm not sure to what extent. I don't plan on chasing it to the same extent that I have been. It's like a full-time job. Everybody knows this. It is a full-time job. So not doing that anymore. I have been in college for 4 years now. I'm studying mechanical engineering at Utah Tech University, and I'm still so far from being done because, racing is taking the front seat.
Yeah.
And I finally was like, I got to get further on it. Basically, the classes that I have up next are going to require my full attention.
Yeah.
So the choices were, push school back another year and race and spend every last penny that I have, or go back to school. So yeah, I do want to finish this engineering degree eventually. It's going to take me another 3 years, which feels like an eternity, but
So no Loretta's, no the rest of the WMX series. You did the first 3 rounds?
No, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, first 3 rounds?
Just the first 3.
And how'd they go for you?
It was all right. I have a lot of mixed emotions about it. Going into it, I knew this was not going to be my best performance ever. And I wasn't, talking down on myself like, oh, I'm going to suck. But I was very well aware of here's where my speed is, and it's probably not where I want it to be. I was in school this past spring semester, and I had, I think, 4 weeks of really good hard training before the first round. And leading up to that, I had been riding when I could, go to the gym pretty much every day, and then but it's not the same as a full program. So I knew, okay, this might be a little bit rough. I might be rusty. And I got 7th overall at each of the rounds, which is not to say that I rode the same at every round, but I would have liked more than that. I mean, to be honest, my goal was top 5s at them. But man, we have so many fast women that I'm like, I can't really be that upset. I mean, we have Lachlan Turner, last year's WMX champ and last year's girls Loretta's champion. Michaela Nielsen has a Loretta's championship and multiple off-road championships. Multiple's not a big enough word. She has a lot. Jordan Jarvis has qualified for 250 Pro Nationals, and she has so many Loretta's titles. Charlie Cannon is I think 7-time Australian Women's Pro champion. Who else? Kylie Stallings is like a 4 times Loretta's champion, and Jamie Astudillo I think she has some road racing titles and last year's Canadian championship. Okay. And then there's me, and I was like, you know what?
And like Corey Steed, who's a GNCC top rider. I mean, so there's a lot of talent in that field.
Dark, smarter than us and faster than us.
Oh, dude, she's so
it's so bad. It's so bad for us. It's we're so outclassed sitting here.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
She bows by us at Mesquite and then mechanical engineering.
Yes, she's better at us than at everything in life.
Guys, I'm still so far from an actual mechanical engineering degree, but thank you. I do appreciate the compliment.
I can spell mechanical engineering probably.
I guarantee you she can't work this mixer board as good as me, though. I bet you I have that.
There's no way I could. Okay, I was looking at that. I was actually curious, though. There's a lot of wires over there.
There's a lot of wires.
Is there some way that we could maybe condense that? Or?
Okay, so that's a very observant question, and we have tried. When we first laid this studio out, the wires were sort of cable tied, and it was sort of arranged nicely, but then things happen, and
you got to fix something. Or something.
It's a whole thing. Yeah, I think we got a fire hazard up here.
Possibly.
Sophie Phelps. Sophie Phelps here, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels, PulpMX 25, bringing you Sophie Phelps, their WMX legend, delivering right to your door, whether it's MX4, SX4. They got the new AMA legal 50 fuel as well. RenegadeRaceFuels.com. I was up in Canada, big Renegade territory up there for the race teams. A lot of guys use it. Renegade Race Fuels and PulpMX 25 saves you with those guys. So thank you to Renegade, bringing you Sophie Phelps on the show. So MX Sports, I heard all the complaints about the old WMX series. It was too tough to run them in the weekend. We were too jammed for time, which is true. Fans, were walking away from the fences. We were running them. We were giving them the last moto of the day on Saturday. Sometimes that didn't work out. Everybody wanted to leave. You guys did get screwed in Lakewood though with the weather, but so there was a lot of issues going on, and some of them I agree with on why WMX mothballed the WMX, or why MX Sports mothballed the WMX series the first time, and I get it. Some of those races with Geiger and Feilich and Patterson were amazing though. They were really good. And then off the track they hated each other too, so that added to it. So there was some great racing going in, but on the end, I got to be honest, I sort of agreed with MX Sports' side of what the reason why WMX went away. So they brought it back. Kudos to them for trying this. I think it was a concentrated effort by a few parties to make this happen. Are we better? Is what they're doing working? Is it better than it was? How's it going, MX Sports-wise, bringing back WMX? In your eyes, Sophie.
Yes, we are better.
Okay.
And, I mean, I will get this out there. I'm 22 right now. So when they took away the series, I was 10 or something.
Right.
So maybe I don't have the best perspective on this, but
I'm sure you heard some things on it, though. Yeah,
I have. Yeah, and I remember I was at the last major race of WMX when Ashley and Jessica were battling at Lake Elsinore for the final round of their championship. I remember being there as a little kid, just eating it up. Right. And I also remember that Ashley Feilich and Jessica Patterson had some of the longest fan lines going up to their trucks. Mm-hmm. When we would go over there for autographs, they were just so long. And my dad has told me about that since. Like, he's confirmed that memory is true. But some things that we're doing well, some things that we could work on. I mean, we have a 6-round series out of 11 rounds, which is pretty sweet.
Yep.
Would I like more? I mean, that would be awesome. But I think currently, since we don't have very many women who are being flown out to the races, 6 might be about what we can handle right now, as far as, everybody's kind of paying their own way. So I think 6 is probably a good number, not to mention we got these 3 West Coast rounds that are back to back to back, and then same thing with the East Coast rounds. Not to mention it's the first 3 of the series and the last 3, which are kind of, I mean, I don't know what the viewership numbers are, but I would assume that's where people pay the most attention.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because it's point series near the end and then the excitement of the new series, right?
Right. Yeah, so I think that's really good. I mean, one thing that we're kind of I don't know if struggling with is the right word, but an area that we could improve on is numbers on the gate. So I feel bad that I won't be at the East Coast rounds because we could use more women. And that's a really important thing, especially when you're trying to get this class and this series up off the ground. We've been averaging about 20 women, but I just listed off top 7 who all have very impressive backgrounds and resumes. Yeah. So it's not a slow class by any means. Like the girls in front of me rip.
Are they going as fast as Feilich and Patterson, do you think?
I have heard from people that our generation is faster.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very subjective. And the bikes are higher quality now and different things, right? So there's a lot to take into account. But yeah, I've heard, yes, we're faster. I've also heard that our battles are just really great, and I hope that's the case. What I love about our series right now, you said that those ladies they didn't get along off the track. Pretty much everyone gets along in the paddock, which I think is really important for our series right now. If we were at each other's throats to the point where we're protesting every weekend and we're running up to the Coombs and, hey guys, we need to protest X, Y, and Z, and this is terrible, and complaining, then they would cut our series so fast, because right now I don't know that we're bringing in that much money right now. They know that this is kind of a long-term investment.
Yeah, I think props to them for for doing this and trying it again. I do know back in the day from people I talked to, they were also tired of getting maybe yelled at is the wrong word, but getting lots of complaints from the women on everything that they did. And MX Sports is like, man, we're trying, and you guys are not happy, and we're trying our best, and they eventually were like, I think, a little bit like, listen, man, if you're going to just complain about this, everyone from the parents to the racers, we're out.
Absolutely.
I would guess having Christina Denny involved, that helps with that a little bit. Kind of had a little cushion, and she's a very big supporter of it, and so I would assume having her involved is helping quite a bit.
Yes, yeah, and I was actually going to mention her. So for those who don't know, Christina Denny is the WMX coordinator, and she runs basically everything. And unlike maybe some people for other sports leagues or whatever who are just overseeing it, she knows each of us personally. And if she hears you're coming to a race, she'll text you and, hey, what can I help you out with? Do you know everything about the rounds? At some cases, I was struggling to find some race fuel because there was none on our way, and she was able to find me some. She's just very involved with all of the women because she wants us to succeed as well. She's an incredible powerhouse of a human being, and she takes our opinions into consideration and just really wants to make this succeed. Something that I was very impressed with after both Paula and Hangtown is that she sent out a survey to all of the riders and said, please fill this out. It was basically, how would you rate this? How would you rate this? What could we do better? What did we do well?
Yeah, I don't think that was ever being done before. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that because, like you said, I did hear about a lot of complaining. That's what I heard, is that's one big reason that it got shut down. And she is just willing to take all of those complaints on her and then do her best with it. And I remember after Paula, I filled out a couple of things on the question of what can we do better, and I just said, hey, the track cut off because we weren't able to run the full course at Paula or Hangtown, and I said, I get that we can't always run the full track. I would like to, but if we can't, can we make the cutoff better? The cutoff was pretty blue groove at Paula, so just we were all racing really hard, and then it was full shutdown.
Oh, you mean the extra lane, the lane to go. The lane to cut the section off.
Yes.
That's what you mean. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There was a really one-line section and then just a flat blue groove corner.
Yeah. They just basically moved the tape and went, go this way. Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand that that's a skill that you should have, but it was the one-linedness of the whole section that was a little bit frustrating, and they fixed that. And then I also mentioned, I think it'd be great if we could have time qualifying, and she did that the next round. And I said I wish we could get on the track more than once, because at Paula we had one, I think, 12-minute practice, and she changed that. So then at Hangtown we had 2 15-minute practices. It was incredible. Just like she wants feedback, and someone who's willing to, you know, be humble enough to say we can improve, but also strong enough to to put her foot down on different things with different groups of people that she's working with is incredible. And
she's got the right connections, right? Because she's obviously been plugged in with the AMA forever. So yeah,
because she's also the designations. I don't know if she's like the coordinator or what her title is, but
she can go in with a feather to talk to people instead of a sledgehammer, like maybe other people or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, it's also better to not have Sophie and Kylie and their team manager or their boyfriends all complaining.
Which I think was
where they can all go to
right.
Christina, and Christina can go to whoever at MX Sports and say, hey, these are some things we need to
honestly,
focus.
I was talking to somebody about WMX and the Combine, which is Futures. What are they calling it now?
SMX Next.
Yeah, whatever that is. So I was talking, honestly, like, I think the teams and riders like the one-day format that we have now, all Saturday. But to me, they could, and if you're a promoter, this would work great. You could sell more tickets, and maybe there's something where 2 teams every other week go in on Fridays and sign or something, because a press day or whatever. Maybe if you're going to press day, you also have to sign. I could see a road where the promoters are like, we're going to a 2-day format, and the Friday will be Combine and women racing.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, no Combine on Saturday.
That's
next. Okay, and then also you're going to – these 2 teams – then we got press day. We're going to put press day in the middle there somewhere in that. And then also, so you're going to get to watch – women, Combine, press. So these 2 teams are going to be signing. Whatever, you know, you rotate them. These 2 teams are going to be signing. And now you're selling a 2-day ticket to fans. And yes, some teams have to show up for the second day, because one of the things the teams didn't want is that we used to go 2-day format for decades.
Yeah.
I could see that happening. And then now you have the women and the Combine kids with a bigger audience, and you buy a 2-day ticket, and you're getting autographs, and you're watching press day and all of that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and
I'm still not going to be there myself. I don't want to do a 2-day format, but I think there's an opening for it. You know,
Steve is all about women until he has to help the women.
No, still I got to go the extra day.
That's why he tells me to have him on my show.
Yeah, listen, 30 years of traveling, I don't want to go 2 days. But
I think it's really important to give more support and get some more acknowledgement to these women, because there are so many young girls and buddies' wives who are racing at the amateur races that they deserve a spot.
Look, listen, this is what part of what with the LGBTQ thing that I didn't like. We need everybody. Everybody can race. Women, gay people, people of color. I don't care. All good to race motocross to me. So let's appeal to as much people as we can and get them to the races. You know what I mean?
Are you kidding me?
Do I want to watch all of it? No, it doesn't matter though. But do the little girls and everybody else? Sure, great. You know. So to me, it's awesome.
My dad says this all the time. Mostly when he gets really riled up about, you know, hoping that women can get their spot someday and whatnot. He tells me all the time, women are the largest untapped market in motocross by far.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, it's totally true. We don't advertise enough to the women in the sport. And every guy that shows up on a race weekend or a practice weekend has some woman backing him, whether that's his mom, his sister, his girlfriend, or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a woman that we could, whether or not they're there, we could advertise to them because they're going to eventually see this marketing and get it. And not to mention, like, hey guys, this benefits you too. If your girlfriend wants to go out and ride, you get to ride more. So I think there's a spot for that.
I think it's awesome. So you mentioned MX Sports is working hard, doing it. What can they do better at though? You mentioned surveys and stuff and all that, but like, what would you like if you could just wave a magic wand and MX Sports could help you guys? What would you want?
Ooh, wave a magic wand is hard.
Okay.
Just because I see both sides of it now, having been there a couple of weekends, and last year we had a couple of weekends with them, I can see why they can and can't pull off certain things. Now, ideally, everyone wants to race on Saturday. The ideal thing is that we get a race on Saturday, whether that's one moto or both motos.
Were you okay with being the last moto at Lakewood?
Yes.
Was
it crazy? Yes.
Yes.
But it was okay. And it was so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, what a cool experience, because usually at that point, after 250, 450 motos, they scrap the track.
Yeah.
And instead of scrapping it, we got to make it worse.
Yeah.
Which it was just unreal to go out there and see. I mean, especially the conditions that weekend, because there was so much groundwater that the ruts got so deep. You'd go into some of the corners, and I can think of one corner in particular that I didn't realize on the sight lap.
The one on the bottom of the hill, going down to the very bottom after the tabletop in the back?
No, it was kind of the first corner, second corner up at the top of the hill. Anyways, near the Thunder Valley sign. But I remember on the sight lap not realizing that there was an outside line because the inside rut had built up as tall as the outside berm, and I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
And to give you an idea of just how gnarly it was.
Yeah.
And they prepped some sections for us, which I appreciated because honestly we would not have had a break otherwise, except for on a couple of jumps. But yeah, that was cool. So I guess waving a magic wand, we would
2
be able
motos
to,
on Saturday.
Yeah, but I also see the schedule, and if anyone has ever looked up the schedule, they have it down to the minute of when they do the sight laps and the motos and the podiums and everything. So I fully understand why they can't pull that off. But yeah, that would be my magic wand. That, and then a little bit more qualifying time for us. So the 2 15-minute qualifiers, I felt like that was good. I fully understand that we are not the money makers yet. Now, will we ever be the top money makers? No, but I honestly think that we could bring in attention to the sport if we play our cards right.
I don't know how this really works as far as support, so maybe you could help us out. Back in the day, Phi Lake and Patterson were getting paid money, bikes, parts, all of that. Where are we at with OEM support for Lala or the other top girls? I mean, obviously, or yourself, like, what level are these girls getting from the OEMs that you know of? And maybe you don't know, but like, you know what I mean? Yeah,
as far as I can tell you, and I might get some of these details wrong, but basically I believe Lala and KK are getting bikes. Charlie might actually have the best deal. I mean, they're flying her over from Australia, so I would assume that's probably a pretty sweet setup. KK's being flown in to the races, and whether basically there's a bike there at the races. I don't know if she's paying for flights or not.
She's Altus Yamaha.
KK's on SLR Honda.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I think
So,
dark.
Yeah, it's okay. Lachlan's on all.
That's okay. He's studying now, so that when he moves his podcast in the WMX direction, he'll have all the info.
He'll have it down.
Yeah, this will be good. We're practicing. But Lala is on the Altus Yamaha team, and as far as I know, it's bikes and kind of just like a,
we get a per race
here's
thing
what you
okay.
need. I don't know that she's getting a salary.
Okay.
I could see maybe some contingency.
Mm-hmm.
I know that as far as gear, I think most girls are getting a pretty decent gear contingency, and those who are on Monster are getting Monster contingency. But that's kind of where it ends.
Yeah.
Is
probably not as good as it
between
used
those
to be
girls.
for JP and Ashley and all that.
Ashley.
Yeah.
I would guess not. No, and in fact I was doing some research beforehand before I got here. Well, I try to take notes, but there's not much research to do. This is the tricky part. Is there's not a whole lot of WMX payout.
Yeah.
They have on their website just a link to the contingency. So I'm not don't think I'm doing that much research. It's not that fancy, but I wasn't able to find the Yamaha contingency. I'm sure it exists for WMX. I would like to think so. Kawasaki, as far as I'm aware, it has the best contingency. So for a win, an overall win at a round, it's $1,500.
Okay.
So not bad.
Not bad. Yep.
That's like an amateur national level.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. But that's the best. So going down from there, every other OEM is worse.
Yeah.
And
so it sounds like the support could be a little better than what it is.
Yeah.
Yes, but I can't miss saying this, that I am so grateful for everything they have done, because Kawasaki has helped me out so much. They are amazing to me, and their contingency is the best. At all of these races that I've been going to, I'm checking contingency, obviously, and they have the best payout out of all of the manufacturers.
But the Yamaha's winning.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, the Yamaha. Okay, just checking. Yeah.
Yes.
Blue Crew. Okay.
That's correct, yeah. Lachlan Turner is winning on a Yamaha, if we want to be more specific.
Is the best
Did the
bike
Yamaha...
right now.
Lux's faster sister.
Yeah.
But yes, Lachlan Turner is winning.
Yeah, on the Yamaha.
Does the Yamaha win when Steve Matthes is racing?
No,
okay.
It doesn't. No, we don't even make Loretta's. Everyone makes Loretta's, but
us too.
Just us two losers. Everyone else gets tickets.
Yeah.
Aiden, Chris, Turd.
Hudson,
Turd gets tickets.
Turd gets multiple from multiple.
And we,
facilities.
the losers, get nothing. Yeah.
They take them all.
The losers don't
So-
get tickets. That that kind of checks out.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Let's check it out. So it sounds like the OEM stuff. And again, they're trying. I didn't get you in the show to I just want to try to make things better or give our listeners and viewers a sense of where this new WMX series is, where it stands. So
I appreciate you having me on here so I can talk about it. I also wrote down our WMX purse. So at a minimum, and this is what it's tended to be at for each of the races, is that per moto, first place is getting 300, second is 200, third is 125, then it drops off a little after that. So, I mean, just as far as our expenses getting out there, like, okay, if I were to win right now, say I'm on because I am on a Kawasaki, if I were to win both motos, go 1-1, then I would get the 1,500 plus the 600, 2,100. That's if I have no other contingencies.
300 a moto?
Sponsors.
You mean 300 a moto?
Correct, yeah. Yep. So it would be 2,100.
Yep.
Now, if you think about expenses to get out to any race, that's not it.
No.
So that's the unfortunate thing that we're kind of up against, is that if you want to win this championship or even place up high in this championship, you are paying heavily for it.
Yeah.
So that's a thing that we're struggling with right now, is that kind of a lot of the girls are pretty young because they're still with their parents, and their parents are, sure, we'll chase this.
Are all these women going to go to Loretta's? Like, is it all?
Let's see,
so
lot
most
of them are.
Yeah, most.
Yes.
And so that'll be contingency there, like a real, maybe even better contingency.
Yeah, I think as far as Kawasaki, it's 2,000. I haven't looked.
Oh,
at
so it's
the
not
other.
that much more. Okay, so it's only $500 more.
Yeah,
to win.
I believe so. That's and that could be wrong.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm just thinking of another way that are they making more money at Loretta's? And it sounds like they are a little bit.
Yes.
If they do, okay.
Yeah, but that's a one-off race, and anyways.
And that race costs a lot more to go to.
Yeah, I think my friend Chris just ranted about that on social media.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that the other day.
Yeah.
And I recall from just 2 years ago paying that.
Yeah. Sophie Phelps here on the PulpMX show, by the way, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Also, the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by a Cherubies. You use a Cherubies?
I don't. Sorry, I use Polysport.
No, a Cherubies. Okay, a Cherubies. Add a Cherubies USA. That's what we use here on this show.
Thanks to Cherubies for helping out the show.
PulpMX and more using the Cherubies brought to you the 8 o'clock hour, bringing you a Cherubies. And Darkside brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. My guy, Sean. DecalMX.com.
Nick will remember that the next time you order graphics, and he's not going to send you anything.
FirepowerParts.com, batteries and chains. ClubMX using the batteries, featherweight lithium batteries. FirepowerParts.com, great loading ramps and stands and everything. FirepowerParts.com.
You mentioned a little while ago they got, quote unquote, screwed at Thunder Valley because they only got one moto.
Yeah, because of the weather.
But
I
want to ask you, I asked Lachlan when she was on my show, and I saw Kylie at the regional. Would you have rather had 2 motos on Friday or get that national TV time, first of all?
I would have rather what we did.
Yeah.
Just because of the press that the women got out of it, the eyes that were on us. I think that was far more important than having a second moto that day. So would I like it if it happened every weekend? Probably not. But, man, it was pretty cool, the opportunity to be on Peacock. In fact, I was just at the gym today before I drove down here, and a guy came up to me and he said, "How's it feel being famous?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, "Well, your TV time when you raced." I was like, "Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That's pretty
cool.
cool." So yeah, just people like recognizing that and being able to watch it is way cool.
What about my idea though? A Friday combine women, and we do 2-day thing. We pack it full of fans.
Do they get TV time? Probably
I don't
not,
know.
right?
Well, what about if we just showed highlights on Saturday, like we have done a couple times?
That would be better than nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, with the magic wand waved, then we would be on Peacock for sure. But
the magic wand, I would have qualified for Loretta. So you know what I mean?
Well, I feel you.
Yeah, I don't got the
Steve.
wand.
Yeah, totally.
Kylie said that she had heard, and maybe this isn't true, that she thought they were going to continue that, where you would race once on Friday and then get a moto after the guys were done on Saturday. Have you heard anything like that?
What I heard was that, so our last round is at Bud's.
Yep.
What I heard is that they were going to try and make up for that second moto that we missed by doing a 3-moto format at Bud's and doing 2 on Friday and the 3rd on Saturday.
How do you feel about that?
I think that would be pretty sweet.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sad that I won't be there.
Yeah.
But for the sake of women's motocross, which is more of my concern right now than my own results, I think that's pretty sweet.
You also mentioned a little while ago that most of the girls get along, but there was a little beef maybe in the press conference at Thunder Valley after Kylie and Michaela came together, and Michaela kind of called her out a little bit.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I would be lying if I said that those two just always got along.
Okay.
And that I would be lying if I said that we all always got along.
Sure. That's human nature.
I mean, look, we need Deegs. I don't always like what Deegs does, but it helps the series in some ways.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah. And I think generally it's good if we can work together. And I say that about those two, but realistically, they're good at working together. They were on the team that went out to Australia together, and they worked together on things. And it's just, honestly, you hit anyone at a race, you're going to be mad for the next, the next hour or so. So, yeah, there's plenty of times that I would have said, I'm sure, plenty of mean things in a press conference.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Yeah, you're pretty nice.
Yeah, I
Thanks, guys.
You're maybe a little too nice.
That's my dad actually has told me that too.
Yeah.
The track specifically. But.
Yeah, exactly. All right, it's time for the X-Brand Goggle tear-off segment. Let's do this. xbrandgoggles.com. EKS brand.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Kyle Chisholm, Freddie Noren. We got some GNCC guys running. The Lucid Goggles, fantastic. Dark, how's X-Brand treating you?
I love my Lucids as well as Hunter Lawrence loves his.
Oh, wow. Those are Alpine Stars, sir. They do look a lot like the
I'm
X-Brand.
pretty sure they do. Yep.
All right. 30s. Are you familiar with this segment?
I'm not. I'm sorry.
Okay. This is rapid fire questions.
Okay.
30 seconds you have to answer them. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Do you know him at all?
No. I'm sure I would like to. Who is he?
It's a long story.
Okay.
But
Andrew Short, super fan.
Yeah.
Cool.
So he came up with these questions. We don't know what they are. So if you don't like them, you got to blame him.
Okay.
All right. Let's do this.
All right, first question for Steve.
Yep.
How do you rate your sand skills, and what track conditions do you specialize in?
Okay, so a long time ago, I was really good in the sand. My listeners would have heard me say, I'm a sand guy, I'm a sand man. This has been years I've been saying this.
Yep.
I'm not a sand man anymore. I went to Gopher Dunes and raced, and it was harder than I remember. I wasn't that good. So sand skills not. I'm really good at Mesquite, and I'm really good at Glen Helen, and I think that's about it. I'm still not as fast as Sophie at Mesquite, but I'm better.
Well, it's true. I saw you clear some tabletops at Mesquite.
Yeah.
So you're killing it.
I got that. All right.
All right, for Darkside, who's helped you out the most with riding technique and speed?
Wow. My buddy Michael Gage. Yeah, he's a local Texas pro, and he's worked with me a bunch. But there's a lot of different people, but he's the most.
All right.
Cool. For Sophie, who is the GOAT of female MX racers?
That's such a hard choice.
I'm gonna go Jessica.
I'm torn between Jessica Patterson and Ashley Feilich. I think Jessica Patterson has more championships in different disciplines, but I think Ashley Feilich overcoming the deafness, that's nothing that Jessica can change. But I think it was very good for the sport.
Don't forget Mercedes Gonzalez.
I was just about to say Mercedes Gonzalez.
Guys, I was not alive.
You were negative. You were negative 20.
So that's
right.
Nothing against Mercedes. She's great.
But you have heard of her?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
She's messaged me on Instagram. She's
cool.
still a fan of WMX.
Nice.
She's way cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, for Steve, how many of the riders that qualified at Gopher Dunes could also qualify for a U.S. national?
Oh, jeez. Well, Lars was the 7th place. Well, Lars at Gopher did well, but 6 or 7. Maybe Phil.
Maybe Phil. All right, for Darkside, besides Loretta Lynn's, what is another track or racetrack on your bucket list?
Redbud. Yeah, Redbud Vet National. I'd like to do that one. Monster Mountain's another one that you and I have been getting invited to a lot, apparently.
Yeah, they got a Blue Crew race coming up.
Yeah, I think we need to do that. But yeah, those two.
All right, for Sophie, what's been your funniest interaction with the Keepers?
Oof.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to have 30 seconds. Oh, okay, here's a good one. When I first met the Keepers, I knew that I was going to be riding with them that weekday at Mesquite, and I had listened to one of Chris's podcasts the week leading up, and it was a woman on his podcast, and I thought, how cool. And it was just like I don't know who the guest was, but I was listening to it, and he said some things that I thought were very improper to say to a woman, whatever they were, and I don't care to repeat them. And I actually feel bad.
That doesn't sound like Chris we know.
I shouldn't be putting him on blast, but
No.
he has since apologized for this. And Chris is a funny guy, so I hope he forgives me. But we
They're listening, just so you know.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about that. I went and rode at Mesquite with them that week, and people who run the track at the Mesquite, they know me very well, and they know that I tend to have high standards about those things. Anyways, Chris said something about his podcast, and I just piped up. I was 16 or 17 and very sassy, and I said, you know what? I did listen to your podcast the other day for the first time. He said, oh, how'd you like it? And I said, it was horrible, and if I was your caller, I would have hung up, and I would have gotten off your show because I thought you were very disrespectful to her. And Chris was, to his credit, he was like, wow, he really took that to heart, and he has been very considerate of me and extremely respectful, and I love their family. But that might have been my funniest memory because they were just like, what? And all the other guys were laughing. They're like, oh, this is Sophie. So if I call you guys out on anything, I'm sorry. I just
don't
can't
be sorry.
help it.
Don't be sorry. No, it's good.
Yeah. No. All right.
Alrighty. For Steve, what needs to happen to get the Canadian Nationals back to their glory days?
I don't know. I mean, for one, a title sponsor would help. Somebody interested in the series.
Kind of like the same as WMX, right? Budget.
Yeah, I mean, an energy drink sponsor or something, because the Thompsons have taken it over and they do TV production really well. What they don't do is race promotion as well. The series has struggled a little bit. So I would get a title sponsor in there. And if you offer more money, you'll get some better American riders to come up to battle the Canadian riders, get the recognition going. Look, the series last year with Drew Adams and Gordon went up, and Janik went up, I think, got some really attention because of these top amateur guys coming up. So, yeah. It's easy to wave my magic wand, more money and more sponsors. So
I need to borrow that magic wand.
Yeah. All right.
All right, for Dark, what is the most valuable lesson you learned while working at Vital?
Man. Pay attention to the details. I don't know if I've learned it, but that's definitely the thing I know I need to work on the most. Pay attention to the details.
Cool. Last question for Sophie. Here we go. Who is your favorite PulpMX in-studio guest?
This is a great question. Darkside, because he's right here.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you, but I bet it's probably Chris.
You can get
Chris is pretty funny.
Yeah, Chris is
I really enjoy the keepers.
But thank you. I'll take it. I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, take it.
Maybe you guys tie? I don't know.
Yeah.
We look the same.
Brian's got an idea for WMX on one. What's up, Brian? What's happening?
Hey, boss man. First time caller, long time listener, watcher. What if there was kind of something pitched to more like the OEMs and like geared sponsor deals with those kind of people, with outside people sponsoring, throwing some money in for these women to actually have a real series, and kind of talking with the AMA and like the WMX, what they're doing to combine those to get the girls more exposure, maybe on a world stage where some of these girls are flying in here. Why don't we fly some of them out there to get them more exposure that way?
I mean, I think it's all good ideas, but with budgets being where they are and racing programs being tight, I mean, it's just a matter of proving to the OEMs that, hey, fans care, fans want to cheer for us, we got people watching us, and all of that. And then the OEMs are just going to go where the money is and where the exposure is. So we have to build that up. And honestly, that's why I mentioned the rivalry. That helps, if there was some sort of rivalry there.
There was with Ashley and Jessica.
Yes, it definitely helped things, So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, with like what Sophie was saying, that with the girls, it's an untapped market. I mean, there's money there, there's exposure there, there's getting people eyes on the sport. It's interviews, it's people like in the sports industry, like CBS Sports, NBC Sports, ESPN, sponsoring these girls, getting them exposure. You would think that the AMA and the world would look at this going, why don't we really try to push something here like they did with Ashley back in the day with her disability and everything, of really getting the exposure, how she was able to ride back then and everything, being deaf. I mean, it was something that they could have really tapped into, and they really dropped the ball, I think.
Well, they're trying it again, I hope. right, Sophie?
Yeah, I hope so. And I would say the biggest help that the fans are extremely important. They're very helpful. So all of these comments that we're getting on all of the WMX posts, the MX Sports posts, everything of where can we watch this? We want to see more of this. We love the women. All of the positive comments and feedback are really helping us. And we hear that at each round. At our riders meeting, they say, hey, you girls got a lot of positive feedback. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really appreciate all the fans tuning in. Everybody who watched on Peacock, the viewer numbers, I know they were looking at that to see who was still watching.
And it wasn't built in a day, right? MX Sports is kicking it back off, and let's see if we can get it going again, you know? So
I mean, the race at Lakewood, I mean, you watch that women's race, it was really competitive, and it was really down to the wire. There was probably really more close racing in that race than the other two during the day.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, thanks for the call. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, again, you know, it takes everybody
gonna
rolling in
take
the
time,
same direction. I would like to see more support in arena cross. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to see teams and riders being helped out in arena cross like we used to have, and WMX like we used to have, you know. So speaking of the comments and everything else, it is a social media age. What about the negative comments, the sexist stuff, the harassment even? I don't even know. Like, is that a problem? Is that out there?
There's some. There's not much. I've seen some comments of people don't want to see the women. People don't care. Whatever. Especially we were talking about how I did some media work with MX Sports and more specifically Racer X. I've done their post-race show with Ouija a couple of times. And sometimes there are some comments because I gotta read through them, and there are comments that say we don't care what the girl's opinion is or whatever, and which I just think is funny, and I ignore it. But so there is some negative comments about that. Sometimes there's, I don't know if I would call this sexist, but some interesting comments about all of these hot ladies riding or whatever. We get some interesting stuff. And then when we do autograph signing at the races, we've got some interesting fans that have come up to us, and I love doing the autograph signing for all of the little girls that have come up, because everyone brings their daughter up and like, hey, look at all these women, and that's cool to me. Because I would have that would have been a core memory for me if I was that little girl. But then we get some men walking up with, I'm sure not their first beer in hand, that say some interesting things to us, and nothing super terrible. Just like
it's out there. Yeah,
just slightly disrespectful in the sense of like, hey, we're here to race. Like, we don't want you to come say weird
try to hit on
things to us.
Stuff,
yeah. Or like, shirtless fans come up and, hey, ladies, sign my chest, and I'm like, that's just not my like. Yeah. Well, I'm here to race. Do you want that or not?
You're so stupid.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's men. It's guys. It's motocross guys, too, at that. You know, I mean, it's
because we want to, like most guys would be like, want a woman. If a woman say, hey, sign my chest, be like, yeah. So they think in reverse. It works. It's not how it works, man.
No.
We're not wired the same.
No, it's not.
Maybe not every woman feels that way, but I do feel like we are owed a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
And I hope we are.
When you were a little girl watching the sport, I guess your parents got you into it, I imagine, right, at some point?
Yeah.
Did you idolize the men at all? Were you, like, fans of that, or were you always sort of attracted to, like, the women racing and everything else? Like, were you a super fan of, like, I don't know. I don't even know how old you are, but let's say Chad Reed or something. Yeah.
Let's see. I was born in 2003, so
Holy
I don't.
Shit! Yeah, Jesus. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But
the show just got depressing.
Yeah.
I believe it was 2012 that was that race at Elsinore that I was telling you about with Ashley and Jessica.
Yep.
And honestly, I remember so many things about watching them race and watching them do the jumps or whatever. And I think, actually, I can tell you that Blake Baggett won in the 250 class, but only because I have a hat that I got that, Blake Baggett champion or whatever. Other than that, I couldn't tell you anything. I don't know who won the premier class that year. I don't know who was racing. I don't know.
So it was really a women's thing that attracted you, like the women's racing, and got you into it.
I loved watching the other races. Like, I do have memories of other of the guys racing around that time, but just not as many. They didn't stick out as much. So then once the women were done, then sure, I paid more attention to the men racing because that's what there is. And sure, I love the sport. It's not like I would only pay attention to the women, but it probably was that as a little girl, like, they were so cool to me because I was like them.
Yeah.
Or I could be like them,
Yeah.
That's why they need to be on TV, though, because the young girls, my stepdaughters, oh, wait, girls can do that too? I didn't know that. You
could tell her that from California.
There are a lot of positive interactions that we have that come from young girls that that say, wow, I didn't realize that I could do that. Or parents will tell us, like, you girls really made an impact on my daughter because she didn't realize that she could do this. And I think I was really blessed to have parents who never made a distinction, at least male to female, of what you can and can't do. And I know some families will tell me, like, oh, I would never let my daughter race. And I'm like, well, your son's right here.
Yeah.
So, like, and I get people have different ways of parenting, but I'm really, really grateful for my parents because I remember as kind of a young teenage girl being asked, what's it like to be one of the only girls racing, or what's it like to be a girl racing in a boys sport? And I remember honestly thinking, what are you asking me? Like, what do you mean?
It's like asking James, what's it like being, a black guy racing? He used to be like, what do you mean? I'm just racing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
yes. And me as a younger girl, I was like, I don't know what you mean. Why should it be any different? And now as I've kind of like brought in my perspectives and I've, gone through high school and I'm in college and I have a job and just different things in life experiences, I see what they mean. And because I'm getting these other experiences of where maybe there's slightly more separation or whatever and where there's some differences. But yeah, as a little kid, I didn't know that there was any difference. And I think that is way cool that I never had any idea that it would be different for me just because I was a girl. And in fact, my dad's so awesome and I appreciate everything he's done for me. I remember one time at a track that he got pretty mad, and this doesn't happen a lot. He's very nice to me because he knows, if I come back to the truck and I end up crying, then nothing gets done. So we gotta manage the emotions, but anyways, I remember one time I got back from a race and he said, what happened out there? Like, that wasn't your greatest moto. And I said, well, Dad, you got to remember I'm just a girl and those are boys out there. And that is the one time that I remember he got mad. He was pretty mad. Yeah. And he was like, you never use that as an excuse. Why would you tell yourself that?
Yeah.
And anyways, so I really appreciate that upbringing of don't tell yourself you're lesser than. And I'm sure they knew. Eventually I would come to find out that, there's differences in men and women. And then there's also differences in the ways that I'm going to be treated. But I think starting with that foundation has made me so much stronger because like things don't hurt, these little maybe sexist comments or whatever people say, it just doesn't bother me.
Right.
It's good.
So you mentioned, doing media stuff and we did the post-race show at a race this year with Weege afterwards at a race, and then Loretta Lynn's, you were doing stuff in the tower, live announcing. You've done different things for, like you said, Racer X. What do you like? What interests you in that? What do you really like about it, or what's your favorite thing to do in media, or what would you like to pursue in media down the road?
Oh, there's so much I like about it. I mean, so for those who aren't aware, at Loretta Lynn's last year, I did quite a decent amount of announcing. It was many more motos than I expected to, and then at these other rounds, I've been doing post-race show and. Most of that, we just interviewing the riders, and I'm kind of breaking down the race with them. And I'd love to do some race breakdown. Like, that's really fun for me. And I hope I have good things to bring to the table on that. And that's something where, people say we don't care what the woman says on this. But so I really hope that what I'm saying is of benefit and of good substance. But yeah, I don't know. I love
like
all of it.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't done so much to where I've maybe found things that I didn't like, but yeah, I'm grateful for those opportunities. I'm grateful for for Weege inviting me onto the post-race show so many times, and it was really Davey Coombs who let me go announce at Loretta's. And in fact, I had reached out to Weege beforehand, and I just said, hey, I'm thinking about coming out to Loretta's to watch. He had spoken to me before about, like, hey, if you're interested in media opportunities, reach out to me, because he and I had gotten to know each other mostly from just podium interviews, because I'll get up there and I will just talk forever with him. So I did reach out to him and I said, hey, I kind of want to come, but I don't want to just sit around all week. Like, would you have something for me to do? And he said, yeah, we'll see about that. Yep. And some girls previously from WMX had done some announcing, so I was really hoping for that. And I got there, and Davey said, hey, Sophie, and he, like, remembered a lot of things about me, which I thought was really cool. Just, like, a very personable guy, and I was impressed by that. And he said, hey, do you want to do some announcing? And I said, of course I do. And he said, okay, we'll start with girls in WMX. And he's like, maybe you can announce College Boy, too, if you're interested. I said, okay, cool. He said, we'll see how you do. Yep. Anyways, by the end of the week, they let me announce so many more races. So I remember I did some 65 motos, super mini motos, a lot of B classes. I may have done a pro sport moto. And that I realized that I really liked talking about it. So,
Yeah.
and again, I hope it was of substance and of value to the program. But yeah, I loved it. And then since then, I've been working a little bit here and there with Grassroots MX and RMX in Mesquite, and I've been doing some announcing at local races. I think I racked up about 100 hours of announcing there just over the winter. So, I'm just like kind of practicing in hopes of like maybe there's something, it's just good practice to talk on a microphone in front of a crowd anyways. Because
would you be interested in doing a role like a sideline reporter, or you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'd be all over that, honestly. And I did never think that would be like a dream of mine, but it's kind of come about more recently. So
it's interesting, right? And I think look, you've raced at a high level, you know what you're talking about, you know what I mean, as far as that goes, and like you need reps, so reps.
I hope I know what I'm talking about. Thank you. And that's really what it is a lot of just practice being in front of a mic, being in front of people and things like that, because it doesn't come naturally to very many people.
I saw the Bruff family up in Toronto this weekend. I went to the Canadian National.
Yeah, so they're awesome.
Yeah, they're racing Gopher. All the kids are doing, or two of the kids. Riley was up there too racing. Hung out with them for a little bit. Great people.
Yeah, they're so cool. It's fun to do some work for them up there, and I've raced their series for a really long time. So
we had Gary on the show 3-4 months ago. He came in studio, so. He's a great guy, great family. So
they're fun, full of stories. They have so many good stories of kids racing.
I was putting heat on him to open it up sooner. At Mesquite, I needed it open sooner for me, and I need better prep.
But Steve, would you come ride if it was over 100 degrees?
No.
So that's the problem.
Yeah, but September's fine. I don't think it's 100 degrees in September.
It depends.
He's talking October. He's talking October, and I'm like, no, Gary, it's too late.
I get they have a schedule there at other tracks in September. And you kind of get sick. I mean, I know that you're not at Mesquite maybe like every single weekend.
Yeah.
But I am.
Yeah.
And so by the time March or April rolls around, you're like, okay, we got how many weekends left of this? And you still love it, but it's like this is all I've been riding, really.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's get to line one. He's a first time caller, I think. Caller.
Yeah, I'm here to stick up for myself.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
I know this lady, Sophie. Is that her name?
Yeah, Sophie, I think. Yeah, Sophie. I'm not. Yeah, nobody.
Both.
Knows.
Both words.
She goes by both.
I knew I was putting my foot in my mouth.
Yeah.
So I met this young lady at Mesquite. Thanks to Gary and the boys for making a great track for Steve and I. And this young lady comes up to me and, just exactly how she said it. She said, I listen to your show, and I kind of like, part of me was like, first thing was like, because I know what I say on my show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, I don't know this young lady. Maybe she likes it. I have no idea. And dude, I think this chick's into me. She laid into me for about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
But what was awesome about how she was just grilling me a little bit was just like, it was everything she said was not wrong. There was nothing wrong. So I had nothing to say. I was backed against the wall, and I'm like, you know what? You're right. So ever since that day,
you're like, my bad.
Ever since that day, I have watched everything. I mean, you know me, Steve. Like, I get a little loose at times, right?
Yeah.
I rein it in. I'm pretty mellow. I watch the F-bombs. I let some slip at times. I think Sophie was there when me and Aiden got into it, so there was a lot of F-bombs on that day. But besides that day, I feel like after I've met her, she's very well-spoken. She had very valid points, and I'm like, boom. So actually, I learned something from Sophie. I was like, you know what? When I do talk on the show, I need to pay a little bit more attention. And ever since that day, the F-bombs and the things that I've said, it's got toned down just a little bit out of respect for women and
do you remember
young ladies like Sophie.
Do you remember?
Thanks, Chris.
Do you remember who was on the show? What lady was? The girl was on?
Dude, I have no idea who was on the show.
Okay, I was wondering.
It would have to be a Pulp show, wouldn't it? Because like Chris,
Sophie doesn't listen to the Pulp show.
But Chris never had like just a woman on his
podcast.
podcast.
It may have been a call-in.
Yeah, I bet it was.
He doesn't have call-ins.
No, she might have heard him on your show.
Well,
Maybe she heard after.
She doesn't listen to the show.
Oh,
she told me that.
Okay.
Right? You don't listen to the Pulp show?
Not Chris, Steve. It's 5 hours long.
Yeah, no.
I just thought maybe she heard like an after dark.
No,
I thought maybe she heard an after dark somehow.
Okay.
Like That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Look, I think it might have been something like that, but I mean, now that I know her very well, she's not going to stay on that for more than 2 seconds, right? She's out. So look I appreciate, and I got to know her family, and after all of that, I'm like, I always tell her dad, like, you have a great girl. She's on one, she rips. She'll kick both your guys' asses, right?
Yeah, we already clarified that, Chris. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and she's very intelligent. She, I just like people that I like to learn from. I can learn from Sophie, so I appreciate her.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, I appreciate you, and I appreciate our friendship, and also I appreciate that day that we met at Mesquite, I went up to Aiden and I said, get your slippers on and put boots on, and Chris said something like, this girl knows what's up. You better get out there right now or she's going to beat you.
Yeah, I like that she gave Aiden some crap. Yeah, I'm all about it. Yeah, that's great.
All right. Yeah. No. Well, listen, Chris. Thanks for calling in and defending yourself. Yeah.
I don't really feel like that was a defense of any kind. That was just.
Well, I just want to let you know I'm not raunchy all the time. I can read a room a little bit. There, Dark.
Can you though?
Yes.
I really appreciate Chris's willingness to respect, like some of my morals and my wishes when
he doesn't
I'm
respect mine.
People.
Yeah, he doesn't respect mine either.
Have you asked him to?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm out on Dark. There's nothing around. Dark does something. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, we all have our faults, and that's
yeah. Nobody's perfect.
Hey,
no
one is perfect.
Nope.
Steve, did Dark tell you he flew home first and then flew here or to Vegas?
Yeah, no, I know that. I got him the tickets.
I don't know why that's a weird
but
thing.
Why would he do that? Why would he just go to Vegas?
And do what? Sit in a hotel?
You could do work.
Well, I mean, I wasn't here. I was in Canada, so I guess I didn't think about that. But to me, I wasn't here, so I didn't think it was an option.
That's why I just went home, and I went and saw Amber and went to dinner with the girls and hung out, and then I had like 8 hours with the family.
Chris, what about this?
How do you do on the PulpCast? How was it?
Oh, dude.
It was good.
I don't know.
Look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. Their Twitter response.
Chris, Chris, go listen.
No.
It's
dude. Okay. You gotta at least. It's not because it's bad.
It's just his mic screwed up, so he had to pre-record himself asking the questions.
Yep.
And drop them in, and then he had to pre-record a fake laugh and drop that in.
But
so it's like you hear like, yeah, I had a good day, and then you hear click, ha 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 ha.
No, stop.
Stop it.
Yeah, dude, you gotta listen. It's fine.
It's great because everybody on Twitter's like, wow, those are like Dark's audio sounds so much better than Steve's.
No, stop it. We had a few audio issues myself for a few weeks, but we ironed it out.
We all have audio issues. I
it
fixed it. I salvaged it.
And then, Chris, somehow when I do them, I get 35 to 45 minutes of interviews. Dark got 24.
Because I was chasing this stupid jersey down for you.
You could have chased it any time during the day.
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to go in between motos. Anywhere. Hey, Levi, I know you're smoked, but I need your jersey.
After practice. You could have got after practice.
Steve, I watched the Weed Show, and there was Heather and I are watching it, and we see Dark in the background, just earbuds in, working away.
Yeah.
He's got his glasses pulled down to his nose. He's grinding, dude.
Yeah. That's why we had him there. I sent him there for one thing, the post-race PulpCast.
And I got him done.
And he fucked it up and had to re-record the audio.
I didn't fuck shit up.
Well, something happened. So,
poor Dark.
But
Dark.
It's just another thing in Dark's world. It happens to him. He can't even help it. He doesn't even know.
Yep.
Now he's here tonight, and he got in 7 minutes before the show as he had flight problems. So.
I know. I texted him. I was like, "You go all right?" He's like, "I'm flying." I'm like, "Just now?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh boy, here we go."
Yeah.
Yep.
But mountain bike ride tomorrow.
That's the word.
Yep. We're gonna take him out in the morning.
All right. Sounds good. Well, hey, have a good show. We're off to back east tomorrow, and glad you got Soph on. She was supposed to be on when I was there.
Yep.
I was there, but nonetheless,
she didn't come on because you were in.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
She said to me, "Hey, is Dark coming in? I feel more comfortable with Dark."
That's no doubt about that. I no problem. I get it.
On the contrary, I actually just didn't have a voice. I had been sick that past weekend, and I couldn't talk at all. I figured a couple hours on a podcast would probably not do my voice well.
Probably not ideal. No, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't want your listeners clicking off because that girl over there sounds
terrible. Like a frog or something.
Yeah. It was rough.
All right, Chris. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right. See you guys. Have a good
Chris.
Yep. Bye.
See ya.
All right. We also have Brian's got an idea for Sophie. What's up, Brian?
Hi, Brian. Hi, Steve.
No, you're Brian. I'm Steve, yeah.
I'm sorry. 15-hour day.
Yeah,
whatever.
it happens.
So, the Privateer Challenge, can Sophie get in there?
I don't know if Sophie's ready for Supercross in Salt Lake or in Denver. I don't think she's, yeah.
Sophie
I
has
don't know.
never ridden a set of whoops in her life.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can just jump them. Hell, I didn't. I mean, I blitzed through them when I was 16, but
Well, in that
you know,
case, can I get into
finish
it?
Yeah. Honestly, though, I don't think Sophie wants to do it. But even if she did, one of the things they've told me is the person who anybody who rides in it has to have a pro Supercross endorsement. Like,
oh, okay,
so,
I didn't know that. I'm
yeah.
sorry,
No, I
got
tried to put in Flying Taco, and it didn't work either. So
All
I don't.
right.
So I don't
So
think they
what
let
ab-
Sophie in. Yep.
So what about Jamie Little started out as a pit in Supercross, then
Mhm.
she graduated pit reporter to NASCAR, then she graduated to announcing for the Truck Series, which is the best series in NASCAR to me. What about announcing Supercross, motocross?
Yeah. She said Sophie'd be down. Like,
Yeah,
But in the booth, not on the floor,
Right.
in the booth.
I mean,
Big dog.
Sure.
I would be all in for that. Unfortunately, I don't make those decisions.
I know you don't, but I mean, you got a good voice and you articulate well. I mean, it'd be cool, like a guest appearance. Like they're trying to bring women and girls into the sport, and I mean, a woman in the top tier announcing. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Hey, thanks for your vote of confidence, because I really actually appreciate that. I think that could be very cool. I'd be all for it. Yeah, so I'm trying, I guess, in my purpose of talking about what I did over the winter at Mesquite and announcing there is just to say, like, I'm working in that direction. I would hope that I can make it. I don't know,
Thanks.
somewhere
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it, man. Thank
Right,
you.
no problem. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Have
Bye.
a good night. Ethica, PulpMX 20 code to save at Ethica, Ethica.com. Love the Ethica stuff. You a fan of Ethica at all?
I have like
We-
one pair of their things. Sorry.
Okay.
I get like the Target spandex. That's my stuff.
Okay, well, moving on. Ethica.com, PulpMX 20 is the code to save. Great underwear, men, women's, boys, hoodies. Listen, here's how much I love their hoodies, okay? So I got Ethica hoodie. I brought it to Boston, went to the Red Sox game, left it in Kellen's rental car.
Oh,
Now, normally I wouldn't give a shit, and I would just go get another hoodie, because who cares? I got 800 hoodies, but I love that Ethica hoodie so much. I told Kellen, take it with you back to California, and then I'll get it from you whenever I see you again. But do not, don't leave it in the rental car. Please take it with you.
Because you like it that much.
I like that hoodie that much. Ethica hoodie. It's fantastic. So PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Ethica. MTX braking pads as well. Please check those guys out. Road bikes, mountain bikes. Dark's got a set in his mountain bike as well. MTXbraking.com, code PulpMX. Red compound is a little more stickier. Wears a little faster. Gold compound, more standard. I like the red one. And available in 2 different compounds, road bikes and mountain bikes. MTXbraking.com. Thank you to that. Use the code PulpMX to save. It is time for the Twisted Tea I Don't Know Man segment. Let's do this. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Should have prepared Sophie for this a little bit, but it's a regular segment we have. Twisted Tea, I don't know, man. What is Twisted Tea? It's brewed tea with alcohol in it, Dark. The same alcohol that's in beer. It tastes like real brewed tea because it's made with real brewed tea.
Fancy.
Non-carbonated, 5% kick of booze. TwistedTea.com. Twisted Tea post-show race show that Sophie was on as also. They sponsor that. And Twisted Tea, check them out. Thank you to those guys at Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted. So this is Twisted Tea, I don't know, man.
Okay.
So something you're confused about, something you don't know, Sophie, something you need an answer for, whatever it is. Think about it in a second if you have one. If you don't, that's fine too. Dark, what's your I don't know?
You already
man?
did mine. It was the audio stuff that earlier. My audio issues with my mics. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I figured it out.
It's especially I don't know, man, because Lars one worked, which was the last one.
Yeah,
that
any
makes
sense.
no sense.
Made zero sense.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't get Jorge Prado, Antonio Caroli. I don't know, man.
I told you why I didn't get Caroli.
I don't know,
He
man.
didn't show up.
Well,
I didn't see Prado either.
How about walking back where he was to his truck?
Did you know how many?
How about
Yeah,
that?
I never thought about that.
How about being a dogged
Yep.
reporter and just never giving up?
That's
on that
how I
scoop?
got RJ, and that's how I got Ryder, because I was walking around. And
Yeah. All right. I don't know, man.
Just
I don't know why I sent you to Red Bud.
I wanted Caroli and I wanted Hari because you try to get him every week, and it just didn't happen, man.
Hari
Kulas.
I don't try to get him every week.
I thought you got him almost every week.
No, I got him last week at Southern because he rode great.
Okay.
He had another top 10, by the way, Hari Kulis.
Yeah.
He rode really well. So that's it. I don't know, man.
That was mine.
All right, mine is the Canadian series. And again, I touched on it earlier with this call. I wanted to succeed. I obviously being me Canadian, I love being up there and going to see it. I don't like the fucking check-in protocols at the airport, but generally I like going to Canada. And the Thompsons do a great job with TV. They publicize the Arena Cross series. They do the great job with the Canadian TV series with Gald and Liam O'Farrell on the Ride TV app. They've done a number of other productions down here in the U.S. They're really, really good at TV production, but promotion. I don't see the Canadian series thriving for a number of years now, and I don't know, man. I don't know how hard they've been trying, and maybe they are trying super hard. So then my I don't know, man, would switch to I don't know why no company would want to sponsor the series. Like, it is a legit series. It's world class racers. It's Americans, Canadians. We got a Dutch guy doing it. I don't know. We got to get some outside sponsors in this Canadian series. We had it for years. We had Karcher back in the day. We had Monster, Rockstar, all of them involved over the years. And I don't know, man, why we can't get a little better promotion in our series. The Thompsons, who own the series, are doing a great job with TV stuff. I don't know if they're doing a great job with the sponsor stuff. Like, it's just got to get more sponsors. I know it's easy to say, but it's a big country. There's got to be lots of things to do. I don't know how hard they're trying. And I see this thing, it has been flat or decreasing in quality / appearance / everything since they took it over. And maybe I sound harsh because maybe they're just busting their balls behind the scenes and I don't know it. If they're busting their balls behind the scenes, something ain't working because they're not getting anything new. Like, there's nothing new.
It definitely seems like it's gotten dropped off the last 3 years.
There's not, like, since they took it over, there's not like a 7-Eleven has come in and then left or whatever. You know, there's been nothing new come in. They have Bob's Cooler now, but they own Bob's Cooler.
Right.
The Thompsons do. So that's nothing. They just put their own company. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I like them as a family. I met them this weekend. Again, I saw them, Justin and Kyle, great people. What is going on? Why can't they get some advancements in this series? It pisses me off a little bit. And again, maybe they're trying. Yeah. Maybe they're knocking on every corporate door in Canada. I don't know, man. But
Hawkins Cheesies.
The old guy, Stally, now economy was different and times were different. I understand. But Stally Brass, CMRC, he had different guys all the time. Max came in and Rockstar and Monster and Red Bull, I think, he had guys. They would come in and leave, but he got it. He got money coming in. These guys, the Triple Crown guys, don't seem to be able to get money coming in. So I don't know, man. I want it to survive.
I did too. I thought of another one. It was going to be another rant that I forgot about.
Yeah.
And I cannot believe I'm doing this, but 4th of July weekend in my hotel.
Oh.
Why are we shutting off fireworks in a hotel parking lot for 4 hours?
Yeah, man.
Like, I'm okay out in the
country.
country.
America? You hate America? You get the fuck out of this country. Get the fuck out. You hate America.
I hated those fireworks at
you hate America?
midnight with
you hate America.
3 hotels. It's not even in the country.
Dark hates America.
As someone under the age of 30, I think that's fun.
Yeah, well,
so
fireworks.
that's my take.
It's fun until like midnight, and then stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's a hotel parking lot. There's
that is
literally
pretty rough. There's
3
people
hotels
everywhere. Okay.
And fireworks. And like my windows lighting up. What is going on? How is this allowed?
I don't know, man.
I don't even know.
Yeah, but now you're going to get accused of hating America.
You might get.
There's nothing wrong.
I will.
This is the thing that people don't understand, and I don't know why I get branded with this shit from these idiots, like the Hayden Deegan American flag thing.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh, you're mad he's waving a flag on a podium." No. If you listen to the show, I was mad. Not mad. I was discussing 3 or 4 rounds of him putting American stuff in his speeches and podiums and all of that. It wasn't just grabbing one flag. The fireworks thing. I got nothing against fireworks. I'm against fireworks for fucking 7 hours. Okay? Chalk on the sidewalk. Clean it up.
I'm out on that.
No, but I'm just saying, like, people are like, oh, look at chalk. No, just clean it up. My points are not getting through to people, and it pisses me off.
Yeah.
Because I don't mind fireworks. I'm fine. You want to shoot your super fireworks off? No problem. Can we, after 2 hours of watching things explode in this colored in the sky, are we good? Do we need 5 hours of that? That's my point.
But it doesn't
I
bother
feel like
me.
my points get lost.
To some degree,
They get
at
lost
times,
in what I
yes.
really mean. I like fireworks, but only for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. I don't.
I want
mind
to try to sleep, Sophie.
Steve, I am not a therapist, so
My dog is angry?
I cannot
Yeah.
fully diagnose you, but I kind of think that maybe you are just sad that Canada doesn't do fireworks for 7 hours.
Oh no, we do it. July 1st is our day.
Really?
And it goes off. Yeah, it goes off.
I've never heard of it.
It's Canada Day, July 1st. Everyone's heard of it.
that was like Tuesday this week or
Yeah,
something. 'cause
yeah.
Who did I talk to? And I was trying to get a hold of Brad at FXR, and he's like, "Hey, it's a holiday."
Yeah. No, listen. So sometimes I'm just like I get these idiots who are not understanding what I say. What I say gets turned into just he hates every firework. It's like no. I got no problem with lighting of fireworks, but is there a certain time limit where we can just stop?
Listen, when I'm at home and I hear them going off in my house, I don't care. I cared in this hotel parking lot because it sounded like mortars going off in between the hotels.
Yeah.
It just made a difference that particular night because it was so loud, and it was like, this is a public place, bro.
Twisted Tea, I don't know, man. You got one? Did we put you on the
Probably
spot?
us too.
I have WMX on the brain right now, so I guess mine is kind of similar to your Canadian thing, but a little bit different because we're new. But I am trying to figure out where we get our sponsors from, where we're going to get some traction in picking up a fan base, and maybe this is a little bit more serious than like our fireworks discussion. So sorry to bring down the mood.
Sad.
But but that's what I've kind of been thinking about a lot lately.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we get this?
And then my coding homework that I've been working on. I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know,
Python
man.
this
That's
I don't know, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
011001.
No, that's
not that kind of coding.
That's like a step below or above, whichever way you want to go, between what I do.
Okay.
So I'm learning Python. I have a pretty good grip on MATLAB coding, but these are coding
Started
languages.
about Pythons.
It's ways to talk to a computer, guys. Anyways, I have to
Coding
learn it this
corner,
summer.
coding corner,
I
coding
push this
corner.
button right here, and I talk to my computer.
You're so much further ahead than I am, Darkside.
You're talking to the wrong man over there about coding. He has a little technical problem sometimes. Do we want to get into the laptop or no? Do we?
No, we do not.
All right. Well, I'm just saying you have a little bit of technical problems.
I'm old, man.
You're an older
I
gentleman.
don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Twisted Tea at Twisted Tea on social. Thank you to those guys. Twisted Tea, I don't know, man segment. Love it to have those guys on board with us, of course. And again, motorsport.com, fly racing, decal. No, I'm going to save that for the end of the show with Sophie.
By the way, I don't know, man. 1 million times better than the Mandarin.
Mandarin.
Mandarin's the worst.
The Mandarin hears these things you say about him.
It's the worst
You're going to get in trouble.
segment you've ever done.
No.
And you need to kill it.
It's not my segment. It's the Mandarin segment. Okay, we asked for... Actually, before we get into the Instagram questions for Dark, people know.
Yeah.
You're out at Vital.
Yep.
2 years? 3 years?
3 years.
3 years at Vital.
3 years and I think 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
Will be 3 years.
You've got an HVAC job lined up on Wednesday.
Yeah.
The guy's a moto guy, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to make more money at this HVAC job?
That's the word.
We think. But
Yeah.
now you're going back into regular life.
Yeah.
What are your hours?
Don't know yet. I mean, we start like around 8, but it's one of those. I'm sure,
Yeah.
like if you're working on an AC and it's 5 o'clock and
Do
you're
you
not
know?
done.
Do you know what you're doing?
Nope. It's
But
gonna be
you
on
do-
the job training, and then they're going to send me to a school that's coming up once
Okay.
it comes
Yeah.
in our area.
They do make good money, HVAC people.
Yeah. So just starting out, I'm expecting close to a 40,000 a year bump.
Yeah.
35 to 40.
Yeah.
It could be quite a bit
Yep.
more than that.
And so you're going to keep the pony pod going.
Yeah.
Tuesdays, same deal.
I'm going to move it to Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Back to Wednesday because with the full-time job, I don't have as much prep time for a
Mhm.
show, and I like to have my notes and all that.
Yep.
So we'll move it to Wednesday. Moto X Pod YouTube channel's back up and running.
Mm-hmm.
If you search it out, a lot of Vital stuff comes up first. So you kind of got to scroll and find that little blue Moto X Pod logo. And then MotoXPod.com will be coming this week. And myself, Scotty, TJ,
Fucking
Chase,
Scotty.
we're going to do our own segments. We're going to write stuff and come up with ideas on
Okay.
YouTube and try to make it go.
I told you this before. I mean, I'm just bringing this to the public now. I think you're going to end up making more money on your podcast show than you did at Vital. Obviously, it was all wrapped up into your salary and everything else, and
Yeah.
it was a Vital show per deal. But I think you've established yourself even more now for 3 years. companies, industries in the industry wants to help you out and support you a little bit. So I think you're going to end up. You're going to hate life sometimes working in HVAC, crawling in some attic with some dead beaver up there, But I think in the end, you're going to make more money on the pod and have a little more freedom, that way.
Yeah.
And WMX and GCC and, that kind of stuff. So
yeah, content-wise.
you could almost launch a second show.
Maybe. Let's give it some time.
Dedicated to off-road stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's talk of doing a lot of stuff. We've got a couple privateers that want to come on and do some stuff and help us out and put some content up on our YouTube channel and just be a part of it. Maybe do some writing. So yeah, and Yamaha and Racetech are coming on board, are staying on board with us. X Brand, Guts, ETS. Well, it's a competitor of yours, but ETS Racing Fuels.
We'll just edit that out.
Yeah, that's fine. Cut that out. T-Bolt USA, which is like if a lot of guys are into pit bikes. T-Bolt USA is a pit bike supply site. They're all staying with us and gonna support the show, and
so
I think it's gonna be good.
Are you stoked that these companies were pretty much like, yeah, keep it going? Like
I was a little surprised.
Right.
Yes, I'm stoked. Yeah, very much that they want to keep supporting, and then the responses I've gotten on emails and direct messages from listeners and stuff, it's been unreal.
Are you gonna go back to your schedule of pre-Vital days of going to these races? How many you go to, like 5 or 6 close ones or whatever? You know, like
we probably won't do any more this year. Like, let's get the money coming in. Let's see how it goes, and then hopefully next year, there'll be some budget for us to do that.
Yeah, travel a little bit.
And then, but also, starting a new job, you're not gonna really go say, "Hey, buddy," even though he's my friend, I need Friday off all the time. You can't take advantage of that. I used to do that because I was at a job I'd been at 15 years, and I had tons of sick time and vacation time built up, and it was easier. I got to play this thing out. I don't know yet.
Yeah, but you could, hey, can I get off at 4, catch a 7 o'clock flight?
I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go, but the main thing is the website and the YouTube channel. It's really big that hopefully our listeners come over, more people will start subscribing and liking it.
Yep.
That's what we're going to need to make this thing really take off, is get some awareness out there.
So your time at Vital, are you bitter it's over? Are you okay with it being over? Are you bummed, super bummed?
Bummed and okay with it being over. No bitterness. It was business. It wasn't because it wasn't brought to my attention. It was because I did a crappy job and no hard feelings in either way. It's just they're going a different direction. And Lewis is still there doing the written stuff. There's going to be more testing going on, so I think people will be happy with that. But yeah, in the end, I think it's a little more freedom for me to do stuff that I want to do, that maybe more privateer stuff or whatever that I didn't do at Vital, and I learned a lot at Vital.
Yeah.
Good things, bad things. So yeah, in the end, I think it was a really good experience. I'm very thankful I got the opportunity. I learned a lot, and we're just going to progress, and hopefully it's the next step, and it's going to be positive.
God, I remember Minneapolis. You telling me, but did you have the greasy? No, that was the week we cut
when we
everything
cut
off.
The hair. You
cut the
hair
off.
In Minneapolis.
Did you see him before?
Oh yes, I do. I do remember.
You
If
remember
nothing
him?
else, at least pictures.
Yeah, I don't think we ever met with.
Jeez,
but I probably.
Sophie, you would have never came on his show if you.
I think she did.
I doubt it.
I don't know. I don't remember when the first time was she came on.
I don't remember if it
was after Loretta's.
pre or post long hair. Though I will say.
What about the bandana too?
Yeah, you know what? I will say, and this is no dig at my boyfriend, but I started dating him when he had long hair.
Really?
I made him cut it.
Yeah.
But,
Did he have a pony or just long metal hair?
No, just long,
Yeah.
like kind of like to his shoulders.
Okay.
I said.
Yeah.
But though actually, I just kind of made a light threat that this was before winter break at school, and I said, if this is still around after winter break, I'm doing your hair to match mine every day because I could fully braid it and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I'm not completely anti. Like, you have your choices, and you can do what you like.
Yeah.
Though I think this is a clean cut.
Oh, I
like
agree.
Darkside. This is great.
I'm happy with it now. It took Amber a while to come around. Amber hated it.
Yeah.
But
so, HVAC life.
That's Wednesday morning.
Pony Pod
with my Brunt
Wednesdays.
boots.
Yeah, Brunt boots.
Brunt boots and
PulpMX, by the way, to save at bruntworkwear.com. We have that sponsor too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, that hookup probably came because of you. I don't know why else Brunt boots reached out to me, but
no, I think that was just random. It wasn't me.
It might have been.
I'd love to claim things, as everybody knows, but I can't claim that. But
I think in the end though, this is going to be really good, and our listeners seem very excited, and the show's gonna continue as is. It's just going to be on a different format or in a different platform.
Yeah.
Moto X Pod instead of Vital.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, look, again, you've built up a name here, thanks to us, Chris and I.
Sure.
You've met.
Here he is making the claims.
Yep.
He said he would.
Yep. We've built your name up. We've helped you out with riders and teams, and you're semi-respected now. So like, you should have no problem reaching out and getting guests, and
Yeah.
I think you're making more money. Yamaha's going to stick with you with a loaner, with a bike.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Blue Crew.
Mike Ulrich.
So that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we do, Sophie.
What do you do?
We loan out media bikes
That's very
to
cool.
keep people riding.
Wow.
Yeah.
I highly respect that.
Steve takes credit for everything.
Yep.
That happens for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured.
Yep.
Darkside, I have a question for you. Maybe this is a silly question, but how did you get the nickname Darkside?
It comes from being a nerd and liking Star Wars.
Okay.
Yeah, growing up a massive Star Wars fan, and just my social stuff was. I was like, when I was my first emails were really started. What is my email going to be? Instead of using my name, I was like, well, I like Star Wars and I like motocross, so Darkside MX, and then that rolled into my Twitter. And then when I first started calling into Steve's show, which is people were using their nicknames or their Twitter handles, I was hearing. So the first time I called in, I used my real name.
Okay.
Second time I called in, I was like, oh, this is Darkside, just because I used my Twitter handle. And then it stuck.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got
Nice.
a tattoo of it, too.
Really? Okay. Well, hey, I
Show her the
respect.
tattoo.
I
Show her
respect
the
the
tattoo.
nerdiness, the Star Wars obsession.
We
My
show-
dog is named Leia from Star Wars.
There
so
you go. Yeah. So you can
we're-
respect that. Yeah.
Yeah. We have our nerdy moments at our house.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I have a lot of them.
No, I'm a big Star Wars fan. I'm just not getting tattoos on me.
I
That's all.
would be a little bit on Steve's side for
Yeah.
this, but
Yeah.
you know what? It's his choice, kind of like the ponytail and the
Yeah.
haircut. You know,
Yeah.
you do what you like.
All right. We did ask Instagram for some questions for Mr. Side.
Oh.
I'm excited
tonight.
about this.
Is this Twitter? Not. Oh, you said Instagram.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you did do that.
Yep, we did that. Okay. Okay, old man's figuring it out here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great
So
radio.
is this your
This
little
is riveting.
figurine, or is that Steve's?
That's Steve's, because Steve's a nerd too, just
Okay.
not as
Um,
nerdy.
What's that? The
I'm
Darth
glad to be a
Vader?
part
Vader.
of the nerd herd here
Okay,
today.
here we
This
go.
is-
We're all nerds.
From Jess110. Where would Dark be in life without Steven Kiefer?
Probably still at the city, just grinding away.
Yep. Just digging ditches. Used to dig
Maybe
ditches.
with the ponytail.
Yep. Yep.
Digging ditches. Okay.
Yeah.
Sticky Stew. When are you buying PulpMX?
Well, myself and Thomas Fichter have talked
Yep.
after this weekend,
Yep.
and they're we may be buying you out.
Okay. All right. Tanner Markham. Sophie single. Hit me up. No,
She's
not
not.
single.
That's a Darkside. That's a question for you,
Um,
isn't it? What are you gonna say to that?
yeah, I don't know. She's not. She's taken.
I just talked about my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
she's taken. Dark has monster cock. That's his real name. Does the carpet match the drapes, Dark?
I don't understand the question.
The dyed hair or not?
No, my hair's all
Okay.
natural, man.
All right. MTX Breaking. Favorite performance at Aussie's final show?
I haven't watched that yet, so I don't know. I need to watch. I didn't even know where you watched the thing.
I don't know either.
There's so many.
I saw some
bands.
highlights of it.
Yeah.
but yeah.
I don't know yet. I'll get back to you, MTX.
Okay. Jameson Electric. If you could improve one thing in Steve's life, what would it be?
You need kids.
I need kids.
You need kids.
Oh, it's that ship has sailed. Yeah.
There's always adoption.
Yeah, that ship sailed too.
Honestly, I would like you and Pookie to do more together.
Yeah, that's not how we roll.
I know.
Yeah. We don't do things together.
I know.
Yeah. G Palmer 617. Why is Vital so much better now that he's gone?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh.
good.
Wow.
I guess you answered the question.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That was just a dig. That wasn't even
Yeah.
a question.
No.
I'm sorry, Darkside.
that's fine.
But on the positive side, T McPhail 661. No question, just a big fan of him busting his ass and breaking into the motor world.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm not actually completely gone yet either. I still did bike of the day today.
Oh wow, really? Okay.
Big swing.
If Hutchings, Carl Hutchings, if you could go back to the start of the Vital opportunity, what would you have done differently?
I don't know that I would have done anything really differently. No.
Okay. J Junior Brit 66. Dark, has Steve hired you yet? Love tits, but kills the late night show vibe. Replacement? Question mark.
I'm not moving to Vegas.
Sad.
Can I do
Maybe
it
we'll
from?
get Sophie.
Yeah.
Patrick 657. During your time as a full-time media reporter, who was your favorite rider you dealt with?
And McGrath.
Wow.
Yeah, who's better than McGrath? Currently, though, like Jaleek's really good. I said that, and I love talking to Chiz.
Sky Captain 758. What's been the best part of being associated with Steve within the moto industry? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I've gotten a lot of benefits, like bikes from you and Chris, and met some people that maybe I wouldn't have met as easily. So just, opportunities, just general opportunities.
Evan Carson, what was up with the arm sleeves he was wearing at Media Day?
Yeah, it was hot, and I've had some skin cancer removed from my arms. It's like another hereditary thing, so I wore some sleeves.
Okay. All right. From Vin Rossi, Dark, if you had to kick one person in the nuts, who would it be? Steve, Lewis, or Michael Lindsay?
Steve.
Wow. Okay. What's your favorite North Texas track from D. Skilling 77?
Billadilla.
All right.
That's a great track name.
It's awesome, yeah. Guy named Bill owns it, yeah. So.
Kenny Brown, 27. Would you leave the hot tub after one wiener enters, or would it take multiple wieners?
Well, one uncovered wiener is enough to get me out of the hot tub.
Okay.
And that's generally Chris.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sophie may not know about this.
I would not like to. So if
Yeah, you
we
don't
could
want-
move on, that
Just
would be
move on.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
T.S. Pintoin, what is the surprising thing to you about the motorcycle industry that you've learned?
I don't know. Surprising. Nothing comes to mind right. Let me think about it.
Alk003, Mr. Side, what's your best Iron Maiden album, the best Metallica album?
I really like the last couple Iron Maiden albums, but it's not the best. I'm gonna go with the live album. I'm blanking off the top of my head right now.
Great radio.
Yep. There's their live album from Los Angeles. Not Los Angeles. We'll call it. It's south of Los Angeles. What's that? Right there on the. I can't think of the city. Doesn't matter. The live album.
San
And Metallica.
Diego?
No,
I don't fucking know what you're talking about.
Long Beach. I think there's an album where they recorded in Long Beach, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, Metallica definitely Master of Puppets. That's one of the closest albums to a perfect album, in my opinion, of any album in the world.
Braden 2005 Skaggs, F. Mary Kill, Anne Hathaway, Natalie Portman, Big Lou.
Lou, it's nice knowing you. You just died.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll marry Natalie Portman and F.
Anne Hathaway?
Anne Hathaway.
All
Sure.
right. Lee says, not a question, but I met Dark this weekend. Nice guy, and appreciate him speaking with me. I hope when you spoke to people this weekend, you told me you were with PulpMX.
I did a lot of people.
I'm here. PulpMX.
I did a lot of people. A lot of people asked.
PulpMX Cub reporter this weekend.
I told that to many, many people.
James King Landscapes. What's the most annoying thing Steve or Kiefer has done to you?
Chris definitely trying to get in the hot tub naked.
Yep.
The $800 thing.
The $100 thing.
$800 thing in Paris.
You told me I could bring that up. You said I could. I had the class and the courtesy to say, can I bring this up on the show? And you said yes.
I didn't expect it to go the way it went.
Well, okay.
Steve thinks everybody has $800 in their bank account. Do you have $800 in your? You probably do.
Yeah.
No,
she's smart.
Yeah, she's smart. No, that wasn't it. Access to $800.
Yeah.
Credit card or bank account. Just access to $800.
Okay.
But I was surprised. There was a lot of people that did not have access to $800.
I fully believe that. Yeah.
All right. Ryan Zielinski, Metallica or Megadeth?
I'll go Metallica, but man, early Megadeth was really good.
Sophie? Metallica or Megadeth?
I'm gonna be honest, I've never heard of Megadeth.
Okay.
But I don't mind some Metallica songs, so I don't listen to a lot of their stuff.
Okay. Hellhound, the Dark Cry watching Ozzy's last performance. You haven't seen
I gotta
that.
watch that. I've seen so many clips of it, but I wasn't home this weekend.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's the Instagram questions for Dark.
Yeah.
Instagram questions. That's my segment.
I want to cry seeing Ozzy in such bad shape, like sitting in his chair because he just can't really get up and move around anymore. I know he's like 90 years old.
Dude.
He's not, but
he should have been dead 40 times by now.
But
Like,
it's sad. He's just, I don't know. Our legends they're all going to be dying off.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, he's been on borrowed time.
Sure.
For a while.
I know, but it's still sad seeing him on stage like that.
Yeah. Sophie, did you run the green nail polish for Cowie?
A little bit, yes. Also, I just wanted a bright color
Okay.
because it's summertime.
I'd rather have blue on you next time you come in.
Yeah, I thought about blue too, and then I chose green.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dark.
Yes, sir.
Brian Stone can help you out with all this money
Yeah,
you're getting
talk
from the
to him.
HVAC. Market declines, unemployment, COVID. Today's headlines can be scary. Edward Jones financial advisor Brian Stone can help you. 816-761-4066. Give him a call. He can do all things investment, and he'll give you a call for whether it's a slow, steady approach to whatever it takes to hit your financial targets. Contact Brian Stone, edwardjones.com. Former privateer hero Brian Stone. Check him out. Dark's been in touch with him as well. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Talent Segment. Let's do it.
That's my mom. It's the motorsport.com tweets at Talent segment.
Motorsport.com every week from May 10th through August 17th. One lucky winner will receive a curated prize pack from Motorsport's trusted brand partners. The Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes are on right now. YZ450 is the grand prize. Great guys at Motorsport.com. The number one online place to order. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. Dedicated team of gearheads there. Thank you, Motorsport.com, for all that they do. And, like I said, UTVs, dirt bikes, mountain bikes, street bikes, all of it. They got parts for all of it, OEM and aftermarket parts. These questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show on the Twitter, and Talon in the corner asks the best ones. Just the best ones, though, Talon.
You made me narrow it down, and then we didn't have a lot of great ones, so we're real light tonight.
So we'll go mediocre.
Yeah.
Wow, they don't want to talk to us, Darkside.
No, it's not you. It's me.
Well, it could be either or both.
No, it's Darkside.
Yeah, it's me.
Voice of the drunken people for you, Sophie. What's the ultimate goal for WMX? Would it be to give the class as much TV time as the 250 and 450?
Ooh, I would say ultimate goal is to have maybe like top 10 women who can make a sufficient living off of the racing to justify doing it. I would say it from my perspective.
All right.
From Blackwater Stout, this one's for Dark. Rumors of Barsha and Anderson going to Ducati have now changed to only Barsha heading there. Is Jason to Ducati dead? And if so, where would he go?
It's funny. That's for me. I'm thinking Hep.
They're after him for sure. I don't know if it's going to work.
Yeah, I don't either, but that's what I'm hearing the most.
Yeah.
I heard on a different show he had a WSX offer for them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Jason wants to do WSX. There's good money in that for him. So even if he doesn't, he might do WSX for another team and then ride for a separate team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true too.
From Jimmy G, if J-Mart pulls off a whole shot this weekend or even a top 5 start, will it be the loudest the crowd noise that Valley has ever heard since Schmidt coming out of retirement and pulling the whole shot in 95?
That's exactly what I was talking about, Donnie Schmidt, 95, yeah. How's that phone? Good?
It's
Everything
good.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I was literally trying to figure out the name of that Iron Maiden now because I feel stupid right now.
We don't normally have guests on the phone, Sophie. I noticed you haven't been on your phone once since you sat down.
No, I was taught that that's disrespectful.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yep. Yes, on the J-Mart thing, yes.
All right, and that was all the tweets, but I have a question for Sophie. I narrowed them down, and we covered a lot. Did I see you're working at Fast Company?
Yeah, I am, and I was actually hoping I'd have a chance to talk about it. So I work at...
Nope. Moving on.
I work at Fast Company.
Nope. Moving
for
on.
Cole
No,
Townsend
I'm
and Chris
kidding.
Tidwell.
I'm kidding.
Fast Company is the creator of the Flex handlebar, so if you've heard of it, it's on dirt bikes and
I have a
mountain
set
bikes.
on my mountain bikes.
Yeah,
on my mountain bike.
they're amazing on a mountain bike. They're amazing on a dirt bike. I have them on both, and I love them. Also, the spoke torque wrench, if you've heard of that.
I love it.
Do you like the Flex handlebars, Darkside?
I've used them. First.
That's not a yes.
Okay,
that
so
is not a yes.
The first set he sent me was a little too soft. It's too much flex, and I never went to the stiffer.
This isn't school. You can
the
just
elastomers,
talk.
red elastomers.
Yeah. So the elastomers you can just switch out. It's like a 14 millimeter nut.
Takes
you pull
like
off
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I know. I just need some, but then Paul sent me some Rentals, and I've been running my Rentals.
Okay.
But I didn't dislike them. They were a little too much flex the way they came.
I respect that there are different brands and different choices, but yeah, I love the Flex handlebar. I work there.
What do you do there?
I do a number of things because it's somewhat of a small business. So I'll do shipping, I'll do packaging. I build bars occasionally. I build a lot of the spoke torque wrenches, and my favorite job there that I hope I can do the most is a little bit of like CAD work for them. So I told you that I'm going into mechanical engineering in school. I get to do. I can't really call it engineering work because I'm not technically an intern because I'm not under an engineer, but yeah, I do a lot of CAD designing for them, and lately we've been doing some FEA testing. If you guys know what FEA is, it's called FEA stands for finite element analysis. It's just the study of like loads on items and vibrations on items and different things like that, and how will this product withstand these different circumstances.
So like, hey, what grade of aluminum we're going to use to withstand this force or whatever.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so in fact today I was just doing some tests on bolts to see what torque we could recommend for people who are putting these bolts in their bars and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's pretty cool stuff, and it allows me to use a lot of what I'm learning in school, different things about, like which material should we choose, and moving in different directions for different reasons, and then like today we were talking about a little bit of vibration analysis, and I'm able to learn on the job too, different things. Like I'm doing research on this because this isn't all stuff
probably
that I
really
know
good for
already.
your schooling, where you go back and you're like, hey, I know we're taking this in schooling, but like I applied this in theory. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, and I guess my favorite example of that is that I was taking a material science class, and we were talking about torsion on an object, and when you're pulling something apart, like if you have a rod, right, it starts to like dip in a little bit, right? And they call that necking, where it like gets thinner in one area, and when it's necking, that means that
like the Terminator in T2, like he gets exploded and he stretches out.
Is that a movie? I've never seen it.
You know what I'm talking about.
She doesn't know T2, man.
She doesn't know T2, man.
Anyway, Sophie, I was really interested in what you were saying.
Hey, thank you.
I
appreciate that.
I am too. I'm just saying, I know what you're talking about, being pulled apart.
Yes,
it's like
so they call it necking, and the point of
in T2, he was necking.
So the thing about, I don't even know what this reference is. I hope it's
know what they were doing in Greece? They were necking.
Okay, so
I don't know what you're talking
the
about.
movie
sir.
Grease.
Oh,
John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. They were necking.
All right, man, cool.
I hope whatever we're talking about is of high moral quality. Anyways, as you're pulling something apart, the only the pieces that are not necking anymore, that are still their original shape, those are not feeling any effects of the force of it pulling apart. It's only the part where it's necking. Anyways, where this applied was that I went to work the next day, and Cole Townsend said, hey, I need you to do some testing on these different bolts that we have, and one of them is called a waisted bolt. So there's the bolt head, and then it comes in and it slims in like a waist, and then it goes back out, and then it has the threads down there. And he said this one's supposed to be stronger, and he's like, I'm not really sure why. And I was just like total light bulb, and I was like, I can tell you why, because I learned this yesterday in school. Anyway, so there's just things like that. It's very fascinating, and I feel like every day in school I learn about dirt bikes. My boyfriend actually just graduated also from from Utah Tech with a mechanical engineering degree. That's how we met. But I tell him, he'll ask me how my classes are going, and I say, oh, it's great. I was learning about dirt bikes in physics, or I was learning about dirt bikes and whatever. And he's like, nobody mentioned dirt bikes a single time during my degree. What are you talking about? And I'm like, well, because we talked about fatigue. And so then I learned about why frames feel softer, but like on an atomic level. Why do frames get softer over time? I could kind of explain it to you. I'm not great about it. But, and then like we learned about damped oscillations in physics, so I can tell you how a shock works, like as far as I can do the math for it. It's just all so fascinating to me, and I love it.
Tater, how did you know she worked at Fast?
I'm friends with the Fast Company guys, so I just from following them, I've seen they posted. They must have posted it at some point, or you posted it, or I don't know.
Doing the homework.
Yeah, occasionally they'll post things of, I don't know, writing videos of me saying our shop girl pulled a whole shot. I remember one of those like that. I was like, oh, hey, thanks guys, that is me.
Is that your ultimate goal then? Is to stay in the industry, or would you use your degree to maybe make more money in a different industry?
Oh, so you hit the nail on the head. That's the tricky decision, is like out of the industry I would make more, inside the industry I would probably have more fun. So I don't know, it kind of depends on like what opportunities pop up.
Would you move?
Yeah, I'd be willing to move. Totally.
She doesn't have kids.
She'd be willing to move.
Yeah, I actually, I've always lived in southern Utah, and I would love to try living somewhere else for a time. Ultimately, I would probably want to be, I don't know, not St. George though. Like I love it, but I'd probably move further north or something, somewhere where there's a little bit more skiing. I love to ski, so
All right.
But yeah, ultimate goal, probably, I would love to stay within the industry, but I don't know, because I'm fascinated by other things too. If I was building rockets, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm like rocket scientist level up here.
SpaceX probably needs some help.
We're not going to make rocket scientist level. We're done.
No.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to say to my boyfriend if he's like frustrated about something is I'll say, "This isn't rocket science," and he'll say, "Yeah, because if it was, I would do it."
Yeah, exactly.
he's like, "I can do
it's
that."
Not brain
still.
surgery.
So
It's not rocket.
yeah, he's smart too.
Yeah. Yeah, damn it. All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Talent Segment. That's it.
That's horrible.
A couple things before we wrap here on the show. I feel like we barely talked about Redbud.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking the same thing.
My bad, I guess.
I honestly, Lewis and I talked about this.
Mhm.
Like the best parts of this show are just when you're just like the Howard Stern kind of setup where it's just random talk conversations that go somewhere else.
Yeah.
The review show and the post race show and all that, that's for the moto stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
To me.
good job to Joe Schmoda. Congrats
Yep.
on that. Yep. Jet
Well, yeah,
Lawrence.
he won, didn't he?
Yep.
We didn't
Jet
really talk
Lawrence.
about that much.
Jet Lawrence is really good also.
Can I ask one moto question though? Where do you think this you didn't say yes, but this generation of Team Honda HRC falls compared to say the 80s, the Baileys, or the McGraths, the Stanton eras? Where are we at with
Hard
Honda?
to say because it's not over yet, right?
Yeah.
We don't know how the future's going to look, but I mean, it looks pretty damn good right now,
Yeah.
right? And I mean, Dazzy was on this show saying Hunter could leave, and it's not a problem. You know, he's not tied to the brother and the Honda, but they obviously worked well together. They test each other's bikes, so that saves time, and so it's a really good thing. So if they stay together, Hunter is just really coming on here. You know, it could rank up as any of those eras.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they won the Supercross title 14 out of 16 years or something, you know, so in the 80s and the 90s. So Honda's that good. You know, they've got that kind of reputation to go. In 86, O'Mara, Bailey, and RJ won every title, and I think they won over 80% of the races,
Yeah.
or 85% of the races. And so, I mean, that's the kind of the bar they need to set at that Team Honda 86. The only guy to win in 86 was Wardy. I think Dogger won once. That might be it. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's a high bar to be the
It's a
best.
pretty
Honda
high
ever.
bar.
Yeah. But they're on their way. They're looking pretty damn
Yeah.
good. So, hey, last week we talked with Chris Kiefer, speaking of the passing of Aiden Zing, terrible tragedy up of Mammoth, 16 years old. And so I did want to reach out and mention that there's a website now, az39forever.com. Please check that out for merch and things like that. There's a note from Bob Zing, Aiden's father, on there. I'll read it for you guys here. And you can read it again on az39forever.com as well. Hey, guys, obviously this is a difficult time, and I really miss my little buddy. Aiden and I have been connected to the hip since he was born, but the racing brought us together closer than I could ever have imagined. I really can't wrap my head around life without him. It's hard to believe how much support there has been from the community over the last week. Watching the media and races over the weekend, I feel like most of the riders did something special for Aiden. Yeah, Malcolm ran his name on the jersey. Jet gave him a shout out, amongst other things, right?
Yeah.
And as special as we know he was, the impact he made, and the support we received feels completely surreal. We've received a lot of questions recently about a GoFundMe and ways to offer support. However, we don't feel that reflects our values as a family, nor does it align with Aiden's values as an individual. Additionally, the community has done so much for us, and we'd like to be able to offer something in return for their unbelievable support while honoring his legacy. So az39forever.com. Check it out. Bob Zing has written that statement, and go to the website and get some merch or whatever you can do. Terrible tragedy, and Aiden will always be in our thoughts, I think, in our sport.
Yeah, such a
for a long time.
kid, man.
Really bad deal. So az39 forever to check that out as well. And again, PulpMX gives back. We've got a raffle going on for a YZ450 to help injured riders. Jerry Robin, we are running the raffle to give away his bike, and all the money goes to Jerry. And so, please check out pulpmxgivesback.com. Our next, we're going to do this draw for the YZ450 at the end of SMX, and then we are going to do our next campaign. Is going to be really cool, so stay tuned for that. And we're going to raffle off another experience, and all that money will go to an injured rider. Also, we added a St. Louis SMX show, a live show at St. Louis, 25 minutes from downtown St. Louis. So for the SMX, tickets will go available on pulpmx.com. Soon it'll be me, Weege, JT, and some special guests, I'm sure. So we're going to do a live show Friday night before the St. Louis SMX. Stay tuned to pulpmx.com for that deal. And, please check that out if you can. We'll see you there. Lots of fun for that. All right. PulpMX show. Sophie Phelps. Darkside.
Yep.
I'm going to read my sponsors out, Sophie.
Oh, boy.
Am I supposed to prepare or
You are supposed to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind when I read the sponsors out.
like each name?
Yep. And then Dark's going to do the other.
So if he were to say...
Nope, don't tell her.
First thing that comes to mind.
She's
is
smart
you
enough.
say the sponsor name.
true.
No, I'm going to say that. I'm going to rotate. I'm going to do this. Him first, you second.
Okay.
Then back to him. And then back to you.
Okay.
And then back to him. And then back to you.
Okay. I hope I get the hang of this. It doesn't seem like it could be too difficult.
No, you're a rocket scientist. You're fine. All right.
Not quite.
Here we go. Motorsport.com, Dark.
Talon over there.
Tater.
Yeah. He's not there anymore, but
yeah,
that's what comes to mind.
All right. Sophie. Fly Racing.
Fox Racing.
Ouch.
Oh, this is what we're going to do.
This is going south fast.
Okay. Decal Works.
Nick.
Wow. Race Tech.
What does Race Tech do? Sorry, I'm not.
Suspension.
Over 35 years
Yeah.
supplying the best suspension in the business
Guys, I
to
had
top
I had a
privateers.
brain fart.
Racetech.com.
Oh.
All right.
I'm going to get ripped apart for
No,
that
it's
one.
fine.
You're fine. X Brand Goggles.
I thought it's her turn now.
No, she did racing.
She didn't do it, though. The Lucid Goggle, best in the business.
All right. Renthal.
Fast Company.
Oh, boy.
Maybe you need to vet these and not give her some that. Wow.
I feel like she's messing with my mind right now. She's too smart. Michelin.
I sure would like some mountain bike tires for my bike.
I'm trying to get some too.
Yeah.
So would tits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really good mountain bike tires that I guess I'm going to have to buy, I guess.
Have you priced these things out?
Yeah, that's why I haven't bought any.
Yeah. Come on, FMIP. All right. A Cherby's.
Plastic?
Bingo.
Was that what I was supposed to say?
Bingo.
I already told you earlier that I run Polysport, so I don't feel like I need to.
She still got it in.
Firepower.
Really great chains.
Maxima USA.
Oil. 927.
Pro Filter.
I need some.
OGO.
Bags.
She's got it now. Cardo Systems.
A lot of fun with your buddies.
Guts Racing.
Seats.
Oh, yeah.
Good job.
Atlas Neck Brace.
I am wearing the Vision.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
You're wearing the Vision?
Yep.
How come? Just try it out?
They sent me one to try, and I liked it, and I didn't notice it much.
Yeah.
I
haven't tried the Vision.
I was like, you know what? Why not? Right? If it helps.
That's the Vision right there.
Yep. That's the one. They gave us Brady gave me something to give away on the show, and that's it. Yeah, it's real low profile. I like it.
I haven't seen that one. I've worn a couple of neck braces when I was younger, and the Atlas was definitely my favorite. But that is extra low profile.
Yeah, it's
That's
real
really
low
cool.
profile. You just don't notice it. I didn't really like the strap system, so I just run it like that, and why not? Right? I mean,
yeah. It's like a seatbelt.
Yeah,
I look at it like
that was actually a lot of what I did a story with Brady on Vital, and that's one of the things he said.
Yeah. Okay. PulpMX code to save with Atlas, by the way. Renegade Race Fuels.
Gas. Go fast.
Twisted
Good
Tea.
job.
Thanks.
Dustin Pipes.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Pardon?
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I've never heard of this. I'm sorry. Website.
Yep.
To find a job in the motorcycle industry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
perfect, right?
He rattled it off so fast.
Yeah, I know.
Steve's so
It's
used to
his
doing
fault.
this. Yeah.
Works Connection.
I was going to say the whole shot device, but I'm going to go the clutch perch, the 1, 2, 3 easy clutch perch.
All right. WUSA.
Ooh, I do spoke torque wrenches for them.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Nice. There we
I
go.
do.
Yeah, Cole gave me one. Not Cole.
Chris.
Jason?
Chris.
Chris.
Cole?
Chris is the.
Chris and Cole are the owners.
I
and
know.
then Jason,
I
runs
don't.
it.
I'm getting them mixed up. Which ones gave me the new wrench? Because mine was so old. I had an old one from my mechanic days.
Wow.
I possibly built it.
Okay.
How cool.
All right.
That is cool.
Get Data.
Dan Truman, Honda HRC, both.
Wiseco Piston.
Put in bike, go fast. I don't
Yeah,
guys. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say here.
You're
Top
nailing
end.
it. No, you're nailing it. It's good. Fox Factory Vehicles.
I need one. I need to make some more money so I can get one.
You're gonna make cash now.
It sounds that way.
HVAC.
Yeah, maybe by next year.
Ethica.
Ooh, bras.
Okay.
Sports bras.
Luxon.
Triple clamps.
Factory Chassis Parts.
Probably some factory chassis parts.
Bingo. Troll Training.
A-Mart.
MTX Braking.
brake pads.
Oh, there we go.
Even
Let's
for
look
your
at
mountain
that.
bike.
That
I was going to
great.
say subwoofers if I got a
yeah.
DX. That's
Yeah.
what I always
Yeah.
think of.
Oh, I know, you're right. All right, Michael Mosman, Dylan Wright, Phil, Alex Martin, best guest tonight. Dark.
I'm a big Mose fan, so I'll go Mose.
All
I
right.
think he's an interesting guy. I said that.
Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, it's hard not to root for Mosman.
Yeah, interesting. And Talon.
I'm honestly Dylan Wright.
Yeah,
Him and Phil were good, and then even when
I'm
we
gonna
had
go.
him by
I'm
himself.
gonna go Sophie.
I didn't.
Well, I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, look at you guys.
Sophie.
Look at you guys. Yep. Hey.
Thank you. You didn't list me.
Hey, you're a co-host.
So what was?
You're a dick.
Oh wow.
You're a dick.
Wow.
Yep.
You're fucking
Wow.
kidding me.
Yep.
You know, here's my little tidbit on you guys saying that you like Michael Mosman. I was watching the pro races at Hangtown, and I was standing there next to some friends, and we watched him go around. He was doing very well, and I just said, I love Michael Mosman, and immediately he went down.
Oh.
And so
wow.
I can't say any of
Yeah.
that ever again. I
Yeah.
feel
No,
like.
I think you're out on that.
Yeah, sorry, Michael Mosman, if you're listening.
We'll tell him that this weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, you let him
will.
know
I won't
that
be there.
I'm his bad juju or something.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Grant's okay though. We know. Did Grant get back with you? He did, I think.
Huh?
Grant Harlan.
He's not okay. Yeah, he said it feels like his knee's
he
blown
did say
out.
his nose. Yeah.
Yeah, Grant Harlan may have a knee injury. Bummer deal. All right. Well, Sophie, did you have fun?
Yes, this was a great time. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Thanks for educating us on WMX and everything else.
Happy to. If you have more questions,
yeah,
feel free to reach out.
We can get you back in here
to
if you don't
me,
mind.
or
You're not that.
I'd love to.
You're not that far away.
No, yeah, it was a quick and easy drive.
Oh.
Just went to the gym and drove not straight here. You know, I cleaned up and came here. So
Okay.
yeah.
Good to know.
But yeah, like
Yeah.
it didn't interfere too much with my day.
Yeah.
It was
Good.
perfect schedule.
No, yeah, perfect. Thank you for coming in, and yeah, you do really good work on the media job. Well spoken, so all of that, you do a good job on that.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, Wygant actually, I think Wygant told me a while ago that I should have you in. He initially put the bug in my ear.
Yeah.
Or maybe Chris did.
Very cool. Yeah, and I appreciate his support, and yeah, he seems to really like push my name out there, which I appreciate.
Let's give one of those away. I have 2 more to give away. You want to do one on your show?
Yeah.
All right. So
Atlas Vision Brace.
Yeah.
Like any size, or like what do we do?
The ones I have are medium, small, medium. So yeah, if you want one,
contest at pulpmxshow.com, and then in the subject line, put in. Let's do this in the subject line. I don't want to get you in trouble.
how are you gonna get me in trouble? I work for myself now.
Okay, no, I want you in the subject line to guess how many women Dark has made love to in his life.
Oh, Jesus.
And the closest to it gets the brace.
You're not being very...
What wholesome...
No. I said make love.
Conversation.
I said make love, too. So, Dark, so you'll give me the number.
I've only loved one.
Oh, that's very nice of you. You give me the number, and we'll pick the first one that comes closest to it, okay?
All righty.
And wins an Atlas brace from atlasbrace.com, a Vision brace, small, medium.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Yep.
Put that in the subject line, contest at pulpmxshow.com. So it's a good way to give it away.
Sure.
And so take a random guess. So if you think Dark's a real, lover, go 3 digits.
Yeah, you like that?
If you think he's kind of been dorky his whole life, go single digits.
I've been pretty dorky.
That's
yeah, and we'll give another one away on the Moto X Pod show
Okay.
pretty soon.
Awesome.
MotoXPod.com.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did you clarify that it had to be women that he's made love to?
Anybody.
Or,
Yeah, anyone.
I was going to say because the number changes.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll just give you a total.
Just give me a total.
Yeah.
And whatever that's fine.
Nobody needs details.
No hate comms, no judgments.
Yep.
It's PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com, Decal Works, and Fly Racing. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me here.
7 minutes to spare with your flight issues, so good job on that.
We got here.
Tomorrow we go mountain biking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should be fun since I haven't done it in a while.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The stuff I took you on with A-Ray.
Uh-huh.
You're good with that?
Yeah, I'll be good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we actually kind of dropped A-Ray a little bit.
Yeah. Poor A-Ray.
The professional athlete.
Yeah.
But I'll take you out on that kind of stuff tomorrow a little
that'll be
bit.
good.
So, thanks to Intense for that.
Yep.
We appreciate that. And Sophie Phelps, we will get you back in. What's your next race? What's your next thing? Do we know?
Ooh.
What's the next plan here?
I really don't know.
Yeah, because like you said, you're done with the 3.
Yeah, which is kind of fun to just
Not
make
know.
it up as I go.
Yeah.
It's a little bit sad to not have anything in particular to prepare
Okay.
for. So
will you go to Loretta's to hang out or no?
I
Not
would
even?
love to. I don't know if I would love to pay for my flights out there.
Yeah.
So,
well,
you know,
MX
that's
Sports
kinda
can do it.
where
Have you hit Ouija up for that?
I haven't yet. You know,
Okay.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's do that. Hit Ouija up. They need the help in that announcer's booth because there's too many races all week to do.
Yeah,
it, so.
those guys work a lot.
Yeah. So all right, so we may see you at Loretta's. If not, I'll see you at Mesquite in the fall. I'm sure.
Certainly. Yeah.
You bring your best stuff.
My best.
Yeah.
Because we're going head to head, or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're going head to head.
Right.
Oh boy.
Hey, I will be ready then.
Yeah,
I better be ready.
You better be ready. Exactly. Nick, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah. Talon?
What's up, Steve?
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you to Kellen Brower, also Pookie, for the help. Kellen, Marks.
What'd Kellen do?
Kellen does the clips on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kellen.
Yeah, thanks, Kellen. So thanks for all the help for behind the scenes. Thank you, people, for watching and listening on the show. Next week is I don't know who's in next week. I think it's the Stay Sick guys.
Okay.
JT's coming in too. Soon.
I
don't know, man.
Yeah, wait for the social post.
Wait for the press release. We'll figure it out. So I'm Steve Matthes for Sophie Phelps and Mr. Side. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho. I just wanted you to know that, if you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. It burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me, complete me, I'm sure.